Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Shen Ge went downstairs and found Cheng Xingnan's car. After getting in, he instructed Xiao Qi to drive straight to Nanhu International. By now, the residential complex had already been cordoned off by the military, police, and special operations teams from the Special Response Department, SRD. As soon as Shen Ge pulled up to the entrance, he was stopped. Investigator Shen. Investigator Shen. The SRD operatives recognized him immediately, snapping to attention and saluting. No need for formalities. We're all drinking buddies here. I'm not one for strict protocol anyway. Old He, what's the situation inside? Shen Ge asked. Old He was a seasoned SRD operative in his 30s, decently skilled but not quite on par with frontline fighters like Wang Han and Ma Chao. According to the cleaning staff, around 6 a.m., they found the body of a golden retriever in the trash, blind, missing a leg, its fur burned, likely abused to death. One of the women recognized it as the dog from Unit 601. They reported it to the property management, but when they came back, the dog's body was gone. A cop stumbled down the stairs, screaming at them to evacuate. We arrived, evacuated the other buildings, and locked down the area under the guise of an anti-terror drill. Captain Feng is leading the team to evacuate Building 3, the one where the anomaly is. Got it. Keep doing what you're doing. I'll check it out. Shen Ge headed inside, passing SRD operatives escorting residents out. Anti-terror drills were the SRD's go-to-cover story. A few compensation gifts later, and any disturbance was quickly smoothed over. A curious cop sidled up to Old He. So that's your expert for dealing with these monsters? Oldie nodded. He looks pretty young, the cop remarked. Skill and rank aren't tied to age. Don't let his youth fool you. Investigator Shen's the real deal. Given Shen Ge's classified status, Old He kept details vague. Most cops only knew there was a monster inside, with descriptions coming secondhand from the traumatized officer. Many still doubted the whole thing. When Shen Ge reached Building 3, a technician from the detection unit reported, Investigator Shen, no signs of a dimensional rift yet. Residual anomaly energy suggests it's below Tier 2. Understood. Shen Ge headed upstairs. After months in the SRD, he was familiar with the drill. Secure the area, detect anomaly energy, evacuate civilians, locate the anomaly, engage, and contain. On the 5th floor landing, Feng Chengxiu, Wang Han, Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, and Zhao Long were in assault formation, with other operatives covering the rear. Huiyu's sniper team was positioned in the opposite building, observing Unit 601. Investigator Shen, Feng Chengxiu said, We've evacuated the building. There's a lot of blood in 601, but no bodies, likely consumed by the anomaly. Huiyu's voice crackled over comms. We've got eyes on the living room and study. No sign of the anomaly. Bedroom curtains are drawn. Copy. Wang Han eyed Shen Ge. Investigator, you're not in tactical gear? Want mine? I can switch to an SMG. No need. I've got my own gear. Shen Ge tapped his wrist device, and the cleaver sheathed at his waist. The custom leather sheath let him carry it like a sidearm, though it looked ridiculous with his casual outfit. Let's move. Shen Ge headed for 601. Feng Chengxiu barked orders. Wang Han, Ma Chao, cover the left flank. Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, right. The rest, hold the stairs. The team snapped into position, weapons ready. Warning! Host has entered an anomaly's nest. A Tier 3 anomaly resides here. Current combat ability insufficient. Retreat immediately. A Tier 3? Shen Ge doubted it could have evolved so quickly. The system must be referencing its future strength. Xiao Qi. Yes, Master. Analyze the blood and anomaly energy. Pinpoint its location. Understood. Tendrils extended from Shen Ge's wrist device, sampling the blood before wiping themselves clean with a tissue. Shen Ge's eyebrow twitched. I asked for AI, not a human impersonator. While Xiaoqi worked, Shen Ge scanned the room. A family photo on the shoe rack caught his eye, an old man and child. Familiar. Then he spotted the dog crate on the balcony. Investigator, you know them? Feng Qingxiu asked. Met them once at a cat cafe. Shen Ge recounted the encounter as he examined the crate, plucking a few golden hairs. Xiaoqi analyzed these. Processing. Blood samples indicate 4 different humans. Viscera fragments suggest the anomaly tore them apart before feeding. The golden retriever was 8 to 9 months old. Shen Ge cut off the breed history lesson. Case closed. The kid was an animal abuser, had a history at the cat cafe. Bought the dog, tortured it, and it came back as an anomaly for revenge. Family's probably all eaten. He moved down the hall, checking rooms. Kitchen, study, guest room, nothing. Then he pushed open the master bedroom door. Blood seeped out. Feng fall back. Feng Qingxiu raised his rifle, retreating as Shen Ge kicked the door open. Inside, a 6-year-old boy lay in a pool of blood, missing an eye, a hand, and a leg. In the corner, a 2-meter-tall, melting black dog-like anomaly crouched, tendrils writhing from its back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Shen Ge clicked his fingers, activating his full-body armor, then wiggled his fingers at the beast. The anomaly's gulping sounds boomed like war drums, vibrating Shen Ge's skull. Its head split into a gaping maw, lunging. Shen Ge sidestepped, palms slamming down in a Bajiquan strike. Menghuing Pa Shan, fierce tiger climbs the mountain, crushing its skull before driving a knee into its jaw. As he reached for his cleaver, a tendril shot from the dog's empty eye socket, aiming for his throat. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Qingxiu opened fire from the doorway, but the bullets sank harmlessly into the creature's molten flesh. Shen Ge grabbed the tendrils, wrenching the beast down, then hacked at its neck with the cleaver. More tendrils lashed out, binding his arm. Then he noticed black smoke billowing from the dog's back, swirling like flames. Blind, maimed, burned. Shen Ge leapt back just as the anomaly erupted in black fire, igniting the room. Damn, Amaterasu, is that you? Feng, fall back. This fire's anomaly energy. Your gear won't stop it. Feng Qingxiu retreated without hesitation. Be careful. Alone with the flaming beast, Shen Ge assessed it. Already Tier 2. The dog's hatred had accelerated its evolution. He glanced at the dying boy. Hard to feel sorry for someone who tortured his own pet. Anomaly or not, this thing had to be put down. As they clashed, a sniper across the street radioed in. Large avian sighted. Wingspan over 2 meters. No visible mutations. Wait, it's diving toward Building 3. Huayu's rifle boomed. A modified -14 Malawian Quach's round aimed at the eagle's head. Instead of splattering, the bullet sank into suddenly molten flesh before being spat out. It's mutated. Anomaly confirmed. The eagle smashed through the bedroom window, Talon seizing the dog, anomaly mid-fight. Shen Ge barely had time to react before the bird snatched his prey and lunged at him. He blocked with the dog's body, slashing with his cleaver. The eagle recoiled, wings flaring as it retreated with its prize. You think you can steal from me? Shen Ge leapt after it, activating his glove and boot enhancements. He landed on the eagle's back, choking it with one hand while hacking at its head. Thief! 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 Black blood sprayed. The dog anomaly regenerated, lashing out at its captor. From below, operatives gaped as Shen Ge rode the eagle, cleaving wildly. The bird slammed toward a building. Shen Ge forced it to veer. Warning! Tier 5 anomaly detected. 3-headed, 6-armed. Host cannot win. Flee. Before he could process it, a sniper round cracked in his skull. His armor held, the damaged flesh reforming instantly. Shooters on the roof opposite, a sniper radioed before another shot dropped him. Old he move in, Feng Qingxiu ordered. Don't. Shen Ge roared, wrestling the eagle. It's the same bastard who hit the Asian Anomaly Research Conference. Stay put. Shen Ge was certain the enemy had come prepared. Given what had happened during the Asian Anomaly Research Conference, this person had the ability to rapidly mutate animals and make himself disappear at will. Sending ordinary operatives like Old He after him would be nothing short of a death sentence. Since Shen Ge outranked Feng Qingxiu, his order immediately halted Old He and the others in their tracks. Feng Qingxiu, having worked with Shen Ge before, didn't question his judgment. Besides, he had watched Shen Ge grow from a complete rookie into a seasoned operative in just a few months, a feat he deeply admired. Report. After the sniper at position 4 was shot, the sniper at position 3 quickly took over. But when he checked his scope, the assailant was already gone. Target has vanished. The bullet that hit position 4 went straight through the scope, into his eye. He's gone. Position 3's voice was grim. Damn it. Well, you cursed. All snipers, take cover. Secure your positions, observe the surroundings, and fire at any suspicious targets. Copy. Copy. Huiyu repositioned himself somewhere safer, but still within sight of Shen Ge, ready to provide support if needed. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxiu and the rest of Team 1 withdrew from Building 3, taking cover in the courtyard, poised to assist Shen Ge at a moment's notice. Their positions were strategic, covering every possible angle of approach. Unless the enemy dropped from the sky, he wouldn't slip past them unnoticed. Up in the air, the battle was fierce. While the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, that didn't apply to anomalies. The Black Hound's tendrils lashed out at the giant eagle while also harassing Shen Ge. The real problem was the black flames on the hound's back. They were growing stronger, and even the eagle wasn't immune. The clash of two different anomaly energies was beginning to warp space, hinting at the formation of a dimensional rift. Bang! A shot rang out from beyond the block, aimed straight for Shen Ge's eye. But Shao Qi's alert system reacted instantly, forming a mass of decayed flesh that intercepted the bullet. Bang! Huiyu immediately returned fire, pinpointing the shooter's location. Between buildings 3 and 4, outer wall, near the hedges. Open fire. Bang! 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 Report. Direct hit to the head. Target showed anomaly reaction. Bullet was expelled. Same here. Confirmed. Identical results. One after another, the snipers reported the same bizarre phenomenon. How could a human exhibit an anomaly's bulletproof traits? This wasn't just small arms fire. These were high-caliber sniper rounds. The battle in the sky reached its climax. Shen Ge hacked off the eagle's head, while the Black Hound tore off half its body. Both man and beast, along with the mutilated corpse, plummeted toward the ground. Host assisted in killing a Tier 2 anomaly. Reward, 50 system points. The system's message confirmed that Shen Ge hadn't dealt the final blow, the Black Hound had. But right now, survival took priority. A 30-story drop would turn even his armored body into paste. Using his anomaly stomach, Shen Ge formed a giant maw that clamped onto a balcony railing, slowing his descent before slamming into the wall. His anomaly glove then gripped the railing, stabilizing him. He repeated the process, descending floor by floor until he was just a few meters above the ground. Then, he let go, landing directly on the Black Hound. The beast, having devoured the eagle's remains, was showing signs of further mutation. Shen Ge couldn't let that happen. A Tier 2 was already a handful if it evolved again or awakened a dimensional rift. Whoosh! Before he could land more than 2 slashes, the Black Hound erupted in black flames, engulfing the area in an inferno. This is anomaly fire. Everyone near the garden, evacuate now. Even with his full body armor, Shen Ge could feel the searing heat. His anomaly energy was draining rapidly. Feng Qingxiu and the others fell back, laying down suppressing fire and tossing grenades to keep the hound at bay. Once they were clear, only Shen Ge and the Black Hound remained in the burning garden. Meanwhile, Huiyu and the snipers focused on the shooter outside the compound. The hound let out a guttural growl, ignoring Shen Ge and lunging for the remaining half of the eagle's corpse. But Shen Ge still had the eagle's head in his grip. He wasn't about to let the hound have its way. Cell Tier 2 Anomaly Corpse? Reward, 500 system points. Sell. In a flash of white light, both the head and the remains vanished. The black hound pounced, only to hit empty ground. It roared in fury. Collapse. Shen Ge activated collapse, sinking half the hound's body into the earth. But ordinary dirt wouldn't hold it for long. Seizing the moment, he leapt over the flames, landing on the beast's head. Gripping his cleaver with both hands, he hacked at its burning back. Chop, chop, chop. Black blood sprayed. Even with his armor, the heat was unbearable, his anomaly energy plummeting. After a dozen brutal strikes, thud, the hound's head rolled free. Host has valiantly slain a Tier 2 Anomaly alone. Reward, 100 system points. Random F-grade supply X1. Withdraw reward. No. Sell Tier 2 Anomaly corpse. Reward, 500 system points. Sell. Originally, Shen Ge had planned to contain the hound's body for SRD's tech team, specifically Li Xiang, who could turn it into anomaly gear. But with the Tier 5 anomaly lurking outside, he couldn't risk the enemy swooping in and stealing it. Better to cash in now. With the corpse gone, Shen Ge sprinted toward the outer wall between buildings 3 and 4. Using his anomaly boots, he vaulted over it in a single bound. Huiyu, target's location. Straight ahead, hidden in the hedges. My line of sight is obstructed, can't pinpoint him. Shen, target's behind the 6 tree to your left. Sniper 2 reported. Keep tracking him. Shen Ge dashed toward the trees. Bang! Bang! The shooter emerged from behind the 6th tree, firing at Shen Ge. The snipers instantly returned fire. Shen Ge wasn't fast enough to dodge bullets. The shot struck his chest, but his armor absorbed the impact. The shooter's aim was deadly, always going for the head or heart. But by exposing himself, he gave Huiyu and the others a clear shot. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets riddled the tree, but the shooter had already relocated. As he moved, Shen Ge caught a glimpse of his face. A black hoodie, the lower half of his face eerily resembling Old Wong's. Damn, Old Wong's playing the villain now. Shen Ge charged, grabbing for his shoulder. But just as he made contact, 2 extra arms burst from the shooter's back, slamming into Shen Ge's chest and sending him stumbling. The force was staggering. These arms weren't human. Their elbows bent at impossible angles, their skin blood red, veined with black tattoos. Shen Ge lunged again, aiming a knee strike while locking onto the shooter's neck. But 4 arms countered, 2 fists to Shen Ge's chest, 2 palms blocking the knee. Well, damn. Actual 3 heads and 6 arms. Shen Ge wasn't fazed. At least he'd confirmed these extra limbs weren't human. They seemed more like anomaly gear. But if they were gear, why did the system classify the shooter as a Tier 5 anomaly? The system had never been wrong before. No time to dwell. In under 30 seconds, they'd exchanged over a dozen blows, all while the shooter kept running, his back turned, relying on his 4 extra limbs to fight. Suddenly, the shooter spun, sweeping his rifle like a staff, forcing Shen Ge back. For a split second, their eyes met. Under the hood, the shooter's forehead was a mess of burn scars. The lower half of his face was nearly identical to Old Wong's. But the most disturbing feature was the pulsing red cyst on his neck, the size of a fist, throbbing like a second heart. The shooter grinned, his lips forming a silent word. Goodbye. Oh no, he's running again. Shen Ge realized the shooter had been leading him away from Nanhu International, trying to lure the only real threat far enough so he could double back and steal the anomaly corpses. But while the shooter was thinking 5 steps ahead, Shen Ge was already in the stratosphere. He'd sold both corpses, no leftovers to steal. Whether he turned them into gear or cashed them in for points, he wasn't losing out. Just as Shen Ge braced to stop him, the shooter pulled out a beating heart from his pocket, then vanished. A ripple of anomaly energy flickered, a dimensional rift. Report, target's gone. Confirmed, target disappeared. Shen Ge immediately turned and sprinted back toward Nanhu International. Scanned the garden inside the compound. Huiyu was the first to spot him, near Building 3's outer hedges, where the black fire burned. Keep eyes on him, do not engage. But just as Shen Ge reached the outer wall, report, target's gone again. Shen Ge searched the entire garden, snipers assisting, but the shooter had truly vanished. At least the incident report would be easy. Blame the missing corpses on the mysterious intruder. Still, letting the enemy slip away twice in one day left a bitter taste in Shen Ge's mouth. Sure, the guy had delivered a free Tier 2 anomaly to his doorstep, but Shen Ge would have much preferred bagging the 3 heads instead. Post-mission cleanup was Feng Chengxiu's job. Reports would be filed, details smoothed over. Shen Ge, for once, had nothing to do. Or so he thought. He'd barely sat down in his dorm when the tech team dragged him to the lab. The research area was packed. Every scientist, technician, even the logistics staff had gathered. Familiar faces like Li Xiang stood alongside senior researchers Shen Ge had never met. The moment he walked in, the questions began. Investigator Shen, the report mentions a humanoid anomaly. Is that accurate? But the snipers described effects consistent with anomaly gear. Why conclude it was an anomaly? According to SRD's archives, human bodies reject anomaly tissue. Hybrids shouldn't exist. Forget whether it's human. What about the controlled anomalies? Anomalies lack higher intelligence. They can't be tamed. Exactly. The mutation serum was shocking enough, but taming anomalies? That would put their tech decades ahead of the world. Wait, how do we know they're not from another country? The US? Japan? This reeks of their usual tactics. I think, in my opinion, before long, what was supposed to be a debriefing devolved into a full-blown academic brawl, the lab echoing with heated arguments. When Shen Ge stepped out of the lab, or rather the testing ground, he was utterly bewildered. He had been dragged there to answer questions, but from start to finish, he hadn't said a word. The researchers had ended up arguing among themselves. Li Xiang, who had exited with him, seemed to notice Shen Ge's confusion and smiled as he explained, "You'll get used to it. People like us are more obsessed with the questions in our minds than the actual events. If human organs could truly be compatible with those of anomalies, even if human experimentation were banned, there'd still be madmen experimenting on themselves. Including those movie plots where death row inmates are used as test subjects. That kind of thing happens in real life, too. But to those researchers, they're not fellow humans. They're just experimental material. It sounds cold-blooded, but it's really just an insatiable thirst for knowledge in uncharted territories. Experimenting on yourself. I'm guessing that includes you?" Shen Ge asked. Li Xiang shook his head. "No, I wouldn't turn myself into an anomaly. Staying human in body and mind lets me explore further. I'm crazy, but I'm not a lunatic. If I were to experiment, well, wouldn't you be a better candidate? That anomaly detection system in your body. Mind if I take a look?" Who said no one believed the truth? Here was someone who did. "Relax, I'm not going to dissect you. What a waste that'd be for such a prime specimen. After all the effort I've put into researching anomaly energy equipment for you, working day and night to build you a full-function combat suit, how about giving me a few tubes of blood, some skin tissue hair, for research?" Li Xiang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Seeing Shen Ge's obvious reluctance, Li Xiang abruptly changed tactics with a sigh. "And here I was, working overtime to finish the energy recharge and upgrade plans for your suit. Guess I've got no motivation now. What if I told you I was just joking earlier?" Shen Ge ventured. Li Xiang clearly wasn't buying it. "Cut the crap. That might work on the director, but we've known each other long enough. Your habit is mixing truth into seemingly random remarks, making it impossible to tell what's real. Whether this anomaly detection system of yours is real or not, the fact that you've gone from dealing with ordinary anomalies to high-tier level 4S in just a few months means you've got hidden trump cards. People with freakish physiques like Lin Yin's are rare enough to count on one hand, and your skinny frame doesn't exactly match her muscle-bound build. Whether your system's a joke or not, you've definitely got unconventional ways of dealing with anomalies. Not to mention that indestructible cleaver, those weird anomaly flesh apples, eyes that can see faint anomaly energy. Relax, I'm just doing research. Whatever I find will ultimately benefit you. It's a win-win, right?" Shen Ge cracked his knuckles and smirked. You know too much. The only way to keep someone quiet for good is to. Killing me here would be tricky. We left the lab together, so if I disappear, you'd be the prime suspect. You're better off sabotaging my research and staging an accident, Li Xiang said matter-of-factly. Shen Ge nodded. Good point. How will we do it? By then, they'd reached Li Xiang's private lab. He picked up a blood-drawing device. Simple. Sabotage while I'm deep in research. But right now, you're the only thing holding my interest. So today, let's start with 2 tubes of blood. Dude, that syringe looks 3 times the size of a hospital's. 2 tubes? You trying to drain me dry? Shen Ge was speechless. Oops. Thought I could slip that past you. Didn't expect you to be so sharp. Don't worry, it's a safe amount. Might make you feel a bit anemic at worst. Unfazed, Li Xiang rolled up Shen Ge's sleeve and began drawing blood. Watching the blood flow, Shen Ge suddenly remembered something. Hey, old Li, who was with me during my transfer from Yuzhou. Director Deng guarded you at first, then Captain Feng took over. What? Li Xiang found the question odd. You didn't sneakily draw a bunch of my blood back then, did you? Li Xiang shot him a look. We're close enough that you'd refuse me a couple of tubes? If not, why would I need to steal it? Fair point. Shen Ge figured as much. Though he'd been messing with Li Xiang earlier, he didn't mind giving a few tubes of blood or some hair. His system might be unreliable, but it wouldn't be exposed through something like this. If not Li Xiang, then who? After finishing the blood draw, Li Xiang noticed Shen Ge's frown. What's wrong? Why the sudden interest in blood? In Yuzhou, I was injured but didn't lose enough blood to explain the severe anemia symptoms I had when I woke up in the hospital. You think the hospital tampered with you? After a pause, Shen Ge nodded. The hospital reports showed everything normal. But when I got back to HQ, tests confirmed anemia. You should report this to the director. Even though she suppressed your case, there's no shortage of people interested in you, Li Xiang advised. Shen Ge agreed and continued cooperating with Li Xiang's experiments. Director Deng's office. Deng Yuqi sat at her desk, brow furrowed as she studied 3 documents. An investigative report on Wang Defa, Old Wang, today's mission report, and a dossier on the mysterious figure at the Asian Anomaly Research Conference. The investigation into Old Wang had turned up nothing new despite mobilizing the entire Special Anomaly Response Department's resources. Records showed he died months ago in a landslide during a trip to Shizugu, his body cremated, and his family compensated by the travel agency. But there were no photos, videos, or surveillance footage, only written records. Even in areas with cameras, not a single image of Old Wang existed. Unless Shen Ge had lied. Unlikely, given his clearance. This suggested Old Wang's backers were either powerful enough to evade national scrutiny or, like Shen Ge, under high-level protection with falsified records. Deng Yuqi's gaze shifted to the mission report by Captain Feng Qingxiu, sparking a dangerous thought. Had the project truly been terminated? A knock interrupted her musings. Come in. Shen Ge entered, looking pale, and slumped into a chair. You don't look well, Deng noted. That bastard Li Xiang promised 2 tubes of blood, but sneakily took 2.5 while chatting. Why was he drawing your blood? Research. Research. Shen Ge recounted Li Xiang's intentions. Deng's expression grew stranger. I warned you two not to team up. If he dissects you one day, don't blame me. Better him than outsiders. Shen Ge then detailed the unauthorized blood draws during his hospitalization. Deng's face darkened. She immediately ordered an investigation into the hospital staff and surveillance. Weeks later, new legislation. The Animal Cruelty Prevention Act sparked nationwide upheaval, criminalizing abuse with no age exemptions. Globally, similar laws emerged, with the Special Anomaly Response Department rebranding as an animal protection agency to mask its true purpose. The laws reduced anomaly incidents slightly, but caused a 60% drop in pet ownership due to stringent post-mortem regulations. The pet industry collapsed, and surplus animals flooded meat markets, accelerating anomaly outbreaks. Shen Ge, now working nonstop, faced a surge in contained anomalies, over 50. His system logs warned of an expanding, invisible anomaly domain engulfing the city. Emergency alert. An alarm blared. A contained Level 2 anomaly, the regenerating giant rat, had broken free after near Level 3 evolution. Deng Yuqi swore to feed Li Xiang to the creature if he kept feeding anomalies to test subjects. As the 3-meter-tall rat monster erupted from underground, Shen Ge deadpanned. At least we know our containment's unreliable. Look out! Lin Yin lunged, catching the creature's whip-like tail barehanded. Given the giant rat's massive size, its tail swipe should have packed tremendous force. Yet Lin Yin blocked it barehanded. In that moment, Shen Ge finally understood how the rumors of her hand-tearing anomalies came to be. At his current physical level, such feats were impossible. As Lin Yin engaged, Captains Feng Qingxiu and Yu Tiexiong's elite teams swiftly surrounded the creature, testing conventional firearms first. Bullets penetrated its flesh only to be expelled by swirling anomaly energy, the wounds healing instantly. Snipers positioned on distant rooftops switched to specialized anti-anomaly rounds, but even shots targeting its crimson eyes bounced off like steel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After firearms testing, Feng ordered 3 RPG launches. One rocket tore through the rat's left leg before obliterating a courtyard wall. The other 2 explosions left meter-wide craters that quickly sealed with regenerating flesh. While the battle raged, Shen Ge stood beside Director Deng Yuqi, casually observing. "Why aren't you helping?" Deng demanded. "The department's top combatant hasn't moved. As a rookie, I'd be overstepping," Shen Ge replied matter-of-factly. Suppressing the urge to hurl him into the fray, Deng snapped. "Enough nonsense. Wrap this up so we can sleep." "Patience. I'm having Xiao 7 pull research data." "Research for fighting a rat?" Though baffled, Deng trusted Shen Ge's judgment and focused on coordinating the assault. 2 minutes later, surveillance footage revealed the breach. Technicians had fed the rat anomaly flesh per protocol, but staff failures cascaded. Unmonitored energy spikes, unupgraded containment, missed inspections. Most crucially, a distracted research assistant delayed logging the rat's mutations while finalizing another project. The accumulated negligence allowed the creature to break containment, devouring several anomaly corpses during escape. Relieved it wasn't Wang Lao's doing, Shen Ge finally armored up, only for Li Xiang to intercept him with a red syringe. Anomaly suppressant prototype, the researcher explained. Effective against stage 1 mutations for 12 hours. Let's test it on this stage 3 case. Nodding, Shen Ge activated partial armor, just anomaly gloves and boots, and vaulted onto the rat's back. Lin Yin, freeze its legs. His cleaver plunged into the creature's neck with butcher-precise strokes. Deng briefly wondered if his resume omitted slaughterhouse work. As Lin Yin's cryo device immobilized the rat's limbs, Shen Ge's anomaly stomach engulfed its head. They toppled the beast together, administering Li Xiang's serum before decapitating it with dozens of coordinated hacks. Weekly mission complete. 300 system points, 3 times F-class recovery items, 10% free attribute points. Even headless, the body kept regenerating. Detection teams moved in, recording. Anomaly energy at 387%, 388%, 389%. Growth slowing, suppressant effective. Wait. Shen Ge borrowed an assault rifle and emptied a magazine into one spot, creating a fist-sized hole that healed visibly slower. Li Xiang's eyes lit up. The serum's outperforming expectations. Even marginal effectiveness against Stage 2s means we've partially solved conventional weapons uselessness. Higher concentrations could. Not that simple, Li Xiang admitted. This uses energy extracted from those Korean lizard anomalies. Without more source material, mass production's impossible. Deng understood the implications. Such serum could finally let ordinary soldiers combat anomalies. But limited ingredients meant no quick solutions. Post-containment, The 3 a.m. debrief covered two key points: disciplinary action for containment failures and prioritizing serum research. Exhausted, Shen Ge nearly left when Li Xiang dragged him to a third containment unit. Inside, the anomaly car, Shen Ge's third case. Remember this? Li Xiang asked. If anomalies stem from animals, what's this? Parasites. Nodding, Li Xiang explained the driver's autopsy revealed mutated roundworms that had replaced his organs. When you poured alcohol inside, it forced the parasite out, serendipitous burning. He then displayed comparative images. The rat's post-feeding mutations, red pustules matching those on Wang Lao's neck in battle footage. You think the car and Wang Lao are connected? Shen Ge asked. Evidence suggests human trials using parasitic anomalies, Li Xiang confirmed. The driver failed. Wang Lao succeeded. I haven't reported this. After my father died in those experiments, I won't enable more. Their discussion lasted hours. Shen Ge returned to find Cheng Shengnan awake at 4 a.m., scrolling videos of rising anomaly incidents nationwide. The new animal cruelty act's controversial, she noted, but you say it's ineffective? Band-Aid solution, Shen Ge agreed, tousling her hair. Death causes more mutations than abuse. But shutting pet markets reduces controllable triggers. His hands wandered lower. After all that, you're still... Small potatoes. Shen Ge grinned. At least turn the lamp Cheng Xingnan's protest dissolved as he demonstrated positional versatility, eventually complaining about torn stockings. Next day, Department HQ. Deng Yuqi approved Cheng Xingnan's logistics department transfer, better than idle confinement, before addressing Shen Ge. Li Xiang told you about parasitic anomalies and Wang Lao. Shen Ge nodded. Either shadow factions continue human experiments or foreign actors infiltrate us. Either way, we're blind to their motives. Deng slid 2 personnel files across her desk. Consider mentoring recruits. This pair, Potato Skin and Tuber Core, show promise. She referenced their anomaly encounters. One tank commander who crushed a mutated crocodile, another who improvised Molotovs against a smoking python. Test them yourself, Deng said. If they pass, either train them or convince Shan Ku to stop frontline fantasies. As Shen Ge left with files, Cheng Shengnan, now Assistant Zhang's deputy, asked about dinner plans. New hot pot downtown? Movie after? She shuddered. Every date triggers anomaly incidents. Let's stay in. Shen Ge's grin turned wolfish. Home it is. Wait. Suddenly hot pot sounds perfect. Tomorrow's her first workday. Wobbly legs would be embarrassing. Warning. Host is currently in an area with a high concentration of aberrations. Multiple high-tier aberrations have detected the host's presence through their keen sense of smell. Host is advised to value their life and flee immediately. In front of a newly opened hot pot restaurant in the city center, a row of chairs was set up on the left for customers waiting to be called, chatting while holding their queue numbers. On the right, a row of cages was placed for customers who had brought their pets, providing a temporary holding area. Just as Shen Ge and Cheng Shengnan arrived at the entrance, the system's warning flashed before his eyes, freezing his foot mid-step as he was about to ascend the stairs. As Cheng Shengnan had predicted, enjoying a quiet meal was easier said than done. Seeing Shen Ge's odd behavior, Cheng Shengnan, now unfazed, adjusted her glasses and calmly said, according to the department's protocol, we should first report to the director or the assistant director, then notify the combat division for backup, investigation, and containment. If an aberration incident is discovered by an aberration investigator, the assigned team will take full responsibility. Not bad. You haven't even officially started, yet you're already so well-versed in procedures. Impressive, Director Chung. But I'm sure they didn't tell you that I have full authority to arrange departmental tasks. For aberration incidents like this, where there are no signs of mutation yet, I just need to identify which animals are affected, take photos, and someone will handle the rest. So, this won't interfere with our plans. As he spoke, Shen Ge took out his phone and began photographing the pets in the cages that emitted faint aberration energy. Standing behind him, Cheng Shengnan remarked, "No one had to tell me." Given that I was a victim in several of those aberration incidents, I know you can see aberration energy that ordinary people can't. When you were talking with the director, I reviewed the archives on low-tier aberration incidents. I'm familiar with your working style. Then give me the length of a song to conduct my investigation. Shen Ge flashed his badge, not from the Special Countermeasures Department, but from the Health Bureau, and approached the restaurant's host. Hello, sir. We currently have a queue for tables based on party size, small, medium, and large. How many are in your group? The host asked. Shen Ge handed over his badge. Health Bureau. Random inspection. Don't mind me. Without waiting for a reaction, he strode inside. The flustered host quickly fetched the manager. By the time the manager arrived, Shen Ge was already snapping pictures in the kitchen. Sir, I'm the manager here, surnamed Li. We just opened today, and all our ingredients are fresh. Also, didn't you just inspect us 2 days ago? The manager hesitated to stop him as Shen Ge continued photographing. Shen Ge retrieved his phone, took back his badge, and patted the manager's shoulder. Relax. It's a random inspection. If we notified you in advance, we wouldn't catch any issues. That said, your hygiene standards are excellent, and the ingredients are fresh. I'll recommend your restaurant for commendation. That's all for now. With that, he walked out, leaving the staff bewildered. Manager, what was that about? Was he really from the Health Bureau? He didn't seem very professional. I checked the badge. It was real. I even took a photo of it, just to be safe. Shen Ge's visit was as swift as his departure. When he rejoined Shengnan outside, she looked surprised at how quickly he had resolved the matter. Done, she asked. Shen Ge nodded. The restaurant's fine. It's the pets outside. I've already sent the photos back. The department will handle it soon. Should we go somewhere else? No need. Since this place is clean, let's eat here. Saves us the trouble of finding issues elsewhere. Truthfully, Shen Ge had only detected faint aberration energy, no signs of mutation yet. Ignoring it was risky, but trying to control every animal in the city was impossible. Rats and cockroaches infested the sewers, and in the past month alone, the Special Countermeasures Department had dealt with over 10 aberration incidents underground. Exterminating rats? The Rome City branch had already collaborated with the Agricultural Protection Bureau, but results were minimal. And even if they eliminated rats, what about cockroaches? Those things could survive on Mars. So, when no active incidents arose, Shen Ge became a street patrol, using his ability to detect aberration energy to prevent outbreaks. But he was just one man with one pair of eyes, hardly a lasting solution. As Shen Ge and Shengnan approached the waiting area, the manager and 2 staff members hurried out. Sir? Is there something else? The manager asked politely. We'd like a table for 2, Shen Ge said. The manager's expression turned odd. Shen Ge added, I'm a bit of a germaphobe. I rarely eat out unless I've personally inspected the place. This guy's insane. The manager quickly turned to a staff member. Get them one of the reserved couples booths. No need for special treatment. We can wait our turn, Shen Ge said. It's no trouble. Some reservations don't show, and I held a couple of tables for friends who might not make it, the manager said, ushering them inside. Seated in the most stylishly decorated couple's booth, Shen Ge scanned the menu and proceeded to order enough food for 10 people. The manager blinked. Sir, you're dining with 10? Consider it a buffet. Don't overthink it, Shen Ge replied. Manager, what kind of hot pot buffet is this? Though baffled, the manager complied, given Shen Ge's dual status as a customer and a health inspector. Shengnan, puzzled by the excessive order, soon understood. You're ordering for the team? Trust me, those freeloaders will show up. Better to let them take leftovers than linger, Shen Ge said. Their conversation shifted to department affairs and Assistant Zhang's duties. Thanks to Shen Ge's influence, their food arrived in 10 minutes instead of the usual wait. Half an hour into their meal, a familiar voice interrupted. So, sneaking a date, huh? Wang Han grinned through the booth's window. Done with the mission? Shen Ge asked without looking up. Should have been done sooner, but one owner refused to let us take their pet. Took 15 minutes of persuasion and triple the compensation, Wang Han sighed. Seriously, can't you just focus on your date instead of boosting our workload? We're already the top-performing branch nationwide. Fine. Next time, I'll ignore it. Wang Han paled. Brother, I was joking. If the director finds out, she'll skin me alive. Spare me. I haven't even had dinner yet. Just you. Of course not. As if on cue, several more faces popped up outside the window. Ma Chao, Zhang Hu, Zhao Long, and other Team 1 members. Where's Captain Feng? Shen Ge asked. Normally, even for minor containment tasks, Feng Chengxiu or Yu Tiexiong would lead. Still waiting in line, Wang Han said. He didn't want to intrude on your date. I told him the missus wouldn't mind. It's not the first time. I recall you used to call her sister-in-law, Ma Chao deadpanned. Wang Han elbowed him. Shut it. You hungry or not? If not, go wait outside with the captain. Zhang Hu and Zhao Long distanced themselves, signaling they were just spectators, not moochers. It's fine. Shen Ge already ordered extra hot pots for you, Cheng Shengnin said, pointing to an untouched pot. Wang Han beamed. See? Brother Shen's always got our backs. Why 2 pots, though? We don't mind sharing. The couple's booth, though cozy, accommodated the group after squeezing in extra chairs. Shen Ge moved beside Cheng Shengnin while the others crowded the opposite side, eventually fetching Feng Qingxiu from the queue. The burly captain's arrival made the space feel smaller. These guys, I told them to get their own table, Feng Qingxiu said awkwardly. Cheng Shengmin smiled. No worries. Shen Ge ordered for all of you. Starting tomorrow, I'll be part of the team too. No need to stand on ceremony. Wang Han, who'd heard about her recruitment, raised a toast in welcome and filled Feng Qingxiu in. The meal continued in high spirits. Meanwhile, outside Shen Ge's long unvisited apartment, a young man in a black hoodie leaned against the wall, chewing gum as he spoke on the phone. His neck was tilted, revealing a fist-sized red pustule on his right side. I'm at the target location. Guy's interesting. Extra cameras at the door, he muttered, plucking a hidden camera from a potted plant. After scrutinizing it, he blew a bubble, covered the lens, and stuffed it back. Dude's paranoid. Locks and handles are tamper-proof too. All right, I'll head in. The lock clicked open. Flipping the light switch, he was met not with illumination, but a jolt of electricity that sent him convulsing until a bloody arm emerged from his clothes, slapping his hand free. Son of a... A string of curses followed. Inspection revealed the switch was rigged, deliberately wired to bypass safety measures. What kind of lunatic booby traps their light switch? Stepping forward, a figure dropped from the ceiling. He punched instinctively, only for his bloody limb to slam into a pillow lined with blades. A message was stitched into the fabric. Still alive? Lucky you. Leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Or keep going. The next surprises won't be so gentle. Screw this. He tore the pillow away and stormed deeper inside, rifling through drawers and cabinets, only to trigger more traps. Mouse traps, bear traps, even a bloody, antique bladed weapon. By the time he reached the bedroom, his clothes were soaked in blood. You bastard. When I find you, I'll skin you alive. Frustration mounted as his search yielded no clues. Finally, under the bed, he found a cardboard box. As he pulled out, a faint click sounded, followed by an explosion that engulfed him in flames. Host's meticulously laid trap has slain a Tier-2 aberration, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, 1 random F-grade supply item. Shen Ge. His chopsticks froze midair, nearly flinging hot oil onto Wang Han's face. Asterisk a Tier-2 aberration, 2 heads for arms. What the? Asterisk. Rewards didn't just fall from the sky. Checking his phone, he saw his home security system had been breached, cameras offline. We've got a problem. He set his chopsticks down sharply. The team paused, half expecting him to complain about the food. Wang Han, slurping duck intestine, asked lazily, What? The tripe's not fresh. That guy who controlled aberrations during the Blackhound incident. He just broke into my apartment. Shen Ge dialed director Deng Yuqi's number. The table fell silent. After receiving Shen Ge's call, Deng Yuqi immediately dispatched personnel to seal off the residential complex. Since Feng Qingxiu and the others needed to return to headquarters to retrieve equipment, Shen Ge headed to the complex alone. By the time he arrived, the first responders weren't from the Special Tactics Division, but patrol officers and firefighters who had received reports of an explosion. "Sir, there's been an explosion in the complex. For safety reasons, no one is allowed inside at the moment." Two officers stopped Shen Ge at the entrance. Shen Ge handed over his credentials and asked, "What's the situation inside? Any casualties? Have a residents been evacuated?" The officers checked his ID, saluted, and quickly briefed him. 2 minutes after Shen Ge received the system alert in the hot pot restaurant, the local police station and fire department had been notified. These officers were among the first to arrive and had immediately assisted firefighters in evacuating residents from the affected building. So far, there were no reported casualties. Residents from the lower floors have been evacuated, and we're currently clearing those above the 20th floor. The most severe damage is on the 19th floor, the explosion's epicenter, as well as the floors directly above and below. The fire is too intense for firefighters to enter, so we don't know the casualty situation yet, one officer explained. Shen Ge glanced at the blazing building in the distance. Unit 1804 was never even renovated due to its unlucky number, so no one lives there. The resident of 2004 works out of town and only returns during the new year. As for 1904, where the explosion happened, the owner isn't home, so there shouldn't be any casualties. The two officers stared at him in shock, baffled by how he knew so much about the situation despite just arriving. Were Special Tactics agents this omniscient? Don't look at me like that. I'm not Sherlock, and I'm certainly not a fortune teller. I'm just the owner of 1904. When I bought the place, I checked the status of the units above and below. I searched half of Rome City before finding a place where buying one floor practically gave me two others, Shen Ge said calmly. The officers' expressions grew even more peculiar. They wanted to say, "Dude, your place is on fire. How are you this calm? I'll take a look inside. The Special Tactics team will arrive soon to take over. Just assist with sealing off the area," Shen Ge said as he walked into the complex. Seal off? The officers were even more confused. With the new laws in place, both military and police were required to fully cooperate with the Special Tactics Division. Even new recruits underwent training on this. They knew that if the Special Tactics Division ordered a lockdown, it meant an anomalous incident was involved. Before they could ask more questions, Shen Ge had already crossed the police line and headed toward the burning building. The residential complex had low building density, ample greenery, and relatively wide walkways. 3 fire trucks were parked outside, but the fire was on a high floor, making extinguishing efforts difficult. "How's the evacuation going? Any injuries?" Shen Ge stopped a firefighter to ask. The firefighter looked at Shen Ge's casual attire, puzzled. Just as he was about to ask who he was, Shen Ge flashed his credentials. The firefighter immediately stood at attention and reported the entire building was evacuated 5 minutes ago, but 13 units didn't respond. "We're not sure if no one's home or if they're just heavy sleepers. Contact your team and have them fall back. Once the Special Tactics team arrives, we'll use drones to inspect each unit. Give me a walkie-talkie. After everyone's down, gather them near the greenbelt. I'll relocate the fire, and your team can handle extinguishing it," Shen Ge ordered, taking the walkie-talkie. Understood. The firefighter was dumbfounded. Relocate the fire? How the hell do you relocate a fire? In his 10 years as a firefighter, he'd never heard of such a thing. But orders were orders, especially from someone several ranks above him. The firefighter relayed Shen Ge's commands via walkie-talkie, instructing everyone to retreat and assemble. Meanwhile, Shen Ge sprinted up to the 19th floor. Though firefighters had attempted to contain the blaze, thick smoke had already filled the stairwell, making it hard to breathe. With a snap of his fingers, Shen Ge activated his full-body combat armor. He then had Xiao Qi analyze how long the armor's anomalous energy could withstand the smoke, flames, and heat. Upon confirming that the energy wouldn't deplete unless he literally laid down in the fire, Shen Ge confidently stepped into the unit. The living room was engulfed in flames, the heat unbearable. Without his armor's protection, Shen Ge would have collapsed instantly. The fire and smoke drastically reduced visibility, but Shen Ge knew the layout by heart. He could have navigated it blindfolded. The bedroom was a disaster. The bed had collapsed through the floor into the unit below, and the entire room was an inferno. Even with the armor, moving was a struggle. Shen Ge raised his hand and activated Unyielding Anomalous Domain, using the spatial distortion to box in the flames, creating a sealed area. But since he couldn't maintain it for long, he opted for brute force, enveloping everything flammable in one go and teleporting it all out the window. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of fireballs plummeted from the sky. The firefighters below hadn't expected such a direct approach and scrambled to douse the flames. With the combustibles removed, only the charred walls remained. Shen Ge's anomalous stomach morphed into a gaping maw, biting into the walls and secreting acidic fluids to smother the fire. The room filled with smoke, but the flames gradually died down. Shen Ge jumped through the collapsed floor to the unit below. Amid the scorched bed frame, he found a mutilated corpse. Cell second stage, anomalous corpse. Reward, 500 system points. The system's prompt confirmed this was the second stage anomaly obliterated by the trap under his bed. While the trap, a combination of high-explosive bombs, fragmentation grenades, and rocket-propelled grenades, was devastating, it shouldn't have outright killed a second-stage anomaly. Not only was it dead, but it was also in pieces. More importantly, the system only offered the option to sell the corpse, not absorb it to steal its tradability. System, absorb the corpse and seize its trait, Shen Ge commanded. This corpse cannot be absorbed. Why? This was the first time Shen Ge had encountered a trait ability that couldn't be absorbed. This corpse cannot be absorbed. Reason, cannot absorb non-unique traits. Wait, what's a non-unique trait? You said traits are inherently unique. Since when do non-unique traits exist? Shen Ge's expression darkened. This contradicted the system's previous explanations. According to the system, anomalies only awaken traits at the fourth stage or higher. Below that, traits remained latent within their bodies. Moreover, traits were supposed to be unique. When an anomaly with a specific trait died, that trait would transfer to a newly born anomaly, lying dormant until it reached the fourth stage and awakened. Once the system absorbed a trait, it would never reappear. Cannot absorb non-unique traits. You're the one who said traits are unique. Now you're saying non-unique traits exist. What's the difference? Shen Ge pressed. As usual, the system fell silent. Shen Ge was used to this. Compared to Shao-Chi, the system was like Symbian next to Android. Getting a yes or no was already a stretch. The system only responded to questions phrased within its limited comprehension. After several failed attempts to rephrase his questions about uniqueness and traits, Shen Ge considered selling the corpse and revisiting the issue later. Then it hit him. System, are non-unique traits generated differently from unique ones? No response. Do non-unique traits not transfer to newly born anomalies upon death? Yes. Anomalies originate from non-human animals. The traits the system can absorb are the unique ones from these anomalies, correct? Yes. Non-unique traits don't appear in anomalies from non-human animals, so the system can't absorb them? Yes. I once encountered a fifth-stage anomaly with a 3 heads, 6 arms trait. Was that also a non-unique trait? Yes. Non-unique was self-explanatory. It meant the trait wasn't one of a kind. Are non-unique traits from mass-produced artificial anomalies? Shen Ge narrowed his eyes, his expression grim. The system's answers had led him to this conclusion. Though the system didn't confirm, Shen Ge had his suspicions. Just then his phone rang. It was Deng Yuqi. He answered as he climbed back up to the 19th floor through the hole. Where are you? We're outside the 19th floor, but the smoke's too thick to enter, Deng Yuqi said. Shen Ge stepped out into the stairwell. Deng Yuqi, Lin Yin, Feng Chengxiu, Yu Chiexiong, and elite soldiers from Teams 1 and 2 were all waiting there. The intruder's dead. It's not old Wang, but it has his characteristics. Probably has similar abilities. My guess. A product of human experimentation. Shen Ge chose not to sell the 2 heads for arms corpse, opting to let the Special Tactics Division study it instead. With only 1 suit of armor, Deng Yuqi and the others couldn't enter the unit yet. They coordinated with firefighters to finish extinguishing the blaze. Thanks to Shen Ge's efforts, putting out the fire became much easier. Meanwhile, he briefed Deng Yuqi on his theories about the corpse, Old Wang's human experiments, and artificial anomalies. Once the fire was fully extinguished and the smoke cleared, Shen Ge and Deng Yuqi's team entered the unit to wait for the forensics team to collect the corpse. Though the 2 heads for arms corpse was blown apart and charred beyond recognition, the forensics team managed to recover the main torso and 3 hands. Deng Yuqi watched the team work, then noticed a scorched rocket launcher in the hole below. Her expression turned odd. I'd love to know, did the intruder bring those Gatling guns and rocket launchers, or were they already in your home? She recalled how Shen Ge had always joked about Gatling guns, even settling for a Gatling gun license at one point. Had he actually gotten his hands on these? I think the intruder brought them, Shen Ge said seriously. Deng Yuqi deadpanned. Lin Yi mentioned you rescued her in a South Korean K-2 Black Panther main battle tank. She investigated that underground lab. It was for pharmaceutical research. There's no way the South Koreans would have stored a tank there. Shen Ge mused. You know how in movies and novels, protagonists can just whip up nukes? Me making a tank isn't that far-fetched, right? Deng Yuqi stared at him, her expression screaming, really? Shen Ge nodded solemnly. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Seeing Shen Ge deflect, Deng Yuqi dropped it. His habit was clear. If he wanted to share something, he'd volunteer it. If he didn't, no amount of prying would help. Worse, he might spit out a grenade just to make a point. Wait, when did you get all this? If I hadn't stopped you back then, would the investigators from headquarters have ended up like this guy? Deng Yuqi asked gravely. Shen Ge waved his hands. No, nothing like that. I didn't have this stuff back then. So, you took it from the division? But I'd have seen a report if anything went missing. Shen Ge grinned. Actually, I carry an entire armory with me. Whenever I need gear, I just pull it out. That tank? Poof, instant summon. Sure. I've got a pocket dimension too, with a Galaxy-class battleship inside. If Earth's doomed, I'll just drag the sun out of the Milky Way, Deng Yuqi said flatly. Shen Ge sighed. See? Tell you the truth, and you don't believe me. Don't tell you, and you get upset. You officials are so hard to please. Deng Yuqi gave up and changed the subject. Special Tactics Agent's information is strictly confidential. We even modified your pre-employment records. Theoretically, unless someone tailed you here, they shouldn't have found your old address. And if I recall, you haven't been back here in a while, right? Since returning from South Korea, Shen Ge had either stayed at Chung Xingnan's place or the division dorms. He hadn't been back here in ages, which puzzled him the most. All my valuables are on me. The division dorms would have been a better target. I don't get why they came here. Deng Yuqi speculated. The division has 24/7 patrols. After you foiled their plans in South Korea and during the Blackhound incident, they probably investigated you. This was likely just reconnaissance. They didn't expect your home to be a death trap. She paused, ignoring where you got all that. You just kept it under your bed? Weren't you afraid of blowing yourself up? Back in my old place in the suburbs, I booby-trapped miles of wasteland. Too bad it was too far from work. Otherwise, forget one intruder. A whole squad would have been wiped out, Shen Ge bragged. Deng Yuqi said dryly. That wasn't a compliment. Oh, really? Shen Ge blinked. Deng Yuqi gritted her teeth. You planted this in a residential area. What if civilians got hurt? This explosion took out 3 floors. Relax, I planned for that. Took me months to find this place. Buy 1 floor, get 2 free. The unit below is empty, and the one above is rarely occupied. The bedroom's layout ensures the blast wouldn't reach neighboring units. I measured it, Shen Ge said confidently. Deng Yuqi was at a loss for words. Report. The forensics team leader approached. We've recovered the target's remains. Ready for transport? Deng Yuqi nodded. Team 1 will escort you back. Team 2 stays to assist forensics with. Wait. Shen Ge interrupted. Chief, If this corpse is tied to human experiments, the perpetrators won't let it go easily. For safety, have everyone stay put. Once forensics is done, we'll all escort it back. The team leader hesitated. The scene's heavily damaged. Extracting all trace evidence will take time. Just take the major remains. The small stuff doesn't matter. The priority is securing that bloody hand, Shen Ge said. Deng Yuqi frowned. You think they'll ambush the transport? If this corpse holds secrets like artificial anomalies? Absolutely. Remember Li Xiang's investigation into headquarters human experiments? If this is their handiwork, he'd find clues. If I were them, I wouldn't let this leave, Shen Ge said. Good point. Deng Yuqi ordered everyone to return to headquarters with the corpse first. The special tactics team followed orders, loading the remains for transport while leaving the police to secure the scene. The trip from the complex to headquarters took about 30 minutes. Team 1 led the convoy, Team 2 brought up the rear, and Shen Ge and Lin Yin rode in the vehicle transporting the corpse, with Deng Yuqi following in her car. As they passed through Murwa City's downtown area, traffic slowed to a crawl. Having headquarters downtown had its pros and cons. In situations like this, if enemies didn't care about civilian casualties or wanted chaos to cover their attack, the division would be at a severe disadvantage. Warning, warning, warning. Fifth stage anomaly detected. Trait, 3 heads, 6 arms. Host is outmatched. Recommend immediate retreat. Here they come. Shen Ge, lost in thought about non-unique traits, suddenly looked up, alert. Lin Yin noticed. What's wrong? His buddies are here. Lin Yin, guard the corpse. I'll handle this. Shen Ge snapped his fingers twice, equipping his anomalous gloves and boots. He flung the door open, grabbed the frame, and leaped onto the sidewalk, startling pedestrians. Deng Yuqi, seeing Shen Ge bail from the armored vehicle, grabbed her radio. Shen Ge, what's happening? Shen Ge weaved through the crowd, using the system's alerts and his ability to see faint anomalous energy to track the intruder. Agent Shen says the deceased accomplices are here. He's pursuing them, Lin Yin relayed over the radio. Deng Yuqi was about to order Team 1 to assist when Shen Ge cut in. I've got visual. Engaging now. Chief, you and Lin Yin focus on the corpse. This might be a diversion. I'd feel better with you two guarding it. Be careful, Deng Yuqi said. After Shen Ge's analysis, she understood the corpse's importance. If the enemy wanted it back this badly, it had to hold critical intel. She also suspected this wasn't just carelessness. Who expects explosive traps in a city apartment? The bloody hand proved they hadn't underestimated Shen Ge. They'd sent someone with special abilities, possibly a key operative, but they'd picked the wrong target. Deng Yuqi tightened the convoy's formation. Team 1 cleared the path with sirens, flanked by guards. Team 2 blocked trailing vehicles while coordinating with traffic control for a clear route. Meanwhile, Shen Ge spotted traces of anomalous energy in the crowd. Following it, he found a figure in a black hoodie, identical to old Wang's, holding a black cat wreathed in dark mist. The person wore a hood and black mask, obscuring their face. Their build didn't match old Wang's. Noticing Shen Ge, they turned and slipped into a nearby mall. Shen Ge chased the figure into the mall. Even on a weekday, the large downtown shopping center was packed with people, making it difficult to spot anyone in the crowd. But this guy wasn't just dressed in all black. He also wore a hood. Shen Ge immediately picked him out among the masses. Special police operation. Everyone get down. Shen Ge shouted at the crowd, preparing to draw his gun once people dropped to the ground. To his surprise, the bystanders just stared at him blankly, some even looking annoyed. Damn, do people in Rome City have zero sense of danger? Without wasting more words, Shen Ge leaped onto a large stuffed statue to his right, then used it as a springboard to launch himself toward the black-clad figure. Whoa, he can jump that far? Special police are this strong now. Is this really a police operation? Who knows? I've never seen one before. Whatever, I'm filming this for Douyin. This is going to give me views. Like Douyin even matters. Who cares about views? The move instantly drew cheers. Clearly, no one expected Shen Ge to be so agile. Jumping 2 meters high was one thing, but clearing 3 to 4 meters in a single bound was another. Some wary onlookers immediately backed away or fled the mall, but most just pulled out their phones, eager to capture the spectacle. Seeing Shen Ge closing in, the black-clad figure dashed toward the escalator, vaulted over the railing with one hand, and dropped to the lower floor before sprinting for the emergency exit. Shen Ge followed suit, jumping down after him, which prompted another round of gasps. Whoa, is this a Jackie Chan movie? Jackie Chan vibes. Supermarket warrior. Shen Ge pursued the figure into the parking garage. The man suddenly stopped in an empty area, turned, and hurled the black cat in his arms at Shen Ge. Meow. The cat let out a sharp cry as a thick black mist erupted from its body, signaling the onset of mutation. But before it could fully transform, Shen Ge raised his hand, and his stomach of the abyss morphed into a massive maw, swallowing the cat whole midair. A lump of rotting flesh thudded to the ground, the cat writhing violently inside, struggling to break free. The black-clad figure froze for a split second, clearly not expecting Shen Ge to dispatch a Tier-1 aberration so effortlessly. Seizing the opening, Shen Ge closed the distance with a boost from his leather boots of the abyss and threw a punch straight at the man's face. The figure raised his arms, only for two more blood-red hands to emerge from his clothing, all four palms meeting Shen Ge's fist and locking in place. Then, two more pitch-black arms, wreathed in dark mist, sprouted from his clothes, brandishing a dagger aimed straight for Shen Ge's chest. Shen Ge had been on high alert ever since the system warned him that this was a Tier-5 aberration, 3 heads, 6 arms. Every move he made was calculated to counter the enemy's attacks. As the dagger thrust forward, Shen Ge's other hand, already armored in rotting flesh, chopped downward to deflect the strike before delivering a punch to the figure's abdomen. Boom! The impact sent both of them stumbling back several steps, creating distance between them. The black-clad figure swung the single-strap bag from his back to his front, unzipped it, and pulled out an arsenal of weapons. Assault rifles, submachine guns, you name it. 6 arms, 6 guns, all trained on Shen Ge. Hey, where'd you get all these restricted firearms? Shen Ge snapped his fingers, summoning full-body armor, and dove behind an SUV just as the figure opened fire. Bang! 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 The black-clad man didn't bother with words. Bullets rained down, turning the SUV into Swiss cheese in seconds. Shen Ge took several hits, but his armor absorbed the damage. The figure advanced while firing, attempting to suppress Shen Ge with sheer firepower. But when he rounded the vehicle, Shen Ge was gone. Shen Ge had already crouch-walked to a pillar during the initial barrage, then activated invisibility plus silence to sneak up behind the attacker. Boom! A punch landed square on the figure's back, sending him stumbling forward, only for Shen Ge to yank him back by the arm, sweep his legs, and pin him to the ground in a swift takedown. Shen Ge yanked off the hood, revealing not old Wong, but a young woman with short hair. She was stunning, the kind of beauty that could topple cities and outshine flowers. Every glance and gesture seemingly designed to captivate. Seeing Shen Ge's momentary daze, the woman smirked, knowing her charm had taken effect. If you're willing to join. Before she could finish, Shen Ge shoved a gun barrel in her mouth and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-tat-tat. The bullets tore through her skull. As her eyes widened in shock, Shen Ge stood up, planted a foot on her chest, and emptied the rest of the magazine into her head, reducing it to pulp before tossing the rifle aside. Then he noticed a pulsating red tumor on her neck, throbbing like a heartbeat. He immediately drew his cleaver of slaughter and hacked at it. Squelch! Blood sprayed as the blade struck the tumor. The woman's 6 arms splayed on the ground, suddenly moved, grabbing Shen Ge's ankles and flipping him into the air with terrifying force. The red tumor split open, and a fist-sized head rapidly expanded into that of a normal-sized man. You don't know how to treat a lady with care? The young man stood up, glaring at Shen Ge. Try to seduce me? Luckily, I'm sharp enough to see that face wasn't natural. Puffed. Didn't expect you to be hermaphroditic. Shen Ge wiped his hands disdainfully, as if he'd just touched something filthy. The man, realizing Shen Ge was trying to provoke him, simply smiled. I'm Su of the 12 branches. After the incident at Dongyu Village, our organization has been observing you. Following your trip to Korea, we conducted tests and deemed you suitable. Interested in joining us? Do you offer insurance, housing, and meals? Will you clean up my messes if I cause trouble? Got any badass credentials I can slap on people's faces when they piss me off? Shen Ge fired back. Su frowned, clearly not expecting such a rapid-fire list of demands. After a pause, he chuckled. As C said, you're quite the character. We can't provide those things yet, but once our plan succeeds, you'll have greater power and wealth than you can imagine. Shen Ge scoffed. So just empty promises, huh? You think I'd give up my cushy government job for that? The ultimate life goal is a stable position. Only an idiot would jump ship without solid benefits. If you want me, bring better offers next time. Is that so? Su smiled. Fine. Next time we meet, we'll come prepared. As for that half-finished corpse you took, keep it. Just be careful when studying it. He turned to leave, but Shen Ge called out, Hey, if you're recruiting, at least introduce your organization properly. Already did. I'm Su of the 12 branches, Su replied. Shen Ge noticed a red character, Su, embroidered on the hood of the man's black sweatshirt. Recalling the black-clad figures he'd encountered in Korea and Nanhu International, their hoods had similar markings. Shen Ge spread his hands. And? What's your organization's goal? World peace? Global domination? At least give me the elevator pitch. That? Our leader hasn't decided yet, Su said. Shen Ge's face beneath the helmet twisted into a weird expression. After a long pause, he muttered, Your boss is impressively casual. Don't call it casual. It's free-spirited and unconstrained. Life's about comfort, and our goal is to live comfortably in the future, Su said with a grin. Shen Ge pressed. The C you mentioned, was that the guy who released aberrations in Korea and fought us at Nanhu International? Correct, Su nodded. His real name is Wang Defa, the security guard from Happy Community? Su smiled. Since you're asking about C, I'll tell you. His original body was Wang Defa, but he's not the same person. During one of our operations, there was a minor mishap that dragged the guard into it. The original Wang Defa is dead. What's alive now is C. 12 branches. You're Su. He's C. Shen Ge checked his wristwatch. 8:57 a.m. C appeared twice, both between 10 and 11 a.m. Your timing's pretty tight, too. Following the 12 earthly branches schedule, huh? Does that mean you've got 3 minutes before you clock out? Shen Ge asked. Su smiled without answering. Shen Ge continued. The experiment Wang got mixed up in, was it related to the ghost car incident? You're using parasitic aberrations to create artificial aberrations like yourselves, right? The ghost car was a failed experiment that lost control. Su's smile widened. Not bad. You pieced all that together from scattered clues? Yes, Wang accidentally wandered into the test zone and consumed the parasitic aberration we'd prepared for someone else. It took us days to track him down. And you even know about parasitic aberrations? You're more informed than we thought. That must be thanks to that capable researcher of yours. What's his name? Li Xiang? Right, Li Xiang. He's on our recruitment list too, though ranked below you. Shen Ge had secretly activated his communicator to Director Deng Yuqi's private line the moment the conversation started, ensuring she heard everything. Upon learning Li Xiang was also a target, Deng immediately dispatched teams to secure the tech department, wary of a diversion. What if the enemy was stalling Shen Ge while ambushing the transport team or raiding HQ to kidnap Li Xiang? Honestly, I'm pretty interested in your group, especially how you grew a new head after I blew the first one off. That red tumor reminded me of a report I read about an experiment at HQ where the subject turned into a giant tumor monster. Is your leader someone who escaped from our headquarters? Shen Ge tried fishing for intel, but Su wasn't biting. Want to know? Join us, and I'll tell you. Fine, I'll join, Shen Ge said instantly. Su grinned. Great. First, take off that aberration armor and hand it over. Then come with me to HQ. I'll tell you everything. where aberrations come from, why they exist, even how to control them. Deal. You know the origin of aberrations? Shen Ge sounded skeptical, so nodded seriously. Of course. We have intel even your special response division lacks. Join us, and the truth is yours. Give me a teaser first. How else do I know you're not bluffing? Su countered. Do you know why every living creature on Earth can mutate, except humans? The question gave Shen Ge pause. Thinking back, every life form, animals, insects, marine life, could undergo aberration, yet humans alone were incompatible with aberration energy, unable to mutate. Biologically, humans shared traits with other animals. There was no logical reason for humans to be the sole exception. Oh, why is that? Shen Ge asked. Su smirked. Want to know? Then consider my offer. I'm a cautious guy. Won't take off the armor unless I'm sure it's safe. Then we're at an impasse. When you're ready to join, show some sincerity first. Su turned and walked toward the exit. Hey, one last question. Is your 12 branches roster full? Su paused. Why do you ask? I don't like starting at the bottom. If I join, I'm getting for one of those 12 seats. If they're all taken, I'll have to free up a spot. Su was still processing the threat when Shen Ge suddenly raised his right arm. Hidden within the rotting armor, the gauntlet of the abyss unleashed a torrent of black fire. Having gotten all he could from the conversation, Shen Ge had no intention of letting Su leave. As the flames engulfed Su, Shen Ge activated domain of the unyielding, trapping the man in a sealed space to roast alive. Bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Su's screams echoed within the domain as he burned. But Shen Ge's mental energy wasn't enough to reduce him to ash. The moment he confirmed Su was fully alight, he dispelled the domain and emptied a magazine into the flaming figure. Su curled up on the ground, his body charring like any ordinary person's would in a fire. But since the system hadn't confirmed the kill, Shen Ge didn't let up. Then, he noticed something odd. Su's scorched body was shrinking, crumbling into black ash like sand through an hourglass. Sensing danger, Shen Ge moved in for a closer look. Boom! A car suddenly flew at him from the right. Shen Ge blocked instinctively, but was sent crashing into a pillar, which partially collapsed under the impact. Rolling to the side, he took cover behind another vehicle. From the shadows of the parking garage emerged another black-clad figure, taller and broader than Su, his hood's marking obscured in the dim light. Warning, warning, warning. Tier-5 aberration detected. Trait, 3 heads, 6 arms. Host is outmatched. Recommend immediate retreat. Great. One down, another shows up. Shen Ge grimaced. If this kept up, he might have to fight all 12. Assuming that 12 branches were at full strength. As Shen Ge prepared to engage, the trunk of the car that had hit him burst open, and out crawled a human-sized red aberration. Its form was unmistakable, a lobster, wreathed in thick black mist, its body swelling rapidly. So big, one pot won't hold it. Damn it, I'll never look at crayfish the same way again. Shen Ge blocked the lobster's pincers with his arm. The creature had been human-sized when it emerged, but had already doubled in height, its aberration energy intensifying at an alarming rate. A secondary mutation, in such a short time, was unheard of, but Shen Ge had no time to dwell on it. The new black-clad figure was sprinting towards Su's remains. Shen Ge used the stomach of the abyss to restrain the lobster's head, then torched it with the gauntlet's flames. While the lobster burned, he drew his cleaver and hacked at its skull repeatedly. Despite being only Tier 1, its shell was tougher than most Tier 2 aberrations. It took several strikes to crack it open. Host has slain a Tier 1 aberration. Reward, 50 system points. Sell Tier 1 aberration corpse. Price, 200 system points. Sell. After disposing of the corpse, Shen Ge vaulted over the car and charged at the black-clad figure. The man rushed towards Su's ashes, a blood-red hand extending from his clothes to form a fleshy sack that scooped up the remains before he bolted. Shen Ge gave chase, shouting, "Hey, since you're here, why not chat for a bit? You just chatted one of our comrades to death. I think we're done talking." The figure retorted without turning back. The voice belonged to a middle-aged woman, likely in her 40s or 50s. Using the leather boots of the abyss to close the gap, Shen Ge lunged, his stomach of the abyss morphing into a gaping maw to bite down on the fleeing figure. The woman clutched Sue's remains with one blood-sack hand, while her other arm transformed into a thick, whip-like tendril that lashed out, repelling the attack. Whoa, a Kagun! Shen Ge retracted the stomach and leaped into the air, his gauntlet of the abyss, unrelenting, reaching for the tendril. But the woman anticipated the move, retracting the appendage before he could grab it. Mr. Shen, the 12 branches are very interested in you. We'll talk another time. Farewell for now. Trying to run? Not happening. Shen Ge activated domain of the unyielding, though his dwindling mental energy meant it would last only a couple of seconds. He had to time it right to block her escape. The woman pulled out a device from her clothes, but the domain's barrier caused her to slam into an invisible wall. What is this? She frantically patted the obstruction. Your coffin. Shen Ge closed in, raising his cleaver, then canceled the domain mid-swing. The woman, panicked, fumbled with her device, unaware it had been jammed by the domain. As Shen Ge's blade came down, she raised a blood-red arm to block, but the strike was a feint. The real target was the sack holding Sue's remains. Thunk! The cleaver severed the fleshy appendage connecting the sack to her body. Ah! The woman screamed as if the blade had struck her own flesh, proof the clothing was more than it seemed. In that split second, her device activated, and with a flash of white light, she vanished. Shen Ge stared at the squirming blood sack on the ground and the empty space where the woman had stood, his brow furrowing. So teleportation was real. But that white light, why did it look so familiar? He opened the sack, revealing Sue's charred, shriveled remains and a heap of black ash. Just then, a marked special police armored vehicle screeched to a halt in front of him. Investigator Shen. Investigator Shen. Feng Qingxiu, Wang Han, and others jumped out. The Tier-2 Aberration Corpse has been delivered to HQ. Director Deng sent us as backup, Feng Qingxiu reported. Shen Ge immediately grabbed his secure comms device. HQ's specialized line had no signal issues. Director, the humanoid aberration corpse might be dangerous. Don't let the tech team examine it yet. Remembering Sue's friendly warning, Shen Ge had a bad feeling. Deng Yuqi's voice crackled through. The body's still in inspection. It won't be sent to the tech department until... A deafening boom cut her off. An explosion occurred while inspectors were examining the Tier-2 heads for arms corpse, followed by the body igniting in eerie black aberration flames. Fortunately, the 3 inspectors suffered only minor injuries and were sent to the medical department. Director Deng Yuqi immediately ordered the inspection area sealed off. By the time Shen Ge and the others returned to the Special Response Division, SRD, with the remains of Sue, Li Xiang and the tech team were already petitioning Deng for access to the inspection area. Investigator Shen. Investigator Shen. Several technicians noticed Shen Ge approaching with a large, fleshy blood sack and called out to him. Deng Yuqi and Li Xiang also turned their attention toward him, their eyes locking onto the grotesque sack in his hand. Old Shen, is that an aberration? Li Xiang asked, eyeing the sack. Shen Ge tossed it onto the ground. This sack is made from the blood-red arms those people grow. Inside are the remains of a core member of their organization. The danger level isn't much lower than the previous corpse, and I suspect he might not even be fully dead yet. Oh, then we definitely need to study this. Far from being alarmed, Li Xiang's excitement spiked, instantly forgetting about the corpse in the inspection room. Deng Yuqi immediately raised a hand to stop Li Xiang from grabbing the sack. Hold on, have you already forgotten what just happened in inspection? Shen Ge, contain this thing at Tier-3 aberration standards first. The tech team can take over only after confirming it's safe. Director, this is a golden research opportunity. If we miss it, Li Xiang tried to argue, but Shen Ge cut in. Tier-3 containment might not be enough. I recommend using the highest containment level our branch currently has. Deng Yuqi frowned. Theoretically, The Rome City branch could handle Tier 4 or even Tier 5 aberrations, but only theoretically, since they never actually contain a live Tier 4 for testing. Each escalation in containment level demanded exponentially more energy and resources. A Tier 4's consumption could match the combined daily expenditure of all lower-tier aberrations in the entire branch. Is it really that troublesome? Deng asked. Those who hadn't displayed the destructive power typical of a Tier 5, or even a Tier for like unyielding, Shen Ge wasn't taking any chances, especially since the system had labeled him as such. Yes, Shen Ge replied seriously. Trusting his judgment, Deng nodded after a brief pause. Deploy technicians for quasi-Tier 5 containment. Officially classify it as Tier 4, but prepare for Tier 5. Monitor it 24/7, and if data fluctuates, immediately upgrade the containment measures. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The containment team sprang into action, assisting Shen Ge with the procedure. By the time Shen Ge finished, Li Xiang had already moved into the underground containment room. If not for the reinforced blast-proof glass, he might have locked himself inside with Su. Was I right? Are these guys, like the one upstairs, mutated using parasitic aberrations similar to the ghost car? Li Xiang grabbed Shen Ge before he could leave, eyes gleaming. Shen Ge nodded. According to them, they're part of an organization called the 12 Branches, whose members are artificial aberrations created through human experimentation. From what I've seen so far, they can all grow arms from their clothes. Not sure if it's an aberration gear effect or their own ability. Tisk, shame the director won't let me research yet. A few experiments would have confirmed whether it's gear or biology, Li Xiang lamented. Shen Ge warned, be careful. When I confronted them today, they seem to know about you, and they're very interested. If they let me dissect them, I'd join in a heartbeat, Li Xiang said, practically salivating. You might want to keep that to yourself unless you want Director Deng to confine you to the tech department forever. Oh, and assign a few teams to watch you. Whatever. I practically live here anyway. Usually, Shen Ge was the one who killed conversations. The only person who could leave him speechless was probably Li Xiang. While Li Xiang stayed underground observing Su, Shen Ge returned to the inspection area. After suiting up in full body armor, he entered the building to assist Lin Yin with cleanup. Inside the inspection room, he found a giant white bear crouched beside a workbench, using oversized tweezers to collect aberration-marked flesh chunks and unidentified objects. Investigator Shen, you're here. Lin Yin, clad in a white hazmat suit, turned at the sound of footsteps. The sight of her holding a containment bag in one hand, giant tweezers in the other, and a mini aberration detector around her neck was bizarre. Shen Ge asked, has anyone ever told you your hazmat suit looks like the Hulkbuster armor? Pretty cool, right? Lin Yin flexed. Very cool. Cool as a polar bear. With Shen Ge's ability to detect faint aberration energy, the recovery work became much smoother. After collecting all remains of the Tier 2 aberration, Deng Yuqi, playing it safe, ordered Tier 3 containment first. Only after confirming safety would the tech team take over. By the time they finished, it was past midnight. But given the emergence of a shadowy organization dabbling in human experimentation and artificial aberrations, an emergency meeting was unavoidable. Even Shen Ge, who loathed meetings, couldn't skip this one as the head of the operations department. Once all Rome City branch higher-ups for aberration investigators and department leads had gathered, Deng's assistants Xiao Zhang and Cheng Shengnan distributed reports on the night's events and current intel. Normally, Xiao Zhang would present first, followed by discussion. But whether due to Cheng Shengnan's exceptional competence or other reasons, she took the lead this time. First, these are images from 3 hidden cameras at Investigator Shen's doorstep. The intruder located all 3 in under a minute. These shots show him finding the cameras and covering the lenses with gum. Clearly, he didn't care about being seen. This is reconstructed audio from a Bluetooth earpiece found in the corpse's remains. Only partial recovery was possible. Inside Investigator Shen's home, only the smart lock captured brief footage. But audio from the door device once restored, revealed some dialogue. The intruder encountered multiple traps inside. Here, Chung Shengnan paused, and the entire room turned to stare at Shen Ge with mixed expressions. Shen Ge maintained a straight face. As a seasoned investigator in a special department, setting up minor traps at home to deter spies is perfectly reasonable. No? Reasonable my ass. Everyone internally screamed. What kind of investigator plants bombs at home? If not for your status, you be the spy. Deng Yuqi sighed. Bear with him. Investigator Shen has severe persecution delusions. I knew this before he joined. Assistant Chung, proceed. Chung Shengnan moved on, detailing the night's operation until Shen Ge's confrontation with Su in the parking garage, where their conversation was relayed to Deng via comms. Currently, this 12 branches organization is directly linked to the Welcome Society attack in Korea and the corpse theft at Nanhu community. Members wear identical black hoodies with red embroidery corresponding to the 12 earthly branches. The deceased was Su, the rescuer was Hai, and based on investigator Shen's recollection, the Korea and Nanhu attacks occurred between 10 to 11 a.m., likely the work of C. The intruder killed at investigator Shen's home had the character Ku embroidered. As a subdivision of the earthly branches, this suggests either a low-ranking member or a recruit. Thus, the 12 branches likely has more than 12 members. Deng added gravely, this group is highly covert. We had zero prior intel. From the dialogue, they're intensely interested in recruiting investigator Shen and director Li. Additionally, they may possess knowledge about Aberration's origins. Chung Shengnan switched slides to display Su's remains alongside a question. Why can all Earth's life forms mutate, except humans? Deng continued. This question, posed during Su's recruitment attempt, has haunted SRD researchers for a decade. It may hold the key to Aberration's origins. The 12 branches seem to have answered it, enabling human aberration fusion. Wait, Director. Tech Department head Zhang stood. From Investigator Shen's report, their blood-slash-black arms emerge from their clothes, not sleeves. How do we know it's not aberration gear? Right. If the clothing itself is gear, that'd explain it, Section Chief Chen agreed. As a survivor of HQ's past experiment disaster, he'd witnessed volunteers devoured by berserk aberrations, morphing into flesh monsters. Deng nodded to Chung Shengnan. Pull up Director Li's latest report. Director Li addressed their concerns. The screen shifted to Li Xiang's research on the ghost car and parasitic aberrations. Grudgingly, Li Xiang stood. He'd rather be researching the corpses than wasting time in meetings, but orders were orders. He reiterated his earlier discussion with Shen Ge about the red tumors and parasitic aberrations and the 12 branches members, speculating that HQ's old project might have continued covertly. Chun slammed the table, furious. Bastards. Absolute bastards. Wasn't the lesson bloody enough? How many soldiers and researchers died in that disaster? And they kept going. Deng intervened. Chun, calm down. This is just preliminary suspicion. Per Shen Ge's suggestion, I've escalated this to HQ leadership. Their response, and these operatives' actions, suggest they're likely unaware. Unaware or not, letting this data leak to criminals is their fault. Chun fumed. But the meeting wasn't about HQ's incompetence. After venting, Chun proposed a multi-branch investigation into the 12 branches. Then, a Rome City officer asked, since they want Shen Ge and Director Li, why not have Shen Ge fake defection? Plant a tracker, then wipe them out. The idea sparked debate. Shen Ge himself seemed intrigued. Chung Shengnan adjusted her glasses, pulling up footage of Shen Ge's hidden cameras. These 3 military-grade cameras, from top global manufacturers, one supplying the U.S. military, are typically used in stealth drones. Their anti-detection tech is cutting-edge, unbuyable at any price. Yet a low-ranking 12 branches member found all 3 in under a minute. For this plan to work, we need tracking tech beyond this level. Officer Zhao, who'd proposed the plan, flushed. As head of tracking tech, he recognized one camera as China's most advanced model. If a grunt saw through these, Infiltrating their base undetected seemed impossible. Deng massaged her temples. She'd opposed the plan from the start, but hearing unbuyable made her wonder where Shen Ge had gotten them. That second model, the one tied to the U.S. military supplier. Isn't that their last year prototype? We had tech exchanges, it's not for sale. Investigator Shen, how'd you get it? A deputy tech director asked. I have a friend, Shen Ge began, only to be met with skeptical stares. He sighed. This time it's true. An orphanage buddy, he Dongli, works there. Really? The deputy's eyes lit up. Can you get us one to study? I'll try. Deng cut in. It's late. Back on topic. Chun, coordinate with other branches for the investigation. Tech and inspection teams monitor the two corpses. No research until safety is confirmed. Shen Ge and Lin Yin intensify city patrols. Stay vigilant. We cannot let these aberration-wielding criminals disrupt our city. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The meeting adjourned near 2 a.m. Returning to their dorm, Shen Ge draped an arm around Chang Shengnan. If the 12 clowns found my info and home, they're competent. They might have already dug up our connection and sent people to your place. If you need to go back for anything, take me or an ops team. Don't go alone. Chang Shengnan nodded. Understood. Don't worry. I won't risk putting you in a tough spot. Good awareness. By the way, you were stellar today. Fitting for Boss Chung. Shen Ge teased. She smiled. All thanks to your leadership. So, boss, would you like to shower before bed, or? All right. I'm a boss now. Well, rookie, need a shower? Chung Shangnan sniffed her sleeve. We had hot pot. No lingering smell, but a shower's nicer. I take long, so you go first? Before she could finish, Shen Ge scooped her up and headed for the bathroom. Let's save time. As your boss, isn't workplace harassment perfectly reasonable? Get lost. Resistance was futile. What was already a lengthy shower became much longer and far more exhausting. Congratulations on surviving another day in an aberration-riddled world. Reward: 1% free attribute points, 10 system points. April 8th, 2028. While forming an elite team, the SRD requested HQ backup. Recognizing Rome City's crisis, HQ dispatched 2 veteran investigators with 5 aberration gear pieces. Meanwhile, the Sakura faction sought solutions for Takaguchi City's disasters. Losing the Tier 6 at Quanlong Mountain stripped their leverage against the Tier 8, forcing them to seek high-tier corpses elsewhere. With only a few nations, e.g., the U.S., holding such corpses, Sakura agents in Rome City were gradually withdrawn. After your intel, the SRD decided to apprehend a few for interrogation. Reading the latest log, Shen Ge wondered, could the 12 branches be behind the global aberration crisis in 3 years? In the original timeline, without the system or SRD involvement, they might have gone unnoticed. But now, with his actions drawing their attention, does the 12 branches even exist in the future? He sighed. Though paywalled spoilers were annoying, he really wanted a peek at the next few days' logs. Can this elite team really handle unyielding? Chung Shengnan, asleep, nestled closer, disrupting his thoughts. Giving up, Shen Ge hugged her and drifted off. The next day, Chung Shengnan delivered a compiled 12 branches dossier to Deng Yuqi. As Deng reviewed it, Chung Shengnan stifled a yawn. Though unseen, Deng's sharp senses caught her breath. SRD used to be low-key, but recent months' surge in incidents has multiplied workloads. Now, this 12 branches. Well, this is just the beginning. As a newcomer, don't push yourself. Rest when needed. Thank you, Director. I just wanted the report ready for Section Chief Chen's cross-branch investigation. Old design review habits die hard. I lost track of time. She couldn't exactly say the report was easy, but dealing with an insatiable beast at home wasn't. Deng closed the file. Excellent work. You're overqualified as Xiao Zhang's assistant. Once you're acclimated, I'll assign you as Deputy Director of Logistics. Thank you, Director. Chung Shengnan rose to leave. Deng stopped her. By the way, where's Investigator Shen today? East District Patrol, I believe. After yesterday's meeting, you know he's a 12 branches target, and you might be collateral. minimize outings, and, if necessary, request ops team escorts. Extreme times demand extreme measures. Understood, Deng added. Though if you're with Shen Ge, no need to report. If he can't handle it, the ops team won't either. Just as they spoke of Shen Ge, Xiao Zhang rushed in. Director, emergency at HQ. Assistant Xiao Zhang handed the report transmitted from headquarters to Deng Yuqi. Director, 2 hours ago, the headquarters supernatural containment facility was attacked by an unknown force. A large number of anomalies were released, including 1 Tier-4 Anomaly and 3 Tier-2 Anomalies. Casualties among headquarters personnel are severe, and reinforcements are being mobilized from nearby branches. According to the latest report, the area from Haiqing District to the 5th Ring Road in the capital has been completely locked down, and evacuations are underway. Deng Yuqi frowned as she studied the report. Headquarters had the most advanced equipment and numerous veteran agents stationed there. Any force bold enough to strike at headquarters was clearly no ordinary threat. Most importantly, just as the 12 branches had surfaced in Rome City, headquarters was immediately attacked. It was hard not to suspect this was part of the 12 branches scheme. If each branch sent their elite agents to assist headquarters now, the 12 branches could seize the opportunity to attack the containment facilities across the country. The entire nation would descend into chaos. Xiao Zhang, find Director Chen and have him come to my office. Sheng, prepare the meeting materials from last night. I need to hold a video conference with the other branches, Deng Yuqi ordered solemnly. Shengnan and Xiao Zhang immediately carried out her instructions. After last night's emergency meeting, Director Chen had already begun coordinating with the other branches to investigate the 12 branches. But early this morning, headquarters mobilization order arrived, forcing them to convene an immediate video conference. The meeting lasted until noon. Despite the dire situation at headquarters, several high-ranking officials still participated, both to relay updates on the capital's crisis and to coordinate personnel deployment. However, after reviewing the intelligence on the 12 branches compiled by the Rome City branch and Deng Yuqi's concerns, they realized this could indeed be the 12 branches doing. After deliberation, headquarters made a critical decision. Branches with more than 5 contain anomalies, or those housing Tier-4 anomalies or higher would not send reinforcements. Those below this threshold would follow the proximity principle, with branches closest to the capital providing support first. The Rome City branch was one of the few in the country with a double-digit anomaly containment count. Already short-staffed, sending reinforcements now would leave the city vulnerable if the 12 branches struck. The attack on headquarters had triggered a catastrophic supernatural outbreak in the capital. As the nation's central city, every move was under global scrutiny. This large-scale anomaly outbreak meant supernatural incidents could no longer be suppressed. By the time Shen Ge and Lin Yin received the news and returned to the branch, reports about the supernatural disaster in the capital had already flooded the internet. Despite the Special Response Department's SRD efforts to censor information, even blocking countless keywords, young netizens proved creative, flooding social media with coded slang and memes, giving the SRD a massive headache. But suppressing information was no longer the priority. The real challenge was resolving the supernatural crisis in the capital. Nearby branches had already dispatched agents for support. For Rome City, the top priority was securing their own containment facility. After careful analysis, Deng Yuqi decided that sitting idle wasn't an option. The living anomalies in the underground containment facility were a ticking time bomb. She greenlit the tech department to go all out, using these anomalies to develop new supernatural energy-based equipment. Additionally, for the next 2 days, at least one of them, Shen Ge or Lin Yin, had to remain stationed at headquarters to guard against a potential 12 branches ambush. 3 days passed. Rome City maintained its high frequency of supernatural incidents, 1 per day, but with Shen Ge and Lin Yin on duty, these Tier-1 anomalies or early-stage mutations posed little threat. However, during these 3 days, reports emerged of containment facilities in other branches being attacked by mysterious assailants. Witnesses described the perpetrators as 12 branches members dressed in black hoodies. Thanks to their teleportation abilities, the SRD was powerless to stop them. Yet, technicians from the Shen Ge branch discovered that this teleportation ability wasn't as unrestricted as it seemed. It functioned more like fixed-point teleportation or relocation. In simple terms, it was akin to setting up a teleportation device at one location and moving to a predetermined destination. These devices were powered by supernatural energy and were single-use. The Shen Ge branch sent the remnants of a captured teleportation device to Rong City. After disassembly, Li Xiang's team found that the material was derived from the corpse of a Tier-4 Anomaly. The other branches hoped Li Xiang could fully decipher the teleportation technology. If the SRD could master teleportation, combating supernatural incidents would become far easier and reinforcements could arrive much faster. Meanwhile, the situation in the capital was worsening. Though fewer than 10 anomalies had escaped from SRD headquarters, the 12 branches were using some method to accelerate their mutations. Headquarters could only lock down the city block by block, clearing it systematically. But after 3 days, they had advanced less than 500 meters. Worse, one of the Tier-3 anomalies was feasting unchecked in the quarantine zone, showing signs of a fourth mutation. Headquarters requested that the Rong, Qian, and Dian branches send agents who had previously resolved Tier-4 incidents to assist. But Deng Yuqi refused. It wasn't that she didn't care about headquarters survival. Rather, she suspected the 12 branches' true goal wasn't the capital. By creating such a massive diversion, they might be trying to lure Shen Ge away from Rong City. Without its strongest fighter, the branch would be vulnerable, allowing the 12 branches to attack and reclaim the remnants of Su. So Deng Yuqi made a bold decision. Shen Ge and Lin Yin would take shifts guarding Li Xiang while he immediately began researching the remnants of Su. On the afternoon of the third day, during Lin Yin's shift, Shen Ge was arranging tasks at the operations department's training ground when Li Yi from the logistics team brought 2 newcomers. The man stood around 170 centimeters tall, lean with a buzz cut, sharp features, and an energetic demeanor. The woman was about the same height, but carried herself with an imposing presence, short hair, flat-chested, and equally lean, radiating vigor. Li Yi introduced them to Shen Ge and Feng Qingxiu. This is Shen Ge, an elite anomaly investigator from our Rong City branch. He will be responsible for your combat training. And this is Feng Qingxiu, head instructor of the operations department and captain of Elite Team 1. He will oversee your physical training. The 2 newcomers were momentarily stunned. Before arriving, they'd heard rumors about Shen Ge. When Li brought them over, they'd assumed the hulking man resembling Schwarzenegger was the legendary figure. But no. To be fair, Shen Ge wasn't short, and after 4 months of training, his physique had improved significantly. But compared to these 2, he could only be considered fit. Standing next to Feng Qingxiu, he looked like a regular soldier next to a bodybuilder. The newcomers quickly snapped out of their daze, standing at attention and saluting. Recruit 2 Dubi reporting for duty. Recruit Yang Yusin reporting for duty. Shen Ge and Feng Qingxiu exchanged glances, with the former gesturing for the latter to speak first. Feng Qingxiu returned the salute and barked, "Good. Spirited. Welcome to the Rong City SRD. From now on, I'll ensure your training molds you into elite operatives. Remember, we're the last line of defense against the supernatural. Once you join the SRD, you must be prepared for anything. Understood? Understood. Understood." Their responses were sharp and resounding. Feng Qingxiu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Shen Ge. "Investigator Shen, they're all yours. When it's time for training, just send them my way." "Got it." Shen Ge nodded. After Feng Qingxiu and Li Yi left, Shen Ge studied the 2 with an amused expression, like a child eyeing new toys. Their nerves frayed under his gaze. "Do you know what the SRD is up against?" Shen Ge asked. 2 Dubi answered loudly, "Sir, anomalies, monsters mutated from animals that feed on living beings. Conventional weapons are ineffective. We must use equipment crafted from anomaly remains to fight them. Shen Ge nodded. Not bad. Seems you paid attention during training. I've read your files. Both of you have encountered Tier-1 anomalies before, right? Sir, yes. Yang Yusin replied. Tu Dubi added, Sir, in my encounter, the tank couldn't finish off the anomaly. An investigator had to step in. Seeing that battle made me determined to become one. Shen Ge smirked. In that case, I'll give you two choices. 1. Turn around and return to your old unit. 2. Follow me. But once you take this step, leaving the SRD means either being carried out or stripping off this uniform. Sir. Without hesitation, they followed Shen Ge out of the operations department. Though they didn't know where he was taking them, backing down wasn't an option. After navigating the branch's labyrinthine corridors, they arrived at the heavily guarded underground containment facility. A descending passage led them to the containment chambers, buried over a dozen meters underground. Due to the heightened alert, every chamber housing a live anomaly now had 2 armed guards stationed outside. Shen Ge led them to the innermost chamber, where a grotesque, meter-long black wolf, shrouded in dark smoke, crouched in the corner. From the moment they entered the containment area, Tu Dubi and Yang Yusin had been trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the horrors locked behind each door. But the previous chambers had held only dead anomalies. This one housed a live specimen. As soon as they reached the door, the black wolf's ears pricked up. A guttural growl rumbled from its throat as it stood. Shen Ge addressed the guards. Stand down and stay on standby. Yes, sir. The 2 guards stepped back. Shen Ge entered the access code on the control panel. With a hiss of depressurization, the heavy door slid open. The black wolf immediately coiled into an attack stance, its dark smoke thickening, obscuring most of its body. Care to step inside? Shen Ge glanced back at the recruits. They swallowed hard, eyes locked on the terrifying creature. Tu Dubi clenched his teeth and moved to enter. The black wolf lunged at Shen Ge. Sir, look out! The recruits instinctively reached out to pull Shen Ge back. But with a snap of his fingers, a viscous black substance, like molten lava, coated his leg. A graceful spin kick sent the wolf crashing into the wall. Didn't ask you. Back to your corner. Thud. The wolf slumped in the corner, dazed. Tu Dubi and Yang Yusin gaped, arms still outstretched. The guards, however, remained unfazed, clearly accustomed to such displays. Shen Ge often visited the containment facility to spar with anomalies, honing his combat skills while assisting Li Xiang in testing new equipment and refining his armored suit. He turned to the recruits, who were now standing inside the chamber, frozen mid-rescue attempt. Good reflexes, and brave. Another snap of his fingers summoned black gauntlets. He sidestepped the wolf's next pounce, seized its throat, and slammed it to the ground. A black membrane enveloped its head. This is a juvenile husky. It mutated after dog thieves tried to sell it to a butcher. It ate the thieves, injured a few bystanders, and was captured by elite investigator Linine. Don't let its looks fool you. Its strength and durability are barely above a normal husky's. The real threat is its supernatural energy, the dark smoke. Its most common ability is rapid regeneration, which grants resistance to bullets. Beyond that, it's nothing special. Against low-tier anomalies, staying calm is key. Treat them like wild animals. Yang Yusin asked, Sir, what about high-tier anomalies? Training mentioned that anomalies undergoing a second mutation may develop unique abilities. Tu Dubi added. Shen Ge nodded. Correct. Post-second mutation, firearms become nearly useless. They gain special powers. Some can even drag victims into subspace. In those cases, staying calm is even more critical. Find their weakness, decipher their patterns, and break their subspace. Tu Dubi said, So we fight anomalies with supernatural equipment? Sir, the black substance on your hands and feet, the arm guard, are those all supernatural gear? Yang Yusin asked. Shen Ge nodded, drawing the cleaver from his waist. This too. Supernatural equipment varies wildly, tailored to the anomaly's abilities. Initially, with fewer incidents, gear was scarce. But as anomalies proliferate, so do our resources. Once we become investigators, can we get our own gear? Dubi asked eagerly. Shen Ge lopped off the wolf's head with a few swift strokes, wiped the blade, and sheathed it. In theory, once you pass the elite agent exam, you can apply. Plus, you'll have disposal rights over any anomalies you contain. The recruits weren't fazed by the brutality. If anything, they seemed more intrigued. Dubi, especially, was clearly in it for the cool gear. Shen Ge had brought them here to test their composure and courage. Their performance met his standards. As they left the containment area, he briefed them on an investigator's duties and protocols before handing them off to Feng Qingxiu for hellish training. After his shift, Shen Ge returned to his dorm, only to find Cheng Shengnan absent. A trip to the admin building revealed she'd been dragged into a meeting with headquarters by Deng Yuqi. At 10 p.m., Cheng Shengnan returned with news. She'd been promoted to Deputy Director of Logistics. Shen Ge was stunned. "Your promotion speed is faster than a rocket," he remarked. Cheng Shengnan sipped her coffee, amused. "Elite Investigator Shen, you skipped probation entirely and became an elite agent straight out the gate. Half the branch doesn't dare raise their voice at you. Compared to that, my climb is snail-paced." Shen Ge nodded sagely. "Fair point. Keep it up. Maybe you'll make director soon. Then you can have your way with me. Get lost." She nearly threw her cup at him. System notification. Congratulations on surviving another day in this anomaly-ridden world. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. April 9th, 2028. After strategizing, the SRD director coordinated with you to capture several low-level spies planted in Rong City by Sakura. However, these operatives had little intel. Ultimately, you had to extract information from Xiaomei, Sakura's Rong City handler. April 10th, 2028. The SRD's operations forced Sakura to lay low. Since no one knew your system had consumed the Tier-4 Anomaly non-exit, both sides assumed the other had seized its corpse. The SRD tasked you with recovering the corpse, while Sakura ordered you to uncover where the SRD had hidden it. April 11th, 2028. Playing both sides, you learned from Xiaomei that Sakura's mole and the SRD had uncovered plans to target the Tier-4 Anomaly Formless. Sakura intended to hijack the operation, steal Formless, and use it to barter for non-exit. April 12th, 2028. Reinforcements from headquarters arrived at Quanlong Mountain Base. Among them was Luo Chengwang, a disciple of one of the original 3 elite investigators. Old he. Luo wore a black eye patch over his left eye, and his right cheek bore severe burn scars. Though taciturn, Luo occasionally offered sharp insights on anomaly combat, proving his expertise. His presence was a boon. Luo Chengwang. Shen Ge paused. The latest log had mentioned an unexpected acquaintance. Though Luo's final act during the Dongyu village incident had earned Shen Ge's respect, the seasoned veteran in the logs was a far cry from the man he'd known. Still, it was ironic that the first familiar name in the logs belonged to Luo Chengwang, of all people. Just as Shen Ge closed the logs and prepared to sleep, his phone rang. Deng Yuqi. "Director," he answered. "Come to my office. We need to talk." Did headquarters situation worsen? He guessed. Deng Yuqi sighed. Yes. According to the latest report, the 12 branches used some supernatural drug to trigger mass animal mutations. During clashes with SRD agents, they lured anomalies to feed higher-tier ones. Now, signs of a Tier-4 anomaly have emerged. But that's not the worst of it. Hackers are attacking the SRD's security systems. News about anomalies is spreading uncontrollably online. The world is watching, and foreign agents are mobilizing. Some are even attempting to smuggle investigators into the country to seize the Tier-4 Anomaly. I'll brief you in detail when you arrive. On my way. Shen Ge dressed hastily. Cheng Shengnan, having overheard, suited up as well. I'll come too. I've been tracking the 12 branches reports. I doubt the 12 branches are the main issue. The director probably wants to discuss sending me to headquarters. Worried, Cheng Shengnan said, but didn't she suspect their real target was reclaiming Sue's remains? If you leave, Won't they strike? Shen Ge smirked. What if I take Sue's corpse with me? What? What kind of mental state were you in when you came up with this idea? Cheng Shangnan stared at Shen Ge, her expression a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Seeing her usually sharp face twisted in dumbfounded shock, Shen Ge found it amusing. He pulled her into a hug. "Wanna bet Director Deng will agree to it?" "No way." Cheng Shangnan shook her head firmly. From either a rational or strategic standpoint, no sane person would make such a reckless decision. The 12 branches want to steal Sue's remains, so you're just going to hand-deliver it to them? Do you think the capital isn't chaotic enough? Or are you planning to fight them to the death there? They've clearly set a trap, and you're walking right into it with the corpse in tow. From a public perspective, the capital was already in turmoil. Bringing Sue's remains would mean the Special Response Department, SRD, would have to engage in an all-out battle with the 12 branches in the quarantine zone. Yet, their intel on the enemy was minimal, only that they wielded supernatural abilities and could rapidly mutate animals. Given headquarters' conservative approach, they'd never want a full-scale confrontation in the lockdown area. Worse, these maniacs had dared to attack headquarters. Who knew what else they were capable of? From a private standpoint, whether headquarters compromised with Shen Ge's madness or left him to fight the 12 branches alone in the quarantine zone, he'd become their primary target. As Rome City branch's top operative, arguably the nation's strongest anomaly investigator, losing him would devastate the branch and deal a massive blow to the country. Deng Yuqi would never allow that. Besides, even if Shen Ge clashed with the 12 branches in the lockdown zone, headquarters might not provide meaningful support. 3 months ago, supernatural incidents were rare, and even headquarters only had a dozen or so investigators, many still in training, due to the lack of supernatural equipment. Despite the recent surge in incidents, other regions' anomaly counts hadn't even hit double digits. Worse, a man-made supernatural disaster years ago had wiped out several elite investigators and countless soldiers. Thanks to Shen Ge, Rome City branch had risen from the bottom to surpass headquarters as the nation's strongest. This wasn't just because of his state-of-the-art Li Xiang MK armor, but also his combat prowess and experience. As Deng Yuqi put it, Shen Ge's unorthodox thinking is exactly why he's resolved so many incidents. So Cheng Shengnan was certain that even if Deng Yuqi wanted Shen Ge to assist, she'd minimize risks, like having him go alone while securing Sue's remains in Rome City, or redistributing the corpse to a more fortified branch. Want to bet on it? Shen Ge raised a brow. Cheng Shangnan eyed him suspiciously. What are the stakes? Whether Director Deng agrees to let me take Sue's remains into the quarantine zone. Deal. She nodded instantly, confident in her judgment. Shen Ge smirked. Whoever loses has to obey the others' every command for a day. Simple, right? Cheng Shengmin deadpanned. The term sounds simple, but your face makes me want to back out. When they arrived at her office, Chun Ku, Lin and other department heads were already waiting. Even Li Xiang was present. After a 5-minute delay for 2 senior officials, Deng Yuqi tapped the table. Director Wang has other duties. Let's begin. Cheng Sheng summarized tonight's briefing. Cheng Shengnan distributed copies of the report before outlining the lockdown zone status. Originally spanning from Haiqing District to the 5th Ring Road, the military, police, and SRD had pushed the perimeter back by 500 meters. Confirmed 12 branches operatives included C and Cho, along with several engravers. Beyond the capital's original anomalies, there were now 3 Tier 3 entities and over a dozen Tier 2s. At 10 p.m. last night, shortly after the national conference, hackers breached headquarters systems, leaking suppressed supernatural intel. A mole then destroyed the servers, causing a 2-hour blackout. Despite mobilizing cybersecurity teams nationwide, the breach went global. Per the International Supernatural Response Accord, if a supernatural disaster is exposed, foreign agencies gain intervention rights after a 72-hour window. Deng Yuqi added, an hour ago, headquarters confirmed foreign operatives are exploiting the chaos, spreading disinformation, gathering intel, And that's just the known agents. Deep cover moles are likely active too. Worse, mercenaries are attempting to infiltrate the lockdown zone to steal anomalies. Though comms aren't fully jammed like in Yuzhou, overlapping anomaly subspaces are disrupting signals. She handed a file to Chun Ku, Lin Yin, and Shen Ge. The mercenaries belong to a familiar group. Scorpion, the world's top supernatural mercenary outfit, hired by nations lacking anti-anomaly capabilities. The team Shen Ge encountered in Dongyu village were Scorpion operatives. They charged exorbitant fees for anomaly cleanups and took the corpses. Now, they had more supernatural gear than some countries. Bastards! Chun Ku slammed the table. Did they forget the lesson Shen Ge taught them last time? How dare they show their faces again? These roaches need exterminating. Elite Team 1's deputy captain, Wang Han, muttered, "How are mercs even operating in the lockdown zone?" A senior official replied, coolly, "Every nation plays the spy game. How do you think we extracted Investigator Lin so smoothly?" Another added, "It's all shadow warfare. Today's ally could stab you tomorrow. Headquarters systems don't get hacked without inside help." Wang Han conceded the point. "But how'd Scorpion get in?" he pressed. Feng Chengxiu snorted. "You think they tattoo Scorpion on their foreheads?" Tap, tap. Deng Yuqi silenced the debate. Moles and mercenaries are irrelevant. The real issue, we have under 60 hours before foreign agencies intervene. Headquarters wants the Southwest branches, specifically teams with Tier-4 Anomaly experience, to reinforce them. Yuzhou branch is still rebuilding, so it's on Jian and Qian to assist. As for us, she paused. Given my theory that the 12 branches aim to reclaim Su's remains, we're justified in refusing. But this is the worst supernatural disaster since anomalies first appeared. Worse than Yuzhou. The room fell silent. This wasn't hyperbole. While no Tier-4 anomaly had emerged yet, the capital was the nation's heart. Dongyu village could be abandoned, even bombed. But the lockdown zone? Impossible. Plus, the Dongyu incident was contained by the Tier-4 Anomaly non-exit subspace. Here, anomalies roamed freely across millions of civilians. Deng Yuqi could sacrifice Dongyu's 100 villagers for Rong City. But she'd never abandon the capital. "Director, send me." Lin Yin stepped forward, her towering frame casting Shen Ge into shadow, literally. Who needs an umbrella when you have Lin Yin? With Su's remains as their target, we can't let the 12 branches succeed. If Shen Ge stays, they'll just become more lab specimens. My injuries are healed. I can support headquarters. Deng Yuqi considered the proposal. Shen Ge scooted his chair out of Lin Yin's shadow and said, "I've got a better idea." All eyes turned to him. "The capital must be secured. If our central city falls, the world will laugh at us. As for the 12 branches, if they want Su, fine. I'll take it to them." He grinned. "Lin Yin stays to guard Rome City. Our anomaly rate is the highest, after all." The room's collective expression mirrored Cheng Xingnan's initial reaction. Wang Han blurted, "Shen Ge, I know you're strong, but this is suicide. You'd be a walking target." Shen Ge typed a message on his phone. "Relax. Headquarters isn't completely useless." "Could have fooled me," Wang Han muttered. Chun Ku said gravely, "Xiao Shun, this is too dangerous. We can't pile all the risk on you." Others echoed the sentiment. "Right. We're not useless. Even if you're strong, you shouldn't carry everything alone. Leave Su here, we'll defend it. Lin Yin could go instead." Amid the objections, Deng Yuqi suddenly said, "Approved. Shen Ge takes Su's remains to the capital. The rest hold Rong City." Stunned silence. Even Chun Ku urged her to reconsider, but Deng Yuqi finalized the plan, dismissing the team to prepare. Once alone, she showed Shen Ge's text. "Split Su's remains. Take part to the capital. Distribute the rest to Jian, Qian, and use Zhou branches for safekeeping or research. Leave the head in Rong City for Li Xiang." If the 12 branches wanted to divide their forces, Shen Ge would turn the tables. Want Su? Conquer every SRD branch in the country first. With military and police support, even the 12 branches couldn't wage war on a nation. If they could, resistance would be futile anyway. Besides, the split remains plan was classified. If the 12 branches still found out, it'd confirm moles in both headquarters and Rome City, answering who'd stolen Shen Ge's blood. What are your odds? Deng Yuqi asked. Shen Ge leaned back, feet propped on another chair. Boss, that's a tough question. I haven't even seen the capital situation. Anomalies are unpredictable. Headquarters claims 2 Tier 3s, but who knows when they'll mutate. But one thing's certain, the 12 branches will bleed. This wasn't arrogance. Unlike Yuzhou's Tier-4 Anomaly, the capital's chaos stemmed from sheer numbers, foreign interference, and the 12 branches' sabotage. Even if Shen Ge hunted anomalies one by one, containing the exposure was impossible. But against the 12 branches? With Su's remains as bait, they'd have to fight him. Between his armor and abilities like Formless plus Soundless, they stood no chance. Deng Yuqi saw the calm certainty in his eyes. However reckless his words, Shen Ge delivered. His confidence was contagious. Since his arrival 4 months ago, he'd made the impossible seem routine. Just come back alive. Su's remains aren't worth your life, she said quietly. I know. Rome City branch entered full combat readiness. The tech department had recently completed 4 new supernatural devices. 3 were inferior copies of the unyielding gloves, lacking its properties but offering solid defense. The 4th was a black bone dagger. While less durable than Shen Ge's cleaver, it could erode supernatural energy and tear subspaces. Testing it on a door sealed by Nanexit's energy, Shen Ge confirmed it worked, but only on low-tier subspaces. Keeping only the dagger and a freezing device from Lin Yin's arsenal, Shen Ge packed the branch's best gear and 21 supernatural energy canisters. At the airport, Cheng Shangnan watched him bored with worry. Come back alive. I don't care about the world. Just you, she said firmly. Shen Ge grinned. This? I handle worse in my sleep. Besides, I still need to collect my prize, a full day of obedience. He whispered something that made her flush. You animal. How can you think about that now? Call it romance. Go die. Roger that. Alive. Copy. 3 hours later, Shen Ge landed in the capital with 55 hours left before foreign intervention. Chaos reigned at SRD headquarters. Military, police, and SRD teams scrambled to evacuate civilians from the lockdown zone. Reinforcements were deployed immediately upon arrival. Shen Ge had flaunted his blood-leather backpack at Rome City branch and during the flight, expecting an ambush. Yet he'd arrived unharmed. A designated car took him to the lockdown perimeter. All armed soldiers surrounded him the moment he stepped out. Lockdown zone, no entry. Identify yourself. Shen Ge removed his gas mask, pointing to his SRD badge before handing over his credentials. Elite Investigator Shen Ge, Rome City Branch. The squad leader snapped a salute. Captain Zhang Wei, 3rd Lockdown Zone, 7th Squad. The others followed suit. Elite investigators held rank equivalent to colonels, though Shen Ge's tier for incident had earned him that status. Beyond the barricades, armored vehicles, ambulances, and even tanks stood ready to blast any escaping anomalies. Further ahead, soldiers and an investigator were engaging a Tier 2 anomaly. After briefing Shen Ge, Zhang Wei prepared to escort him inside. When a medical team emerged from a half-collapsed building, carrying a stretcher under armed guard, Captain, Investigator Fong was ambushed by mercenaries while evacuating civilians. Multiple gunshot wounds. Medics are at the 2nd perimeter. Her injuries won't last till the hospital. Shen Ge pushed forward, recognizing the pale, blood-soaked figure on the stretcher. Fong Mingwei, get her to the ambulance. I'll handle it, he ordered. The medics hesitated until Zhang Wei barked. He's an elite investigator. Inside the ambulance, Shen Ge removed Fong's gear and uniform, probing her wounds with clinical precision. So much so the nurses wondered if he was taking liberties. Then his hand phased into her body, retrieving a bullet. A recent upgrade to his formless ability allowed full intangibility, letting him manipulate objects inside others. Bullet after bullet clinked into a tray. The nurses gaped. Stop staring. Bandage her, Shen Ge chided. Lacking proper medical supplies, he crushed an internal injury remedy pill into Fong's mouth. Her breathing steadied. Eyes fluttered open. Shen Ge, she rasped. Wow, that sounded like a curse, he joked. Fong coughed. I didn't mean. Relax. Joking. He updated her on the lockdown zone before leaving. As he walked away, a nurse whispered, Who is he? You looked so relieved when he arrived. Fong smiled weakly. The strongest investigator in China. If anyone can save the capital, it's him. Shen Ge activated Formless, vanishing as he advanced toward gunfire. The commercial district. Fong's ambush site. His goals? Farm anomaly kills for system rewards. Loot foreign operatives' supernatural gear. At the street's end, 6 Scorpion mercs pinned down a tier. 1 anomaly with coordinated gunfire. Shen Ge materialized behind one, slitting his throat with a black dagger. Then the next. Contact. Invisible anomaly. Fall back. They scrambled into a store, only for Shen Ge to toss a soundless grenade at their feet. Boom. For down. He leapt onto the anomaly, stabbing its neck before decapitating it with his cleaver. Plus 50 system points. Sell tier 1 corpse? 200 points. Approaching the blast site, he found 1 merc still breathing. Leaning down, Shen Ge flashed a friendly smile. Can you speak Chinese? The mercenary babbled a string of words, pleading, threatening, or perhaps both. Shen Ge frowned, raised his hand, and sent the black bone dagger flying. It grazed the mercenary's face before embedding itself in the ground beside him. If you don't find a way to make me understand what you're saying, the next one won't miss, he said coldly. The mercenary continued jabbering, waving his hands in panic. Guess he really doesn't speak Chinese, Shen Ge muttered. Given how these men had appeared here undetected, the 12 branches were likely involved. Not wanting to waste time on small fry, he couldn't be bothered to translate. With a swift kick to the mercenary's face, smack, the man's mouth twisted grotesquely before he slumped unconscious. Shen Ge then searched the mercenaries but found no aberration energy equipment. Disappointed, he picked up a couple of guns, grabbed some grenades, and hauled the mercenary's body toward the blockade line. Zhang Wei, Shen Ge called as he approached. Hearing his name, Zhang Wei rushed over with his team. Sir, what are your orders? Shen Ge tossed the mercenary at their feet. This is the guy who shot Fong Tan. According to Fong, these mercs appeared out of nowhere inside the blockade. I took care of the rest. This one's the only survivor. Take him in for interrogation. Might get some leads. Zhang Wei and his men were stunned. How long has Shen Ge been in the blockade? Less than an hour? Not only did he wipe out a squad of heavily armed mercenaries, but he also brought back a live one. Is this the power of an elite aberration investigator? This is terrifying. Understood, sir. Zhang Wei quickly ordered his men to cuff the unconscious mercenary and haul him to the temporary command post outside the blockade. Shen Ge's gaze shifted to the tanks in the distance. Those tanks. Zhang Wei followed his line of sight. Type 99 main battle tanks, deployed from the Great Jing base for support. Originally, 10 were assigned to each blockade line, but the 2nd and 4th zones had more critical situations, so most were diverted. Only these 2 remain here. What if I took one? Shen Ge asked. Zhang Wei replied. Under the latest aberration combat directives, you have the authority to requisition any combat resources within the operational zone. If you need one, I can arrange a driver and crew. Never mind just asking. Shen Ge had briefly considered taking a tank, but quickly dismissed the idea. The streets inside the blockade were cluttered with abandoned cars and collapsed buildings. A tank would only hinder mobility. Plus, it'd make him a glaring target. The blockade zone was shrouded in thick fog, visibility extremely low. Where exactly is the Great Jing Special Countermeasures Department? Shen Ge asked. Zhang Wei pulled out a map and pointed to a red circle. Sir, the red mark is the department's location, also the hardest-hit area. Got it. Shen Ge nodded and was about to grab a vehicle when a deafening, drum-like gulp echoed through the air. Then a massive black toad, nearly 5 meters tall, oozing with pustules and half melted into a viscous, tar-like substance, leaped out from the street. Boom! Boom! Each jump sent violent tremors through the ground. Judging by its aberration energy, it was close to Tier 2. The bubbling black pustules on its back suggested it was undergoing a second mutation. Aberration! Alert! The soldiers at the blockade sprang into action. The two tanks and several artillery pieces swiveled their barrels toward the giant toad. Boom! 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 A volley of shells struck the toad dead on. But the moment the explosions erupted, the pustules on the toad's body burst, splattering black liquid like sulfuric acid across the ground, sizzling and bubbling. As the pustules ruptured, dense black mist rapidly expanded, swallowing the flames from the explosions like an invisible maw. Shen Ge, as the zone's commander, immediately ordered another barrage, but with each explosion, more corrosive black sludge pooled across the ground. Cease fire. Shen Ge recognized this as a special class aberration. Its ability wasn't regeneration. It was those black sludges that seemed to neutralize the artillery. As the acting highest-ranking officer, Shen Ge's order was instantly obeyed. Shen Ge had the troops fall back beyond the blockade line. Shen Ge was about to step forward and use his aberrant stomach to subdue the toad when Fang Mingyue, hearing the commotion, limped out of a vehicle with a nurse's support. "Oh, you didn't go to the hospital? Perfect. Lend me your bone rod," Shen Ge said, spotting a more reliable solution. Without hesitation, Fang Mingyue pulled the rod from her back and tossed it to him. Catching it, Shen Ge activated his bone boots and leaped toward the toad in a series of bounds. The soldiers gaped at his superhuman agility. Before they could recover from their shock, Shen Ge swung the bone rod, its tip morphing into a massive skeletal cage that ensnared the toad. He then jumped onto the cage, drew his black bone dagger, and, stab, pierced both of the toad's eyes. The creature thrashed wildly, rattling the cage against the ground with thunderous clangs, but the bone structure was tougher than steel. It held firm. Using his glove of holding, Shen Ge anchored himself to the rod's handle, riding the toad's convulsions like a rodeo. The dagger flashed, stabbing and slicing as he adjusted the cage's size to avoid the splattering black sludge. In under 10 minutes, the toad was dead. Host successfully eliminated Tier 1 aberration. Reward, 50 system points. Sell Tier 1 aberration corpse. Price, 200 system points. Decline. Aberrations were everywhere in the blockade. 200 points weren't worth it, especially since the 12 branches had abilities similar to white light flash. Retracting the bone rod, Shen Ge tossed it back to Fang Mingyue and addressed the soldiers. This toad was only Tier 1, and its ability wasn't regeneration, but stay alert for revival. Secure the body ASAP. I'm heading to HQ. Investigator Shen, I'm coming with you. Fang Mingyue's pale face was etched with determination. You can barely stand, let alone fight. Don't throw your life away. Stay at the hospital. I've got this. Shen Ge strode to the car that had brought him, dismissed the driver, and took the wheel. Little 7, drive to Great Jing's Special Countermeasures Department. Understood, Master. The fleshy tendrils from Shen Ge's wristwatch slithered to the steering wheel and pedals, and the car sped into the blockade zone. Watching the black sedan vanish into the fog, Fang Mingyue bit her lip. I'm still too weak. I can't even keep up with his shadow. Sister Fang, he's amazing. The nurse, now familiar with Fang Mingyue, had only heard stories of Shen Ge's prowess. Seeing it firsthand left her awestruck. The two nurses, interns from a Haicheng district hospital, had been rescued by Fang Mingyue. Inspired by her courage, they'd joined the rescue team. They'd witnessed Fang Mingyue's battles, the sacrifices of soldiers, victories hard-won against aberrations. But that man had effortlessly annihilated a monstrous toad. At that moment, everyone, nurses, soldiers, recalled Fang Mingyue's words. With him here, Great Jing has hope. It wasn't empty encouragement. It was fact. Shen Ge's display of power ignited a surge of morale. Victory suddenly felt within reach. Meanwhile, the object of their admiration, humming a tune, drove into the fog. and got lost. Normally, Little Seven's memory function could navigate even zero-visibility fog using road data, intersections, and turns. But Great Jing streets had one defining trait: congestion. Abandoned vehicles choked every lane. Little Seven had to weave through sidewalks and shops, detouring so much they ended up farther from HQ. Soon, overlapping aberration spaces appeared in the mist. Shen Ge wasn't surprised. Half the aberrations that had escaped HQ possessed aberration spaces, and the 12 branches had cultivated even more. After days of larger aberrations consuming smaller ones, who knew how many new spaces it spawned? Overlapping was inevitable. Most critically, as they neared the looming skyscraper flickering in the fog, the system alerted him. Warning! Host entering highly contaminated zone dominated by Tier-4 aberration, trait, non-flammable. Numerous low-tier aberrations roam this area, hunting living prey. Multiple aberrations have detected host via acute sense of smell. Host is marked. Prioritize survival. Retreat immediately. Shen Ge had planned to lure out the 12 branches in Haiqing District before hitting HQ for points. Instead, he'd stumbled upon an unexpected prize, a trait aberration. It had been ages since he'd encountered one. No way he'd pass this up. Little Seven drives straight into the lobby. With a crash, the car plowed through the revolving doors. Shen Ge stepped out, scanning the area. Seriously? That noise and not a single aberration shows up? Hey, anybody alive here? He shouted a few times. Anyone witnessing this would have been floored. In aberration-infested zones, survivors moved like ghosts, terrified of drawing attention. Shen Ge wanted to attract aberrations and the 12 branches. High-profile chaos was the quickest way to flip the script from hunted to hunter. Once they revealed themselves, his invisible plus silent combo would turn the tables. With his assassination skills, the 12 branches wouldn't stand chance. After circling the lobby, Shen Ge checked the elevators and stairwell. The elevators were dead. Otherwise, he'd have taken one, since protagonists always meet aberrations in elevators. The building directory listed it as a mixed-use skyscraper. Offices on floors 1 to 15, hotels on 16 to 36. Elevators required key cards for specific floors, and stairwell doors locked from the inside for privacy. Common in big cities. With no clue where non-flammable lurked, Shen Ge resorted to the oldest, dumbest method: floor-by-floor sweep. Floors 1 to 8 yielded nothing. Breaking into every room would take forever. This skyscraper was massive. Even doubling the 50-hour deadline wouldn't be enough. Besides the Save Great Jing main quest, Deng Yuqi had assigned him a hidden side mission. Visit the Great Jing Deep Research Institute. Use Little Seven's memory to recover data from the scorched mainframe and retrieve the sealed human experiment reports. According to Li Xiang, verifying the 12 branches connection to the old HQ experiments required those reports. Though Li Xiang had sworn off human experimentation, even offering to let other researchers monitor his work, Deng Yuqi had initially refused. Then Chief Chun intervened, revealing that the experiments had suspicious gaps. Rumor was, HQ had discovered a humanoid aberration in the deep sea a decade before the first recorded aberration incident. The experiments stemmed from that specimen. Its location was buried in the reports. Find them, and the 12 branches' secrets might unravel. After deliberation, Deng Yuqi had greenlit the side mission. Under international aberration accords, Great Jing had 50 hours to resolve its crisis before foreign rescue teams arrived. Rescue was a thin disguise. Countless organizations would swarm HQ, and extracting the reports under their noses would be near impossible. Shen Ge wasn't worried about foreign teams. In fact, he welcomed more aberration gear-wearing spies. As the saying goes, if we lack guns or cannons, the enemy will provide. Looting gear was a fast track to wealth. Still, letting foreign operatives run amok on home soil left a bad taste. Better to grab the reports first, then tackle the crisis. If time ran out and allies showed up, well, the sincere ones could stay. The troublemakers? They'd join the aberrations in the grave. Points and loot. 2 birds, 1 stone. Warning. Aberrations have detected host via acute sense of smell. Host is marked. Prioritize survival. Retreat immediately. Before the system's alert, Shen Ge had heard thuds from above while on lower floors. Following the noise, he found 2 aberrations locked in combat, a crab and a shrimp. Is the 12th floor a seafood buffet? Both were trying to devour each other. The crab had lost half its body. The shrimp's abdomen was hollowed out. Already crippled, they posed little challenge. Shen Ge made quick work of them. Plus 50 points x2. Sold corpses, plus 400 points. 2 floors up, his flashlight revealed basketball-sized black footprints on the stairs. Charred and reeking, they pulsed faintly with aberration energy. Non-flammable, judging by the name, it shouldn't burn. But these prints look like they're from something scorched. Twin aberrations? Non-flammable and flammable? If so, he'd hit the jackpot. As a pyromaniac at heart, non-flammable was already god tier. Adding flammable? Perfection. Not even the entire 12 branches could pry this trait from him now. The prints lead to the 15th floor. The door there had been smashed open, its metal panels melted. Flammable was likely inside. Following the trail, Shen Ge entered the 15th floor. The dark hallway was lined with hotel rooms, some doors ajar. Dim light filtered through the foggy windows. He swept his flashlight but didn't enter. Nothing seemed amiss, and the system stayed silent. Then, faint rustling came from a room ahead. Someone, or something, was rummaging. Shen Ge approached and shone his light inside. Ah! 2 startled cries. A small figure was quickly pulled into a hug by a larger one, a hand clamping over its mouth. A girl, about 12, shielding a boy of 6 or 7. I'm human, not a monster. No need to fear. Shen Ge angled the light at himself. Seeing his uniform, the girl brightened. A policeman? You're here to save us. Shen Ge scanned the room. Just you two? Where are your parents? The girl released the boy. We were visiting Great Jing when the alarms went off. They told us to stay inside. Then we saw monsters outside, and the fog came. After days without food, Dad took us out to search. We found others on the 27th floor restaurant, but the food ran out. Dad left us with Mom and went to find more. He never came back. Others went too, same. Mom gave us her share, then she got sick. A waitress said there might be medicine on the 20th floor. No one would help, so I went alone. My brother followed. We made it to the 20th, but couldn't open the door. Then a monster, a huge crab, chased us here. Hungry? Shen Ge asked. She nodded. He handed her 2 ration bars and a water bottle, his only provisions. Not that it mattered. Unlike Dongyu Village, Haicheng had plenty of stores. He could restock anytime. Thank you, sir. The girl gave 1 bar to her brother, then offered the other back. You should eat too. I've got more. Shen Ge patted his pockets, which were actually stuffed with grenades. The girl hesitated. Can I save this for Mom? Sure. He nodded. How long have you been here? Almost a day. 20 hours in this hallway. Searching rooms with just a flashlight. She nodded. The crab couldn't fit through doors. We stayed near these rooms. See any other monsters besides a crab and shrimp? She shook her head. Did Flammable leave? Come on. I'll take you to your mom. But the crab. Don't worry. I dismantled it and the shrimp. The girl gasped. You beat them? How? The boy's eyes sparkled. Mister, are you Ultraman? Something like that. Shen Ge ruffled their heads and led them upstairs, detouring to the 20th floor for medicine and snacks. Warning. Tier-1 aberration detected above. Host is marked. Prepare for combat. A gulping sound echoed. Shen Ge's flashlight revealed a 2-meter-tall crimson shrimp. Seafood buffet again? The siblings clamped hands over their mouths. Stay here. Shen Ge gave him a spare flashlight and bounded up the stairs. With a shield conjured from his aberrant armor, he blocked the shrimp's pincers, then cleaved its neck open with his cleaver. Green goo and innards splattered. In seconds, the shrimp was diced. Plus 50 points. Sold corpse, plus 200. Wow, you're amazing. Like Captain America, the girl exclaimed. The boy disagreed. No, I saw black stuff move on his arm. It's Venom. Venom Captain America? Venom Spider-Man. Shen Ge's eyebrow twitched. These kids watch too many movies. As they climbed, he asked their names. I'm Hu Mimi. I'm Hu Tutu. Let me guess. Dad's Hu Ingjun, Mom's Zhang Xiaoli. No, Dad's Hu Heng Shuai. Mom's Li Meili. Close enough. At the 27th floor, the door was locked. A faint light glowed beyond. Police. Anyone alive in there? Shen Ge called. The police identity was more relatable to civilians than special countermeasures. Most had never heard of the latter. Gasps and murmurs erupted inside. It's the police. We're saved. The door opened, revealing a crowd of 50-plus survivors, mostly women, many injured. The few men were in worse shape, one missing an arm, another a leg. Clearly, they'd taken turns venturing out for supplies, paying the price. The hotel manager explained, originally 200 to 300 people had sheltered here, surviving on restaurant stock. When that ran out, some braved the streets, never returning. Others came back reporting more monsters outside. Now, only these remained. 2 days ago, Mimi's mother had fallen ill with fever. Hearing that medicine was on the 20th floor, but no one would fetch it, the girl had sneaked out. Shen Ge handed the medicine to the manager, then distributed snacks he'd grabbed from the 20th floor. The manager rationed the meager supplies. Some complained, others were grateful. Shen Ge pondered their safety. Taking them along was impossible. Higher-tier aberrations spaces would slaughter the group. Escorting them to the blockade was equally unfeasible. Too far, too slow. He'd only helped because he liked the siblings and was hunting non-flammable anyway. Officer, can you get us out? A middle-aged woman asked. Shen Ge countered. The streets are crawling with monsters. You'd be safer here than following me. Even if I led, would you dare go? Then can you bring us more food? Before Shen Ge could answer, a wounded man barked. Wang Shufang, shut your mouth. This officer already risked his life for us. How dare you ask for more? You're scared of monsters. Is his life worthless? The woman shrank back as others chimed in. Thank you, young man. Without this food, I'd have starved. Have you eaten? Here, take my share. You need strength to save others. Shen Ge waved him off. I ate before entering. Stay put. I'll report your location. Help will come soon. Some urged him to stay, but most understood he was part of a search and rescue operation. His presence alone reignited their hope. After reassuring them, Shen Ge left. Though some questioned why he wouldn't protect them, most wished him luck. At the stairwell, he decided to spend some free attribute points. Maybe leave the survivors a few guns, or, if he rolled a tank, block the door with it. System, 10x draw. The lottery wheel appeared. He had 7,603 points saved, having avoided rolling tanks at HQ to avoid awkward explanations. Categories. Daily supplies, 50%. Weapons, 20%. Consumables, 15%. Free attributes, 10%. Vehicles, 4%. 1%. Higher ratings unlock more categories. Draw, Humming Miracle, the Ultraman theme. Shen Ge prayed for attributes and trait gear. Ding ding ding. Plus 2% free attributes X5. Plus UMP9 SMG plus 5 mags. Plus Molotov cocktails X20. Plus instant noodles X2 boxes. Plus UZI plus 5 mags. Plus Type 95 rifle plus 5 mags. 10 draws netted 10% in attributes, putting him closer to Tier 3. Lucky start. Maybe I'll get a trait this time. Just one trait, then I'll stop. 10x draw. 5 more batches later, his free attributes hit 83%, alongside a mountain of explosives and guns. No vehicles. No traits. Allocating the points to Spirit, he reached 407%, just 197% shy of Tier 3's 600% threshold. Shen Ge. Rating, Tier 2. Attributes. Strength, 143%. Agility, 134%. Constitution, 129%. Spirit, 407%. Traits. Silent. Immobile. Invisible. Non-exit. Abilities. Invisible Aberration Domain, Type 1. Non-exit Aberration Domain, Type 1. Gear. Li Xiang Armor I, Little 7. Cleaver, trait, unbreakable. Aberrant eye, trait, unseeable. Bone gauntlet, aberrant flame. Points, 1,603. 60 draws. Not one trait, not even a vehicle. System, have you no shame? Even gotcha games, fake pity pulls. Shen Ge's liver ached. The stairwell was now an armory. Never say, I'll stop after X. Got carried away. He pocketed the useful explosives and Molotovs, then returned to the survivors. Their jaws dropped when he led them to the 28th floor hall. Long story. HQ thought I was setting up a forward base and airdrop supplies. Hold out here, help's coming. Hututu raised a hand. Uncle Venom, but in games, airdrops land on rooftops. Why is this on the 28th floor? Details don't matter. Tutu, protect your sister, okay? Okay. Thanks to Shen Ge's gotcha spree, the survivors now had supplies and guns. Not a total waste. He'd inform HQ to treat this as a resupply point for rescue teams. After a crash course on firearms, Shen Ge continued upward. The rooftop finally triggered a system alert. Warning, Tier-4 aberration, trait, non-flammable, ahead. Host current rating is insufficient. Do not engage. Not even a 1 in 9 survival chance. Calling this suicidal is an insult. Shen Ge ignored it and stepped onto the roof. 3 aberrations awaited. 1 massive, 2 smaller, all wreathed in black mist. The largest resembled a 5-meter-tall dog with bat wings and tentacles sprouting from its head. The smaller ones were 2 meters tall. Their heads glowed like solidified lava, grotesque yet oddly cute. Gulp, gulp. All 3 turned toward him. Non-flammable, huh? Let's test that. Shen Ge pulled out a Molotov. Whoosh. The Molotov cocktail smashed into the larger aberration, exploding with a bang, flames instantly engulfing it and the 2 smaller aberrations nearby. Yet while the flames appeared to consume the larger aberration, an invisible barrier seemed to shield it, completely isolating it from the fire. Non-flammable, truly unburnable. Since the non-flammable aberration itself couldn't burn, Shen Ge tossed a few more Molotovs while retreating, dodging the smaller aberration's lunges. Though the system had warned that non-flammable was Tier 4, Shen Ge estimated its aberration energy was barely above Tier 2. Clearly a Tier 4 from 4 years in the future. The 2 smaller ones had likely just mutated. Dealing with 2 Tier 1s and 1 Tier 2 was no challenge for Shen Ge. After several Molotovs, the smaller aberrations were reduced to flaming wrecks, while the larger one remained unaffected, its tentacles lashing out and its bloody maw snapping at Shen Ge. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Ge slapped the aberrant eye trait, unseeable, onto the aberration's forehead, then drew his cleaver and swiftly dispatched the 2 smaller aberrations. For safety, he snapped his fingers and donned his full body armor before engaging non-flammable in a measured fight. At his current strength, a Tier 2 aberration was easy prey, but since he planned to devour non-flammable for its trait, he wanted to test its fire resistance first. After all, he couldn't exactly douse himself in gasoline post-trade acquisition to experiment. After the Molotovs, he tried frag grenades and explosive charges. The blast damage and shrapnel barely scratched non-flammable. Its aberration missed neutralizing most of the impact. Being non-flammable, combustion-based damage was naturally nullified. With little else to test, Shen Ge decided to finish it off. Its appearance, while oddly cute, gave no hint of its original form. Collapse! Shen Ge extended his hand, activating his invisible domain. The aberration plummeted downward before he canceled the domain, leaving half its body embedded in the concrete, only its dumb-looking head and flailing tentacles exposed. With 2 swift strokes of his cleaver, Shen Ge severed the tentacles, then peeled the aberrant eye off its forehead. A final stab into its skull, a downward slash. Chop, chop, chop. Black blood splattered as Shen Ge's butchering skills grew ever more refined. If the Special Countermeasures Department ever fired him, he could always find work at a slaughterhouse. Not that they'd ever let go of their top aberration hunter. Host eliminated Tier 4 aberration, trait, non-flammable. Sell corpse or devour to extract trait. Value 3,000 system points. Devour. Trait non-flammable extracted. Adjusted for host compatibility. Trait added to attribute panel. Gotcha. Now let's see the effects. Shen Ge opened his status. Non-flammable. When active, host becomes immune to all combustion-based damage. Costs 1% spirit per second. Can be used alongside other traits. Immune to all fire damage? Holy hell. If Indians joked about bathing on the sun at night, Shen Ge could now take a daytime solar dip for nearly 7 minutes at least. More practically, next time he burned a building down, he could enjoy the spectacle up close. After selling the 2 Tier 1 corpses, Shen Ge recalled the melted metal door and charred footprints on the 15th floor. Those didn't match non-flammable. If a flammable aberration existed, where was it? Eaten by non-flammable. Honestly, compared to non-flammable, Shen Ge would have preferred a flammable, extra flammable, or burn like crazy trait to enhance his arsenal. Fire was, after all, highly effective against most aberrations. Checking the time, 52 hours until foreign teams arrived, Shen Ge decided to sweep the building floor by floor. If flammable existed, pairing it with non-flammable would be like an offensive version of invisible plus silent, too good to pass up. Descending to the 31st floor, Shen Ge opted for efficiency over subtlety. A breaching charge blew the door open. The hallway was pitch black, his flashlight revealing no aberration missed. Everything seemed normal, but when the charge detonated, he'd heard faint movement deep inside. Survivors? Or another aberration? Either way, Shen Ge ventured in, his right arm shielded by Zabaran armor, his left ready to summon his non-exit domain for a quick barbecue if needed. The eerie silence was oppressive, his own footsteps muffled by the carpet. The hotel manager had mentioned floors 27 to 33 were luxury suites, hence the plush hallway. Gulp, gulp. Soft chewing came from a room ahead. Unlike the deafening swallows of aberrations, this sounded like normal eating, unnervingly loud in the stillness. Shen Ge crept closer. Dripping water, the rip of tearing flesh. Unfazed, he entered the open door. The suite was dim, fog-filtered light from the windows adding to the gloom. His flashlight swept across the room. A 1-meter-long rabbit, its body emitting faint black smoke, lay eviscerated on the blood-soaked bed. Around it, 4 men and 1 woman feasted. 2 gnawed at the rabbit's flesh. 1 gorged on organs. Another had his head buried in its gut, chewing wetly. The last knelt by the bed, mouth open to catch dripping blood, though most splattered across his face and chest. For a moment, Shen Ge felt like he'd stepped into the Walking Dead. The rabbit was clearly an aberration, its flesh writhing as it regenerated. Then, one of the men looked up, bloodied organs in hand. His grin widened. He. Officer, hungry? There's plenty. Eat. Don't be shy. Clutching gore, he shuffled toward Shen Ge. No thanks. Lost my appetite. Shen Ge leveled his pistol. The man kept advancing, grinning maniacally, repeating his offer. Stop. Halt. No reaction. Bang. Bang. Shen Ge shot his knees. The man collapsed but crawled forward, still urging Shen Ge to eat. Just like zombies, mindless, hunger-driven. Then Shen Ge's flashlight caught the woman. The organs in her hands were a squirming mass of blood-red worms, already burrowing into her arms. The others, too. Their food was alive, eating them from within. Bang, bang, bang. Headshots this time. Yet, even with holes in their skulls, they kept advancing, chanting, "Eat so good. Eat. Plaga parasites?" Seriously? Shen Ge fired again, noticing the wounds regenerating as worms wriggled inside. Though they weren't aggressively attacking, their zombie-like state and parasitic infection screamed biohazard. Grabbing the nearest man, Shen Ge yanked him into the hall and shut the door on the others. The man struggled to rise. Stomp! Shen Ge pinned him, poured a Molotov's fuel over him, then sliced off a piece of his face and some worms, sealing them in a sample bottle. Kick! He booted the door open, knocking back the charging infected then hurled a Molotov inside. Whoosh! Flames engulfed them as Shen Ge activated non-flammable, walking unscathed through the inferno. Eat so tasty. Eat, eat. Their voices faded as they curled into burning husks. Shen Ge contained the flames with his non-exit domain, preventing the fire from spreading to the rest of the building and the 27th floor survivors. Cell Tier 1 Aberration Corpse? 200 points. Though he wanted Li Xiang to study the rabbit, suspecting a link to the 12 branches parasites, leaving it risked an outbreak. Even a preserved sample would vanish if he sold the corpse. Sell. Plus 200 points. The bottled worms disappeared in a white flash, leaving only the flesh sample. Checking the bodies, he found no visible parasites, but who knew what lurked inside? He couldn't haul 5 corpses around. Best to call Zhang Wei for extraction and analysis. Boom, boom. A distant tremor shook the building. Outside, a 10-story tall sphere of aberration mist lurched away, each step seismic. Tier 3, no trait. Then, gunfire and screams from the 27th floor. The survivors were under attack. Minutes earlier, 27th floor. The explosion above had unsettled everyone. Old Zhang, despite his injuries, grabbed a submachine gun. Going to check on that cop. He saved us. We can't just sit here. Others volunteered. His wife, Wang Shufang, panicked. Are you insane? Stay put. I was a soldier once. I won't hide while others die for us. Arguments erupted. Then, pounding at the stairwell door. Something massive was trying to break in. Old Zhang led a team to investigate. Bang! The door burst open. A 5-legged bear dog hybrid aberration charged in, swallowing half a person in one bite. Chaos. Panic. A one-armed man, clutching grenades, bit the pin and leapt into its maw. Boom! The blast only tore half its face off, black mist already healing it. Just as despair peaked. Splat! Something stuck to the aberration. A figure dashed from the stairwell. Cease fire. Fall back. Shen Ge. In 3 strokes, he decapitated the aberration. Plus 50 points. Barricade yourselves. I'll clear the building. After sealing the 27th floor with his aberrant stomach's welding, Shen Ge swept downward, eliminating 3 more aberrations, plus 150 points, but finding no trace of flammable. Giving up, he had little 7 drive toward the giant aberration. But the streets looped like in Dongyu Village's layered spaces. Then, crack! A sniper round shattered the windshield, striking Shen Ge's temple. Black blood sprayed. His body slumped. The car veered into a storefront, shelves collapsing atop it. On a rooftop nearby, a hooded figure lowered their rifle and approached the wreck. The hooded man rushed into the shop where the black sedan had crashed out of control. 2 blood-red arms extended from his clothes. His left hand clutched a pulsating mass of flesh, while his right held a strangely shaped bone. He slowly approached the sedan buried under shelves and goods, lifted a rack, and peered through the shattered window into the driver's seat. It was completely empty. Not a person, not even a single drop of blood in sight. A wave of terror and foreboding washed over the hooded man. He tried to retreat, but a cold sensation pierced through his back. A black bone dagger stabbed straight into his heart from behind. Hey, looking for me? A teasing voice rang out. Shen Ge stood behind him, having appeared without a sound. How'd he get behind me without me noticing? The hooded man was bewildered, but he had no time to think. Shen Ge gave him no opportunity, stabbing him several times in the back while speaking. The black bone dagger possessed a certain ability to tear through anomalous energy. It could even affect anomalous spaces. Despite the hooded man's clothing being anomalous equipment, it couldn't fully block the dagger's damage. The flesh in the hooded man's hand suddenly spurted a stream of crimson blood, forming bloody armor that spread across his body. However, before it could cover his back, Shen Ge, prepared for this, opened his anomalous stomach, a bloody maw that chomped down, biting onto the entire hand and stopping the blood armor spread. Simultaneously, Shen Ge stabbed several more times with the dagger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the corrupt flesh tentacle adhered the dagger to his arm, and he switched to a butcher's knife, slashing it toward the hooded man's neck. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before Shen Ge's eyes, and the hooded man vanished into thin air. Shen Ge smiled, a string of pull rings dangling from his finger. He didn't seem particularly concerned about the hooded man's teleportation. According to intelligence from the Tianzhou branch, the 12 branches' teleportation devices, while achieving near-instant transmission, required extremely expensive materials, corpses of Tier-3 anomalies. Currently, Tier-3 anomalies were relatively rare worldwide. Even if the 12 branches had some method of accelerating anomaly development, procuring such materials likely posed significant difficulty. Otherwise, with such an overpowering teleportation ability, the 12 branches' operations would be far more frequent. They could wreak havoc across the globe relying on teleportation. Furthermore, this teleportation wasn't random. Based on the devices found by the Tianzhou branch, the teleportation routes were fixed. It was akin to trains or planes. Base stations were built in specific locations, and 12 branches members activated the teleporter elsewhere to return to a base station. Shen Ge's main purpose for carrying the remains of Su and swaggering around the blockaded zone was precisely to lure out members of the 12 branches. He had anticipated sniper tactics like this. Even without his Peter Tingle, the Lixiang Type 1 combat armor's auto-defense function, controlled by Little 7, the AI, would intercept anything thrown at him, even a piece of bread. Even though the hooded man used armor-piercing rounds, Little 7 successfully identified the threat and activated the corrupt flesh armor to block them. While it consumed a considerable amount of the armor's anomalous energy, Shen Ge wasn't harmed in the slightest. In other words, as long as the armor's energy wasn't depleted, Shen Ge couldn't be injured. After blocking the bullets, Shen Ge went along with the act, having Little 7 control the car, to feign losing control and crashing into the shop, attempting to draw the hooded man out. Originally, Shen Ge planned to capture the hooded man directly, but then he reconsidered. The headquarters' human experiment data was more important. Starting a full-on war with the 12 branches now was unwise. So, he improvised, deciding to delay the 12 branches first. During the short time it took for the hooded man to arrive, Shen Ge activated his dual traits, formless plus soundless, and got out of the car, preparing quite a few gifts for him. In those few seconds of stabbing, Shen Ge had hung plenty of things on him. If he didn't run, he'd be decapitated. If he ran, he'd take a bunch of gifts back to the teleportation point. Even if the 12 branches had prepared extensively for the Beijing anomaly disaster, even building multiple teleportation points at great cost, destroying one would still hurt them significantly. Besides, they were high explosive charges. Even if 12 branches members fused with anomalies, this explosion could take out both the person and the point in one go. There might even be unexpected surprises, like other 12 branches members being at the teleportation point. Host's ingenious and brilliant plan, setting a trap to kill a Tier 2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Host's flawless strategy, setting a trap to kill a Tier 2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Host's flawless strategy, setting a trap to kill a Tier 2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Extract rewards? Yes. Hearing 3 system notifications in a row put Shen Ge in an excellent mood. Admit his bomb tactic had taken out 3 12 branches members in one go. While they might not have been key figures, it was still a good haul. With 3 flashes of white light, a mental apple, a bottle of internal injury healing pills, and a roll of healing bandages appeared before him. Shen Ge stored the items away and then left the shop to search for a way to break through the overlapping anomalous space. 41 hours until International Anomaly Organization entry. Outside the blockade line, Fang Mingwei had eaten some food and gotten off the ambulance. She hadn't chosen to be transferred to a hospital, opting instead to rest in the ambulance. After sleeping, she felt much better mentally, sighing with emotion at Shen Ge's miraculous healing methods, her admiration for him growing yet again. Team leader Zhang. Any news from investigator Shen? Fang Mingwe walked over to Zhang Wei, who was arranging work, and asked. Zhang Wei saluted Fang Mingwe and said, reporting, Investigator Fang. 6 hours ago, we received a message from Investigator Shen. Survivors were trapped on the 27th floor of the Suchun Road Comprehensive Building. A rescue team was organized for support, but the signal was lost soon after, and we haven't been able to contact Investigator Shen since. Fang Mingwe frowned upon hearing this. Although she believed Shen Ge's capabilities meant he couldn't be in real danger, she suspected he might have encountered an overlapping space. How could I forget this thing? Fang Mingwe smacked her forehead. After the Dongyu village incident, headquarters have been vigorously researching anomalous energy equipment to break through overlapping spaces. During the evacuation of the headquarters research institute, Fang Mingwe protected a researcher who managed to retrieve this set of equipment, but the researcher unfortunately died. Although she hadn't had time to study the equipment's usage and effects herself, given Investigator Shen's extraordinary and outstanding intelligence, he should understand it at a glance. Team leader Zhang, give me a motorcycle, preferably a smaller, more maneuverable one, Fang Mingwe said. Understood. Zhang Wei spoke into his walkie-talkie. Soon, a soldier brought over a scooter-style electric motorcycle. Having been inside the blockade zone once, Fang Mingwe knew the road conditions were extremely complex. Vehicles crashed together chaotically, including not just cars but buses and trucks too. Even driving a tank through would be difficult, let alone a regular vehicle. So Fang Mingwe chose a motorcycle that could weave through gaps, wanted to reach the Suchun Road Comprehensive Building quickly to find Shen Ge. Fang Mingwe was from Beijing and knew the roads well. Weaving through shortcuts, she soon entered Suchun Road. Arriving at the comprehensive building, Fang Mingwe first went to the 27th floor, finding it empty. She then returned to the street to search for any sign of Shen Ge. Because the blockade zone still had parachuted in mercenaries and the 12 branches members reported by the Rong City branch, Fang Mingwe abandoned the motorcycle and proceeded discreetly. The survivors from the comprehensive building were rescued. Given Investigator Shen's style of solving problems at the root, he would definitely go directly to the headquarters area, which was the most severely affected. From the comprehensive building to headquarters, cutting through Haiqing Park is the shortest route. Fang Mingwe tried to fathom Shen Ge's thinking, but as she approached the Haichang Park block, she felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to enter Haichang Park, the next second she found herself 2 streets away. The hooded man rushed into the shop where the black sedan had crashed out of control. 2 blood-red arms extended from his clothes. His left hand clutched a pulsating mass of flesh, while his right held a strangely shaped bone. He slowly approached the sedan buried under shelves and goods, lifted a rack, and peered through the shattered window into the driver's seat. It was completely empty. Not a person, not even a single drop of blood in sight. A wave of terror and foreboding washed over the hooded man. He tried to retreat, but a cold sensation pierced through his back. A black-bone dagger stabbed straight into his heart from behind. Hey, looking for me? A teasing voice rang out. Shen Ge stood behind him, having appeared without a sound. How'd he get behind me without me noticing? The hooded man was bewildered, but he had no time to think. Shen Ge gave him no opportunity, stabbing him several times in the back while speaking. The black-bone dagger possessed a certain ability to tear through anomalous energy. It could even affect anomalous spaces. Despite the hooded man's clothing being anomalous equipment, it couldn't fully block the dagger's damage. The flesh in the hooded man's hand suddenly spurted a stream of crimson blood, forming bloody armor that spread across his body. However, before it could cover his back, Shen Ge, prepared for this, opened his anomalous stomach, a bloody maw that chomped down, biting onto the entire hand and stopping the blood armor spread. Simultaneously, Shen Ge stabbed several more times with the dagger. Then, with a flick of his wrist, The corrupt flesh tentacle adhered the dagger to his arm, and he switched to a butcher's knife, slashing it toward the hooded man's neck. Swish! Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before Shen Ge's eyes, and the hooded man vanished into thin air. Shen Ge smiled, a string of pull rings dangling from his finger. He didn't seem particularly concerned about the hooded man's teleportation. According to intelligence from the Tianzhou branch, the 12 branches' teleportation devices, while achieving near-instant transmission, required extremely expensive materials, corpses of Tier-3 anomalies. Currently, Tier-3 anomalies were relatively rare worldwide. Even if the 12 branches had some method of accelerating anomaly development, procuring such materials likely posed significant difficulty. Otherwise, with such an overpowering teleportation ability, the 12 branches' operations would be far more frequent. They could wreak havoc across the globe relying on teleportation. Furthermore, this teleportation wasn't random. Based on the devices found by the Tianzhou branch, the teleportation routes were fixed. It was akin to trains or planes. Base stations were built in specific locations, and 12 branches members activated the teleporter elsewhere to return to a base station. Shen Ge's main purpose for carrying the remains of Su and swaggering around the blockaded zone was precisely to lure out members of the 12 branches. He had anticipated sniper tactics like this. Even without his Peter Tingle, the Lixiang Type 1 combat armor's auto-defense function, controlled by Little 7, the AI, would intercept anything thrown at him, even a piece of bread. Even though the hooded man used armor-piercing rounds, Little 7 successfully identified the threat and activated the corrupt flesh armor to block them. While it consumed a considerable amount of the armor's anomalous energy, Shen Ge wasn't harmed in the slightest. In other words, as long as the armor's energy wasn't depleted, Shen Ge couldn't be injured. After blocking the bullets, Shen Ge went along with the act, having Little 7 control the car, to feign losing control and crashing into the shop, attempting to draw the hooded man out. Originally, Shen Ge planned to capture the hooded man directly, but then he reconsidered. The headquarters' human experiment data was more important. Starting a full-on war with the 12 branches now was unwise. So, he improvised, deciding to delay the 12 branches first. During the short time it took for the hooded man to arrive, Shen Ge activated his dual traits, formless plus soundless, and got out of the car, preparing quite a few gifts for him. In those few seconds of stabbing, Shen Ge had hung plenty of things on him. If he didn't run, he'd be decapitated. If he ran, he'd take a bunch of gifts back to the teleportation point. Even if the 12 branches had prepared extensively for the Beijing anomaly disaster, even building multiple teleportation points at great cost, destroying one would still hurt them significantly. Besides, they were high explosive charges. Even if 12 branches members fused with anomalies, this explosion could take out both the person and the point in one go. There might even be unexpected surprises, like other 12 branches members being at the teleportation point. Host's ingenious and brilliant plan, setting a trap to kill a Tier-2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Host's flawless strategy, setting a trap to kill a Tier-2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Host's flawless strategy, setting a trap to kill a Tier-2 anomaly, trait, 2 heads for arms. Reward, 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Extract rewards. Yes. Hearing 3 system notifications in a row put Shen Ge in an excellent mood. It meant his bomb tactic had taken out 3 12 branches members in one go. While they might not have been key figures, it was still a good haul. With 3 flashes of white light, a mental apple, a bottle of internal injury healing pills, and a roll of healing bandages appeared before him. Shen Ge stored the items away and then left the shop to search for a way to break through the overlapping anomalous space. 41 hours until International Anomaly Organization entry. Outside the blockade line, Fong Mingwei had eaten some food and gotten off the ambulance. She hadn't chosen to be transferred to a hospital, opting instead to rest in the ambulance. After sleeping, she felt much better mentally, sighing with emotion at Shen Ge's miraculous healing methods, her admiration for him growing yet again. Team leader Zhang. Any news from investigator Shen? Fang Mingwei walked over to Zhang Wei, who was arranging work, and asked. Zhang Wei saluted Fang Mingwei and said, reporting, Investigator Fang. 6 hours ago, we received a message from Investigator Shen. Survivors were trapped on the 27th floor of the Su-Chun Road Comprehensive Building. A rescue team was organized for support, but the signal was lost soon after, and we haven't been able to contact Investigator Shen since. Fang Mingwei frowned upon hearing this. Although she believed Shen Ge's capabilities meant he couldn't be in real danger, she suspected he might have encountered an overlapping space. How could I forget this thing? Fang Mingwei smacked her forehead. After the Dongyu village incident, headquarters have been vigorously researching anomalous energy equipment to break through overlapping spaces. During the evacuation of the headquarters research institute, Fang Mingwei protected a researcher who managed to retrieve this set of equipment, but the researcher unfortunately died. Although she hadn't had time to study the equipment's usage and effects herself, given Investigator Shen's extraordinary and outstanding intelligence, he should understand it at a glance. Team leader Zhang, give me a motorcycle, preferably a smaller, more maneuverable one, Fang Mingwei said. Understood. Zhang Wei spoke into his walkie-talkie. Soon, a soldier brought over a scooter-style electric motorcycle. Having been inside the blockade zone once, Fang Mingwei knew the road conditions were extremely complex. Vehicles crashed together chaotically, including not just cars but buses and trucks too. Even driving a tank through would be difficult, let alone a regular vehicle. So Fang Mingwei chose a motorcycle that could weave through gaps, wanting to reach the Su-Chun Road Comprehensive Building quickly to find Shen Ge. Fang Mingwei was from Beijing and knew the roads well. Weaving through shortcuts, she soon entered Su-Chun Road. Arriving at the comprehensive building, Fang Mingwei first went to the 27th floor, finding it empty. She then returned to the street to search for any sign of Shen Ge. Because the blockade zone still had parachuted in mercenaries and the 12 branches members reported by the Rong City branch, Fang Mingwei abandoned the motorcycle and proceeded discreetly. The survivors from the comprehensive building were rescued. Given Investigator Shen's style of solving problems at the root, he would definitely go directly to the headquarters area, which was the most severely affected. From the comprehensive building to headquarters, cutting through Haiqing Park is the shortest route. Fang Mingwei tried to fathom Shen Ge's thinking, but as she approached the Haichang Park block, she felt something was wrong. Just as she was about to enter Haichang Park, the next second she found herself 2 streets away. Sure enough, an overlapping space. Fang Mingwei frowned, thinking that if Investigator Shen had taken this route, he might also be trapped nearby. However, Investigator Shen, caring deeply for the people and concern for the nation, probably wouldn't head directly to headquarters. Most likely, he would search the surrounding buildings for trapped citizens or roaming anomalies. Thinking this, Fang Mingwei scanned her surroundings, spotting the Zinman apartments not far away. She guessed if Shen Ge was rescuing people, he must have gone there. The Zinman apartments had lost power due to the anomalous space. The entire building was pitch black. The lobby was a mess with overturned tables and chairs. The front desk counter had largely collapsed. It seemed a fight had happened here. Black bloodstains on the floor led to the emergency exit. Fang Mingwei carefully made her way up the stairwell, listening intently to her surroundings, alert for anomalies hiding in the darkness. The stairwell was very dark. Fang Mingwei could only see with her flashlight. She deliberately lightened her footsteps to listen, making the pitch-black space eerily quiet. Fortunately, she was an experienced anomaly investigator. This level of eeriness wasn't enough to scare her. Gulp, gulp. A faint sound caught Fang Mingwei's attention. It sounded like someone gulping down a bottle of water desperately. Survivors. Fang Mingwei thought first of this possibility. She swept her flashlight ahead. The safety exit sign showed floor 17. Hello. Anyone there? I'm from the rescue team. I can evacuate you from here. Fong Mingyue positioned herself sideways by the door, leaning against the wall, not rashly entering the hallway. She called out twice, but there was no response. When she quieted down, she could still hear the gulp-gulp swallowing sounds. Fong Mingyue felt something was wrong. Holding her breath, she slowed her steps and walked into the hallway, sweeping her flashlight ahead to ensure safety before proceeding. After about 20 meters, the swallowing sounds grew clearer. Fong Mingyue swept her flashlight forward. In the center of the light, two women with tattered clothes were hunched over a corpse, eating voraciously. The corpse on the ground was also human. His stomach was torn open, his internal organs dug out. But bizarrely, those organs seemed alive, like red worms slowly writhing on the man's body. Hey, are you crazy? Stop that. Fong Mingyue held her flashlight in one hand and a pistol in the other, adopting a tactical shooting stance. She felt these two were very, very wrong. If it was just hunger, a few days wasn't enough to drive someone to cannibalism. Moreover, this overlapping space wasn't like the one in Dongyu Village, where time accelerated, decaying over 10 or 20 years, spoiling all food. The Beijing anomaly disaster had only happened a few days ago. Even trapped in an apartment, most families would have some food stored. Even if their own home didn't, breaking into others' homes in these hive-like crowded apartments, they should find some food, right? Was there any need to eat another person? And that corpse was also wrong. Its organs and flesh more like the worm-like form of an anomalized anomaly. How could anyone stomach such disgusting, terrifying things? Fong Mingyue shouted several times, but the two showed no reaction. Bang! Fong Mingyue fired a shot near them and shouted again. I said stop. Stop. Are you insane? Stop. The two women finally stopped eating and slowly raised their heads to look at Fong Mingyue. What she saw nearly scared her soul out of her body. Facing strange and ugly anomalies, Fong Mingyue wouldn't say she was completely used to it, but she had some psychological resilience. But the moment she saw these two women, she felt the kind of primal fear that rose from the depths of her heart when she first saw an anomaly. The woman on the left had the flesh on both cheeks gone, only bloody worms hanging from her face, constantly chewing on her cheeks. The woman on the right still had her left eyeball hanging, but her left eye socket was filled with bloody worms, like a maggot's nest, nauseatingly disgusting, enough to make one vomit. Most terrifyingly, despite being like this, the two women were smiling at Fong Mingyue, a ferocious, horrifying smile. Eat? It's delicious. Hungry, right? Have some. You won't be hungry anymore. This is the most delicious food. It's a gift from heaven. The two women spoke, slowly standing up, holding lumps of dripping blood and flesh and organs, stepping closer to Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue fired at their feet, shouting angrily, Stop! I said stop. Eat. Eat. It's delicious. They completely ignored Fong Mingyue's warnings, closing in step by step. Fong Mingyue immediately shot each of them once. One was shot in the left leg, the other in the abdomen, but they merely shuddered upon impact, as if bitten by a mosquito, feeling nothing, and continued forward holding the flesh. Fong Mingyue was forced to retreat continuously. Just as she reached the stairwell door, a familiar voice sounded beside her. Don't waste your effort. These people ate anomaly corpses and have had their consciousness devoured by the parasitic anomaly. They become monsters similar to zombies. Investigator Shen. Fong Mingyue, already quite frightened, instantly calmed down upon hearing this familiar voice. It was like a drowning person in the sea suddenly seeing a lifeguard appear on a speedboat. It's me. But why are you here? Shen Ge asked. Fong Mingyue quickly said. Team leader Zhang said you contacted the perimeter 7 hours ago, telling them to send people to rescue survivors in the comprehensive building, but then lost contact. I thought there might be overlapping spaces here with many anomalies. Headquarters developed a new piece of equipment that can break through overlapping SP. Before Fong Mingyue could finish, the two women holding the flesh were already less than 3 meters away, still repeating those phrases incessantly. "Thanks, not hungry," Shen Ge replied calmly. Then, placing a hand on Fong Mingyue's shoulder, he guided her upstairs. Fong Mingyue looked back puzzled at the women slowly following behind, persuading them to eat, and couldn't help asking, "What about them? Just leave them." Shen Ge replied, "Essentially, they're already dead. Now, they're flesh monsters controlled by the parasitic anomaly, only possessing the instinct to feed, like zombies. Seen zombie movies? Resident Evil, Living Dead Trilogy, Day of the Dead? Surely heard of them." Fong Mingyue quickly said, "I know zombies. I've seen Resident Evil. The others, not so much. Just know they're similar to zombies. The difference is a parasitic anomaly is parasitizing inside them, constantly devouring their flesh. Once the internal organs are consumed and the person completely dies, the anomaly will take over the body, becoming a flesh monster. Like the writhing organs you saw in that corpse. That was actually the fused anomaly," Shen Ge explained. "How do we deal with them?" Fong Mingyue asked. Shen Ge said, "Simple, set a fire. Before you came, I'd searched up to the 23rd floor. No survivors found, but plenty of these parasitic monsters. I suspect whether it's eating anomaly corpses containing the parasites, or eating people devoured by parasitic anomalies, or even being bitten by them. As long as you come into contact with the parasitic anomaly, you'll slowly turn into this kind of monster. Isn't that as tricky as an infectious disease? If we don't find a way to control this, even if we resolve the anomalies in Haiqing District, the citizens here are in grave danger. No, at this rate of spread, the entire city might fall quickly." Fong Mingyue worried. Shen Ge nodded, "Right. I tried finding the source, but so far only found this parasitic anomaly in a few rabbit-type anomalies." "Is it a special ability of rabbit-type anomalies?" Fong Mingyue asked. Shen Ge thought for a moment and shook his head. "Not necessarily. The 12 branches have methods to accelerate animal anomalization. Rabbits have strong reproductive capabilities and short growth cycles. If I were to choose an animal to cultivate a parasitic anomaly, I'd also pick rabbits." As they spoke, they had gone up 2 floors. Several people, men and women, were gathered in this stairwell. As they spoke, they had gone up 2 floors. Several people, men and women, were gathered in this stairwell, similar to the 2 women on the 17th floor, with blood holes all over their faces and bodies, red bloodworms constantly chewing their flesh. These people seemed to feel no pain. They held squirming flesh, staring at Shen Ge and Fong Mingyue coming upstairs, murmuring, "Eat if you're hungry. Don't be shy. Come eat. Eat. Hurry up and eat. Eat this and you won't be." Seeing the mix of confusion, anticipation, seriousness, and overwhelming admiration, a solid 90%, in Fong Mingyue's eyes, Shen Ge knew her earlier question wasn't meant sarcastically. She genuinely believed he could figure out how to use this device. Shen Ge sighed, forcefully swallowing the "are you fucking kidding me" that threatened to escape. The device was only about the size of a fist, shaped much like a common sci-fi movie alien communicator, very high-tech, and somewhat similar to an anomaly energy detector. Shen Ge picked it up for a closer look and noticed a cover on the back, like those on battery compartments of toys. "This thing needs batteries, too?" Shen Ge pried open the cover. Inside was a piece of anomalous flesh about 2 fingers wide, wrapped in various coils. "Well, I'll be. Anomalous energy is the primary power source now." "Huh?" Shen Ge tried pressing the buttons on the device's front, but nothing happened. Noticing a dial on the side, he slid it. A wisp of black, anomalous energy mist slowly emanated from the front of the device, drifting towards the left front. This device was meant to break through overlapping spaces. Clearly, this wisp of energy was acting as a guide. "Come on, let's check out," Shen Ge said to Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue wore an expression that screamed. I knew Investigator Shen would see through its usage at a glance. Her blatant admiration was honestly a bit awkward for Shen Ge. This girl is unfathomable. Even I can't decipher her thought process. Shen the unfathomable and Fong the fangirl followed the direction indicated by the device. Bypassing the commercial district, they found an anomaly on the road between Haiching Park and the snack street, gnawing on a human corpse. The anomaly was about a meter long and half a meter tall, with a rat's head and a body covered in dark brown scales, resembling a pangolin. It was hunched over a headless corpse, chewing on the stomach area. The internal organs were already hollowed out, yet still buried its head inside the cavity, feeding. Fang Mingwe moved to approach it with her anomalous bone staff, but Shen Ge pulled her back. "Wait here. Don't rush," he whispered. After speaking, Shen Ge slowed his pace and cautiously approached the anomaly. Watching him, Fang Mingwe felt a pang of helplessness. Investigator Shen must have determined this anomaly is tough to handle and is worried I'll get hurt, so he's taking action himself. She bit her lip, clenched her fists, and resolved to become stronger, to not always be a burden to Investigator Shen. Shen Ge carefully approached the brown-scaled anomaly rat, frowning. Visually, its anomalous energy level was only Tier 2. What troubled him wasn't its strength, but he was this close, and the system still hadn't shown up to make its presence known. Before encountering Fang Mingwe, Shen Ge had dealt with several anomalies, including a Tier 2 one, plus the giant anomaly earlier. The system had given no prompts for any of them. He'd actually sensed something was wrong when he left the comprehensive building, which was why he'd been trapped in the overlapping space for over 10 hours. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Ever since the system devoured formless, it would crash for a while after devouring trait-bearing anomalies. Shen Ge currently had 5 traits: soundless, motionless, formless, manifestationless, and non-ignition. After the crashes following devouring formless and manifestationless, Shen Ge had pondered if these traits were special in some way. If devouring any trait caused a crash, why didn't devouring soundless and motionless cause one? At first, he thought soundless didn't cause a crash because the system had just awakened, but then he remembered the system activated after killing soundless. Devouring happened after awakening. And devouring motionless didn't cause a crash either. Although he hadn't paid attention to crashes then, that period was still the one anomalous event per day phase. Right after devouring motionless, the anomalous car, rat, and cat events happened in succession. So clearly the system hadn't, or in other words, the idea that devouring traits always causes a crash doesn't hold water. If he had to force a reason, the problem only started after formless. So, after devouring formless, manifestationless, and non-ignition, crashes occurred. Gulp, gulp. While Shen Ge was still pondering the system crash, the anomaly rat detected movement behind it. It raised its head, emitting horrifying swallowing sounds from its mouth. Shen Ge had wanted to get closer to test if the system would react. Now, interrupted mid-thought and test, he felt a strong urge to chop it into pieces. Fang Mingwe, Shen Ge called. "Here." Startled by being called, Fang Mingwe stood straight and responded promptly. "Restrain it," Shen Ge said while sidestepping. The anomaly rat charged past him, hitting empty air. "Understood." Fang Mingwe immediately took out her anomalous bone staff, extended it into a large bone cage that enveloped the rat, and contracted it, trapping the creature. But the rat was powerful. Seeing the end of the staff Fang Mingwe held nearly wrenched from her grip, she leaned against a nearby lamppost, changed the shape of the end she held into a hook, and latched it onto the post. The mindless rat, obviously unaware that stepping back would unhook the staff, just kept ramming forward, tightening the trap further. Shen Ge walked up to the bone cage. The system still showed no reaction, making further testing unnecessary. He took out the black bone dagger and stabbed it into the rat's eye. Thud! The dagger tip only penetrated an inch before being enveloped in black, anomalous energy mist, which quickly began repairs. Shen Ge tried stabbing the brown scales on the rat's body. They were quite hard. Several stabs with the black bone dagger left no marks. Interesting. Shen Ge circled the cage, looking for a weakness. According to the headquarters anomalization ladder, based on anomalous energy content, anomalies of the same tier could vary greatly in strength. It was like how anomalies just after initial anomalization before developing an anomalous space were all classified as Tier 1. Since the individual's strength before anomalization affected its strength after, theoretically, an anomaly rat couldn't beat an anomaly wolf, lion, or tiger. As anomalous events increased, researchers delving deeper discovered that after initial anomalization to Tier 1, two types emerged. One type strengthened its own physical body, the self-healing type. The other saw its anomalous energy evolve various abilities, the special type. For example, anomalous energy providing bulletproof defense, morphing into anomalous energy tentacles, forming carapace, or devouring and fusing with other anomalous energy, etc. Research found special type anomalies entered secondary anomalization faster than self-healing types and had a higher chance of becoming high-tier anomalies. After secondary anomalization, Tier 2 anomalies generally developed anomalous spaces. Those of this self-healing type were usually just ordinary subspace states, while those of the special type were often influenced by their special abilities, developing variations or special effects. This anomaly rat was clearly a special type, its special feature being the fusion of anomalous energy with brown scales. Hardness. Shen Ge suddenly realized why. Hours earlier, he couldn't damage the border of the overlapping space with the black-bone dagger. It wasn't that the dagger was ineffective. The anomalous space was simply too hard, exceeding the dagger's destructive capability. Bang! A loud crash sounded as the lamppost holding the bone hook couldn't withstand the rat's force, toppling over and smashing into a two-story building nearby. Seeing Shen Ge still studying the rat, Feng Mingyue clapped her hands together. A bone strip extended from her wrist, instantly forming skeletal arm guards over her hands. She grabbed the slipping anomalous bone staff with one hand and punched the nearby wall with the other. With a few clicks, the skeletal arm guard morphed into a bone claw embedded in the wall. While Feng Mingyue struggled to hold the rat, Shen Ge calmly poked and prodded it with the black bone dagger, seemingly researching something. Finally, he inserted the dagger into the rat's eye and stepped back. The skeletal arm guard scraped against the wall with a grating sound. Just as Feng Mingyue was about to lose her grip, the resistance suddenly vanished. The rat had stopped moving. Puzzled, she heard Shen Ge say, "Flip it over with the bones. It's like a pangolin. The belly shouldn't have scales. Use this anomalous energy dagger. It's more effective against anomalies. Stab the heart. You have 10 seconds. Be quick." Understood. Although unsure why the struggling rat had suddenly stopped, Feng Mingyue followed orders. She pulled the dagger from its eye, used the bone staff to flip the cage, and stabbed the dagger into the rat's heart. Immediately, the rat thrashed violently. Feng Mingyue pressed her left hand against its neck. The front of the skeletal arm guard morphed into bone claws, piercing the rat's neck, pinning it in place. As her right hand moved to pull the dagger for more stabs, Shen Ge beat her to it, yanking out the black bone dagger and stabbing the rat's abdomen repeatedly until it resembled a honeycomb. "Release the cage," Shen Ge said. Feng Mingyue complied immediately. Shen Ge pressed the black bone dagger into the rat's body, then switched to the butcher's knife for an on-the-spot dissection, peeling off the brown, scaly hide from its back. Host successfully killed a Tier 2 anomaly. Reward: 100 system points. Random F-grade recovery item X1. No. Shen Ge shook the scaly hide, flicking off the black blood, rolled it up, and stored it in his backpack. This hide could even withstand the black bone dagger. It would be perfect for crafting protective gear. Meanwhile, the black anomalous energy, mist emanating from the front of the space-breaking device, wrapped around his left arm's corrupt flesh, began drifting towards the rat corpse on the ground, merging with its anomalous energy. After the two energies merged, the device seemed to start absorbing the rat's anomalous energy. Beep, beep, beep. Anomalous energy mist gathered on the device's thumb-thick signal line at the front, then whooshed out as a black beam shooting into the air. With a shing, ripples spread across the sky, and a transparent glass, wall appeared not far from Shen Ge and Feng Mingwei. The completely transparent glass was hard to spot, but the reflections on it were obvious, making it easy to see upon closer inspection. Shen Ge approached and saw the wall wasn't a single layer, but several intersecting, overlapping layers. One layer had already cracked and was crumbling away. Shen Ge immediately thought of a possibility. It's making the anomalous space visible? The collapsing layer must be the anomaly rat's anomalous space. Feng Mingwei said, so the device makes the anomalous space visible by absorbing the anomalous energy of the anomaly that created it? As expected of investigator Shen, you saw through its usage immediately. Well, if you say so, then sure. Shen Ge walked up to the transparent glass barrier with the black bone dagger. Upon closer inspection, aside from the shattered rat layer, 3 layers remained. In other words, this was a 4-layer overlapping anomalous space. Just based on layer count, it was less than the 6 or 7 layers in the Dongyu village incident, and there were no high-tier anomalies guarding it. Breaking through shouldn't be too difficult. Shen Ge tried poking it with the black bone dagger, indeed leaving a small mark on the glass barrier. According to the earliest method proposed by the Special Response Department to break anomalous spaces, besides having trapped individuals find the space's weaknesses and patterns, the most direct way was causing spatial distortion through collisions using anomalous energy equipment. Previously, this method only addressed symptoms, not the root cause, primarily because causing distortion through collisions had a success rate of over 70% when applied externally, allowing for multiple attempts. Once inside, causing collisions had less than a 30% success rate based on tests, and only if the anomalous energy level surpassed that of the anomaly maintaining the space. Crucially, the duration and entry point of the spatial distortion were unpredictable, making finding the glass barrier from inside extremely difficult. Now, with the detection device and the black bone dagger, these 2 problems were perfectly solved, greatly increasing the success rate of directly destroying the anomalous space from within. Shen Ge tried stabbing harder with the black bone dagger. Judging by the damage, 2 layers were rated Tier 2 and could be directly destroyed. Crack! Crack! A few stabs later, the 2nd layer was destroyed. Then the 3rd. The final layer couldn't be directly destroyed by the dagger, indicating the anomaly maintaining it was rated above Tier 2. However, resolving 3 layers at once, reducing the overlapping space to just 1 layer, significantly saved Shen Ge's search time. After all, the entire Haiqing district was sizable. Just searching the streets would take considerable time, not to mention entering buildings to hunt anomalies. Only 1 anomaly above Tier 2 left. Find and deal with it, and we can leave this place, Shen Ge said, turning to Feng Mingwei. Feng Mingwei looked at the rat corpse on the ground. Should we take this part? Even after death, anomaly corpses continuously produced anomalous energy until it completely dissipated, when the anomaly would truly die. This was why anomalies had a chance to revive. While Shen Ge could find an excuse to send Feng Mingwei away and sell the corpse for a one-time gain, he was very interested in the rat scales. He wanted Li Xiang to help craft defensive anomalous equipment from them. Selling even part of the corpse would make the scales disappear. So, Shen Ge chose not to sell. However, the anomalous energy in that part of the corpse had been absorbed by the detector and needed time to recover. To be safe, Shen Ge raised his hand, activated the anomalous energy arm guard, and spewed black flames, burning the rat corpse to a crisp, further increasing the recovery time. Let's go. This should do, Shen Ge said. Feng Mingwen never questioned or doubted Shen Ge's judgments. She nodded, stored her anomalous equipment, and the 2 continued following the direction guided by the detector's anomalous energy mist, searching for the anomaly, maintaining the space. Late at night, after over 10 hours of action in the blockade zone, even Shen Ge was tired. He and Feng Mingwei found a small supermarket to rest. They ate some food, discussed the Beijing anomaly disaster and the 12 branches for a while. Then Shen Ge told Feng Mingwei to rest first while he took the first watch, and she the second. Though accustomed to Shen Ge's habit of downplaying his selfless sacrifices and noble character, Feng Mingyue was deeply moved by his care. However, considering Shen Ge was key to resolving the disaster and needed proper rest more, she insisted she wouldn't rest first. After a few exchanged words, Shen Ge forcefully made her lie down. Seeing his displeased expression, she reluctantly complied. Shen Ge glanced at Feng Mingyue trying to force herself to sleep and snorted inwardly. Just sleep when told. Don't waste time chattering and delay my reading. Truthfully, with little Seven on alert, Shen Ge could sleep too, but he wanted to stay up until midnight to check the latest log. The future Formless had successfully anomalized into a Tier 7 anomaly. Whether the future Shen Ge succeeded against it or not would provide valuable intel. Yesterday's log, April 13th, mentioned the future Shen Ge and Luo Chengwang deciding to first explore the area around Tom's department store. Although Tom's was utterly destroyed by the anti-anomaly missile, causing the formless anomalous domain to go out of control and transparentize most of Rong City, the specific terrain needed surveying for strategic deployment. The method was simple: send drones and small probe robots for scans, then use AI to reconstruct the terrain map for a general overview. Shen Ge waited these 2 hours to see the reconstruction results. Congratulations, host, on surviving another day in this anomaly-ridden world. Reward: 1% free distribution point, 10 system points. April 14th, 2028. The area around Tom's department store, utterly destroyed by the anti-anomaly missile, has extremely complex ground conditions, greatly hindering the probe robot's movement. Terrain reconstruction is more difficult than imagined. However, drones were attacked during reconnaissance. Using image and sonic wave reconstruction tech, the attackers were confirmed to be transparent tentacles from Formless. The Special Response Department changed strategy, narrowing the search focus. They identified the mobile, formless tentacles and used sonic detection and AI reconstruction tech. The reconstructed images were shocking. The entire block was already covered by formless tentacles. Its size was beyond imagination. The reconnaissance team worked hard all day, but couldn't find the end of Formless body. Shen Ge rubbed his temples. The future Formless was unexpectedly troublesome. It was indeed best to nip anomalies in the bud before they grew. However, rereading the log from start to finish, Shen Ge noticed a key issue. While the frequency of anomalous events was increasing daily, it was still within the controllable range of the anti-anomaly organizations. The 12 branches artificial anomalies, aside from having extra arms for guns and extra heads for insurance, were essentially just anomalous energy equipment. Even with their means to accelerate anomalization, could such combat strength really push the world to apocalypse in 2.5 years? According to the log, the streets were filled with anomalies. Humans survived only in bases and had to venture out periodically for resources. Even a major country's central city, like Takaguchi City in Japan, had completely fallen, let alone smaller countries with little anti-anomaly capability. The key was, once a Tier 4 anomaly appeared, it inevitably caused an anomaly disaster. Currently, Tier 4 events worldwide were few and far between. While anomalies could rapidly anomalize by devouring each other, advancing tiers required exponentially increasing numbers. And once they grew to Tier 7 like Formless, their gigantic bodies would be impossible to hide. So the question was, where would an 8th tier anomaly pop up in 2.5 years to devour Takaguchi City? Shen Ge even wondered if it was like some monster universe setting, with many hollow worlds inside Earth hibernating colossal beings. 7th tier, 8th tier, 9th tier, even 10th tier anomaly kings. Once certain conditions were met, these powerful anomalies would awaken and destroy the world. Shen Ge quickly dismissed this. He could see anomalous energy with his naked eye. Wouldn't such powerful anomalies have demonic auras reaching the sky? There was another possibility. Shen Ge thought of the parasite-controlled humans he'd seen lately. By anomalous rating standards, these were also Tier 1 anomalies after initial anomalization. if devouring them counted as devouring a Tier-1 anomaly. Using them to feed other anomalies would be astoundingly fast. Seems like we still need to find a way to uproot the 12 branches in one go. After much thought, Shen Ge concluded the biggest variable leading to apocalypse in 2.5 years was still the 12 branches. Anomalies could be strangled in the cradle while still young. The same could be done to the 12 branches. I wonder if I jumped onto the next 12 branches member during teleportation, would it take me along? Shen Ge mused, his thoughts running wild. Of course, this was just a thought. Shen Ge wasn't crazy enough to test their teleportation function with his life. Regardless, the 12 branches were now on his must-kill list. Exhausted, Shen Ge stopped overthinking, tasked Little Seven with guard duty, and leaned against a shelf to sleep. Smack! He didn't know how long he slept when a sharp slapping sound jolted him awake. Little Seven hadn't alerted him, meaning it wasn't danger. Opening his eyes, he saw Fong Mingyue sitting on the floor, a bright red handprint on her cheek, biting her lip in annoyance, looking like she'd messed up. Paramecium, what are you doing now? Shen Ge's brain was still booting up, and he blurted out his internal nickname for her. Single-minded, single-celled. It's all my fault for sleeping so long, making you keep watch all night, even getting so tired you fell asleep, Fong Mingyue explained. Waking up to find Shen Ge asleep against the shelf, she checked the time, almost 6 a.m. She'd slept nearly 7 hours. Although she hadn't rested properly for days, managing a few hours of sleep earlier thanks to her injury, she'd rushed into the blockade zone to deliver the detector without pause. Her body and spirit were at their limit. If not for Shen Ge's will influence, she would have collapsed long ago. Sleeping 7 hours in extreme fatigue wasn't unusual. But Fong Mingyue couldn't forgive herself for such a basic mistake, making Beijing's future hope keep watch all night. This was a desecration of Investigator Shen. Hearing Fong Mingyue's explanation, Shen Ge's expression became. The words "actually, I slept not long after you did" stuck in his throat, feeling like saying them would be a desecration of his own image. Damn it. This is praise-killing, absolute praise-killing. Ahem, Investigator Fong, Shen Ge said. Health is the capital of revolution. Working constantly overloaded will wear you down, especially since your injury just healed. Pushing yourself won't help. It'll hold you back. You're a Beijing investigator, more familiar with the area. There will be many places needing your effort later. So, resting and recuperating is fine. Besides, I had Little Seven on alert while I slept. Any anomaly approaching would be locked onto, so it wasn't dangerous. I actually rested not long after you did. It wasn't as exaggerated as keeping watch all night. Don't worry about it. Fong Mingyue was deeply moved. Investigator Shen is downplaying all his efforts and hardships to put me at ease. How noble. I must pull myself together. As Investigator Shen said, Beijing is my battlefield. I must play my part, not always hide under his wing. Yes, Investigator Shen, I understand. I won't betray your painstaking efforts. You can rest assured, Fong Mingyue said, staring at Shen Ge with determination. Shen Ge, painstaking efforts? What painstaking efforts? Just as Shen Ge was about to voice his confusion, Fong Mingyue spoke first. Investigator Shen, I didn't understand why you called me paramecium earlier. Now I get it. You want me to aspire towards the light like a paramecium, unaffected by the dark anomalies, purifying this world like paramecia purify polluted water. Sis, are you doing reading comprehension here? You really are a paramecium. What's wrong? Fong Mingyue asked, seeing Shen Ge's subtly strange expression. Shen Ge struggled for a moment before saying, It's nothing. Whatever makes you happy. Okay. Investigator Shen, don't worry. I'll strive to pull myself together. No matter what dire situation, I'll maintain a good mindset. Fong Mingyue said earnestly. Shen Ge facepalmed. This conversation was completely untenable. Dawn was breaking. After eating and resting briefly, they left the store and continued following the detector's guidance, searching for the last anomaly in the overlapping space. The original overlapping space had 4 layers. Yesterday, using the detector to find the anomaly rat, and with the device and black bone dagger, Shen Ge successfully broke 3 Tier 2 layers, leaving 1 layer above Tier 2. Overlapping anomalous spaces weren't perfectly aligned identical zones, but different shaped areas intersecting and overlapping, like the mathematical concept of sets. As layers were destroyed, the actionable area within the anomalous domain changed. For example, the previous maximum range was the Street 2 blocks from Haicheng Park. After destroying 3 layers, the range increased significantly. Without the detector, finding the space-maintaining anomaly would be very difficult. Guided by the device, they arrived at the center of Haicheng Park. In a wide grassy area, they found the culprit maintaining this space. A nearly 5-meter-tall monster composed of piles of green tentacles. Upon closer inspection, each tentacle was made of thumb-sized maggots clustered together. Covering its entire body, this large anomaly, visually estimated at Tier 3 strength, was slowly writhing, extremely disgusting. Around this large green anomaly, many Tier 1 small anomalies gathered, their bodies also covered in disgusting maggots. Among these anomalies were the anomaly rabbits Shen Ge had seen before, and others of the same type, also clusters of maggots. It seemed this was the birthplace of the parasite that turned humans into monsters. Besides anomalies, the wide grassy field was filled with unconscious humans, piled so high in some places they formed small mountains. The large green anomaly extended its slimy green tentacles, plucking people from the ground like a buffet and stuffing them into its mouth. The low-tier anomalies weren't idle either, gnawing on corpses. As they fed, the maggots on them slowly transferred to the humans, eating their flesh, organs, and burrowing into their bodies. Investigator Shen, Fang Mingwei was speechless with shock. Despite experiencing many anomalous events, she had never seen anything as horrifying as this. Even the Dongyu village incident wasn't this bizarre. The number of unconscious people on the field was uncountable, piled upon each other, like a fishing net hauled onto a deck, full of fish. Shen Ge frowned. Look closely at the exposed parts of these unconscious people, especially their faces. They're like the parasitized people we saw in the building. Fang Mingwei looked closely and indeed saw maggots of varying degrees writhing on their faces and bodies. I guess that green guy is the parasitic anomaly mother body that can control humans. It spreads the parasite to other anomalies through some method, spreading it across Haicheng District. And the parasite-infected humans are summoned here by it, Shen Ge analyzed. Otherwise, based on normal behavior after an anomalous event, panic crowds would typically seek shelter in enclosed areas, like residences, shops, supermarkets. They wouldn't gather in such an open place. Therefore, this large green anomaly must have a way to control the parasitized, gathering them here for its buffet. This also explained why Shen Ge and Fang Mingwei encountered so few humans in buildings or on the streets. Haicheng District had a population of millions. Not seeing people was abnormal. Now they knew why. Investigator Shen, there must be thousands of people here. If we don't stop this anomaly, given its spread rate, soon the entire Haicheng District citizens will be parasitized. Fang Mingwei said. More than that, look at the artificial lake ahead and that small forest. Unconscious people are everywhere. Probably tens of thousands are here, Shen Ge said. Fang Mingwei looked where he pointed. Indeed, the lake was filled with floating people, and fish were nibbling on the corpses. In the woods, the distant paths, people were lying everywhere, many indeed. The sheer number was one thing, but the key was, based on prior experience, these people were beyond saving. Calling them dead was an exaggeration. The thought of tens of thousands lost filled Fang Mingwei with grief. She wished she could skin and dismember that green giant anomaly. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, hundreds of tentacles on the large green anomaly pointed skyward simultaneously, emitting thunderous, swallowing sounds. As the sounds echoed, the maggots on the tentacles quivered. What's it doing? Did it discover us? Fang Mingwei alertly looked around. Aside from the large green anomaly and the surrounding Tier 1 anomalies, No other threats were near her and Shen Ge. It seemed the green giant wasn't calling its minions to attack them. Look, Shen Ge patted Fang Mingyue's shoulder, pointing into the distance. Fang Mingyue raised her tactical binoculars. From the woods, a group of people slowly emerged, their hands holding bloody things, moving slowly, seemingly muttering something. Hundreds, thousands of voices merged into a mosquito-like buzz. Their faces were the same ferocious smiles as the parasitized in the building. They walked towards the large green anomaly, climbing over or stepping over corpses on the ground, as if nothing could stop their advance. TCH, is fresh live delivery not enough? Gotta have it raw, too. Shen Ge's expression turned grim, watching the green anomaly use its tentacles to feed the living people into its mouth one by one. Usually, humans treated animals and seafood as buffets. The role reversal was shocking, even for Shen Ge's strong will. Investigator Shen. Fang Mingyue pointed nervously into the distance. Shen Ge looked and saw more survivors appearing from the left and right. Let's go. Shen Ge stood up to leave, only to find parasitized people approaching from all around the park. Thousands upon thousands. Even the direction they came from had some parasitized, likely gathering from both sides of the park entrance. Shen Ge and Fang Mingyue's position, near the large field, felt like being surrounded. Their only way out was to fight back the way they came. Investigator Shen, what now? Fang Mingyue asked. Without Shen Ge facing encirclement, she might have tried attacking the green giant, as eliminating the source was key to stopping the parasitic event. But if its true form was maggots, her methods, more effective against whole anomalies, might be less effective against a maggot cluster. Though steadfast in justice, influenced by Shen Ge, she understood living allowed greater contribution and wouldn't foolishly seek death. Shen Ge thought and said, since we found the source, let's try to find some explosives and blast our way through. These parasitized have no attack power. We'll break out at the weakest point and plan our next move. Shen Ge's simplest plan was to find a quiet place to draw gotcha, hopefully getting a tank and high explosives to blast a path. Okay. Fang Mingyue nodded. They got up and charged towards their entry point. Shen Ge drew the butcher's knife and black bone dagger. Fang Mingyue prepared her anomalous bone staff, aiming to cut a path with minimal noise. The ugly, ferocious parasitized, seeing two live humans running towards them, grinned horrifyingly. Eat. It's delicious. It's a gift from heaven. Hungry, right? Have some. You won't be hungry. This is the most delicious food. They held lumps of still dripping flesh and organs, but upon closer inspection, the flesh and organs were clusters of maggots. Pop, pop, pop. Just as the nearest parasitized were 4 or 5 meters away, their heads suddenly exploded like watermelons. As flesh and blood splattered, giant anomalies extended from their bodies. Holy shit. Bro, did you guys from the Biohazard crew wander onto the wrong set? Seeing the anomalized, parasitized, Shen Ge completely lost his composure. This was fucking plague of parasites, wasn't it? No time to think. Shen Ge raised his knife and slashed, cutting down the parasitic anomalies extending from the necks of the parasitized. Simultaneously, Fang Mingyue wasn't idle. Seeing more parasitized gathering, she equipped anomalous bone arm guards on both hands, extended her staff, and swept through a large group. The two fought cooperatively forward, but the rate of killing anomalies couldn't keep up with the gathering speed of the parasitized. Shen Ge simply snapped his fingers and donned the full-body attachment-type combat armor. He tucked Fang Mingyue under his arm and leaped away with his anomalous leather boots. Pop, pop. The sound of parasitized heads bursting to grow anomalies was the same as Shen Ge crushing their heads underfoot. Just as Shen Ge and Fang Mingyue landed near the park exit, the thunderous, swallowing sound echoed again. Gulp, gulp. With this sound, all the parasitized in the park turned their heads, in unison looking towards Shen Ge and Fang Mingyue's direction. Thwack, thwack, thwack. For a moment, it was like Chinese New Year fireworks going off, The heads of thousands of parasitized hosts exploded simultaneously. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Anyone unaware might have thought it was a zombie siege. Heads transformed into tentacles, each one uniquely grotesque. Some ended in a four-petaled, bloodthirsty maw like a man-eating flower. Others resembled a conglomerate of giant worms. Some were covered in eyeballs. Every terrifying feature born from eerie corruption was manifested on these revolting parasitized hosts. Shen Ge suspected this was the 12 Branches' secret weapon, their attempt to unleash chaos in Dying City using this Tier 3 anomaly, even at the cost of destroying an entire metropolis. Instantly, it struck Shen Ge that the 12 Branches' goals were far more complex than merely reclaiming the remains of Su. If that were their only aim, this would have been the perfect moment for them to strike. Even though one of their teleportation points had been destroyed earlier, that was a one-way escape route. In other words, the 12 Branches operatives must have already been lying in ambush within the lockdown zone. Their prolonged silence could only mean they were either lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity, or preparing a major move. Another possibility was that their target wasn't just the remains of Su, but something else entirely, and they were currently operating elsewhere. For instance, the humanoid anomaly discovered deep underwater by headquarters over a decade before the first recorded anomaly incident. If the 12 Branches were indeed connected to headquarters' human experiment from back then, they would certainly know the value of these humanoid anomaly remains. It seems I must deal with this Tier 3 anomaly quickly, break through the anomalous space, and get out of here. Shen Ge's gaze swept the surroundings. As the large green anomaly emitted its characteristic swallowing sound, the parasitized hosts, as if controlled, began converging toward him and Fong Mingwei. Beyond the hosts gathered in the park, others emerged from surrounding shops and residences, all drawn by the sound. Shen Ge and Fong Mingwei had followed the path indicated by the detection equipment, avoiding searches in the surrounding buildings. They hadn't anticipated such vast numbers of parasitized hosts. After all, the apartment building Shen Ge had burned down earlier contained only several hundred, maybe 1,000 hosts. Yet now, within minutes, a dense sea of figures swarmed from everywhere. Truly bizarre. It would be one thing if these hosts were merely controlled by the large green anomaly. But if the 12 Branches could also manipulate the parent organism from behind the scenes, things would get seriously complicated. Investigator Shen, look over there. Fong Mingwei suddenly shouted, pointing toward the distant parasitized hosts. Shen Ge followed her gesture and saw the various parasitic anomalies sprouting from the host heads begin devouring their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the bodies were reduced to skeletons. The black mist, anomalous energy, emanating from these parasitic anomalies thickened, triggering further corruption. Though Shen Ge estimated the energy increase wasn't substantial, at least not enough to reach Tier 2 corruption. However, post-corruption, these hosts became noticeably more aggressive. Gurgling, swallowing sounds erupted from them as they charged toward him and Fong Mingwei. They've gotten faster too. Be careful, Shen Ge warned. Fong Mingwei, wearing her anomalous bone arm guards, a protective anomalous skin vambrace on her right arm, and gripping her anomalous bone staff in its long form, adopted a classic staff fighting stance. Understood. I'll give it my all and definitely not hold you back, Investigator Shen. Having trained extensively in traditional martial arts with Chun Ku and his wife, Shen Ge recognized a skilled practitioner when he saw one. Train? Shen Ge asked. Fong Mingwen nodded earnestly. My instructor said while the anomalous bone staff excels at transformation, its core is still a long staff. So, he had me learn some 8 immortal staff techniques. Please don't laugh. What a coincidence. I've dabbled a bit in traditional martial arts myself. Let's have a contest. See who can take down more. Shen Ge scanned the encircling horde, pointed in a direction, and signaled Fong Mingwei to fight their way out that way. With that, Shen Ge activated his full body armor, surged forward, and executed a mountain shoulder strike, slamming into a nearly 2-meter-tall parasitized brute, sending him crashing back into the crowd and toppling a whole group. He then leaped into the horde, crunch crushing 2 heads underfoot, followed by side kicks, sweeps, explosive punches, and palm strikes. For a moment, nothing could get near him. Just then, a faint click sounded as Shen Ge pulled the pin from a green sweet potato grenade and tossed it into the parasitic crowd. Boom! Body parts flew everywhere. One moment it was fists and feet, the next grenades and Molotov cocktails, supplemented by the flamethrower on his anomalous arm guard, the butcher's cleaver, the black-bone dagger. He might not have mastered the essence of Bajiquan, but he'd taken one lesson to heart: leave no option unexplored. If he'd had a rocket launcher on him, he'd probably have shouted, "Eat this, old Shen's cannon blast!" Like a god of slaughter, Shen Ge instantly cleared a bloody path through the parasitized horde toward the shops ahead. His unorthodox, rule-breaking style would have earned him a string of heartfelt greetings from anyone else. With hand grenades and Molotovs in the mix, what kind of contest was this anyway? But Fang Mingwei felt not a shred of disdain. Instead, she had an epiphany, firmly convinced that Shen Ge was demonstrating how to combine traditional martial arts with modern special tactics to eliminate enemies most efficiently in the shortest time possible. Her eyes lit up. As if injected with adrenaline, she charged into the parasitized horde, staff whirring, smashing anomalous insect heads with resounding thwacks. Combining the air cushion shield from her anomalous arm guard, the claw-like spikes on her anomalous bone arm guards, and the 8 immortal staff techniques with her anomalous bone staff, Fang Mingwei's kill count, though perhaps only a tenth of Shen Ge's, still rapidly reached the position he'd indicated. Boom! 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 Shen Ge tossed his last few grenades toward 3 different directions, instantly blasting another large group of parasitized hosts to pieces. But facing tens of thousands, likely a 6-digit number, even with explosives and Molotovs, there were still thousands outside, an endless tide. Shen Ge fought his way to reunite with Fang Mingwei. Her clothes were soaked red with blood, all from the parasitized hosts. She wasn't injured. Instead, her eyes shone brightly from the killing, clearly having genuinely grasped something during these intense dozen or so minutes of battle. Let's go into that shop. Shen Ge cleaved the anomalous heads off 2 parasitized hosts, and they retreated into the shop behind them, shutting the door and barricading it with a nearby cabinet. Shen Ge hadn't suggested the contest on a whim or merely to gain combat experience. He wanted to run some tests. First, to test if these parasitized hosts, when killed in combat, would resurrect like ordinary anomalies or consume the corpses of the slain. Second, to test if they fought under control or had some autonomy, and to what extent their combat power could grow as the anomalies devoured corpses and corrupted further. He discovered that while the parasitic anomalies inside these hosts originated from the large green parent organism, they could be treated as independent entities. In other words, the anomalous energy within them didn't completely dissipate upon death and somewhat repaired wounds, albeit much slower than a Tier 1 anomaly. Secondly, they would consume corpses of their kind, absorbing anomalous energy to accelerate corruption, just like anomalies. Combat-wise, these parasitized hosts weren't particularly strong. Even the monsters that had devoured their own bodies to become octopuses were far weaker than Tier 1 anomalies. However, the fact that mutual consumption accelerated corruption made these monsters a significant threat. Once they became food for anomalies, the consequences would be unthinkable. I observed these parasitized hosts during the fight. They're controlled by the Tier 3 anomaly within a certain range, but that control weakens with distance, and they start acting on autonomous will. Currently, they're similar to movie zombies, acting mostly on instinct, feeding and capturing living beings. They're influenced by sight and sound, particularly reactive to noise, Shen Ge said while moving objects to block the door. Even if their combat power was inferior to Tier 1 anomalies, facing such numbers, even if Shen Ge could cut his way through Haiqing Park, his eyes would dry out from strain. Besides, wasting energy on these minions wasn't wise. Thus, he used the earlier fight to study them and lure the parasitized hosts away, creating an opportunity to enter Haichang Park and eliminate the parent organism. Testing revealed their vision was far inferior to their hearing. A single grenade explosion could grab their attention. Some, upon hearing the explosion, would even struggle to reach the blast site to investigate, completely disregarding the engulfing flames. The shop they'd taken refuge in was a funeral services store, a one-stop shop from grave selection to cremation. The store was filled with funeral-related items, instruments and paper offerings for Chinese-style services or objects for Western-style ceremonies. Shen Ge had Fong Mingyue use her anomalous bone staff to brace the door while he rummaged through boxes and cabinets, finding several speakers, megaphones, and brand-new sealed copper gongs, swanas, eris, Bibles, and crosses. This store's business scope is quite broad, covering both Eastern and Western heavens. Shen Ge remarked, unwrapping a swana and blowing into it. It won't sound. He examined the newly unpacked instrument. Why was it broken? Fong Mingyue suddenly said, that's not how you do it. You have to like this, and then this. Try again. There you go. Shen Ge tried, and indeed produced a sound. Didn't know you could play this? Fong Mingyue said, actually, I originally studied traditional folk music. I was planning to attend a music conservatory, but my family arranged for me to go to National Defense University instead. Here, play a tune to liven things up for me. Shen Ge handed the swana to Fong Mingyue. Fong Mingyue glanced at the door, nearly battered down by the parasitized hosts, and was taken aback. Right now. Shen Ge, examining an old speaker he'd found, seemed utterly unconcerned about the hosts outside. Why not? What would you like to hear, Investigator Shen? Fong Mingyue asked. Shen Ge said, Ashes of Time, Little Knife Society Overture, something like that. Anything's fine. I don't know those, Fong Mingyue said awkwardly. Shen Ge added, then anything similar that you do know. Oh, there's one. Fong Mingyue said, raising the swana and playing a familiar BGM that echoed through the shop. Yo, a general's command. See, you do know it. Quite the folk music scholar. Even mastering the swana, Shen Ge praised. As he spoke, he pulled all the speakers from the cabinets, set aside the plug-in ones, organized the battery-operated ones separately, and found some batteries. Come on, let's go upstairs. You can play for me slowly there. Shen Ge carried the pile of equipment upstairs. Fong Mingyue, though not understanding Shen Ge's plan, she trusted his often brilliant, if unconventional, ideas. Without hesitation, she followed him upstairs. Once on the second floor, Shen Ge pulled Fong Mingyue close and said, close your eyes. Okay, open them. Fong Mingyue was startled to find herself already on the rooftop. Shen Ge crouched ahead, arranging the speakers and megaphones in a row, connecting them with data cables, then setting out a small stool and a microphone, giving the impression of a street performer about to play the eru. While Fong Mingyue was still amazed at how they had reached the roof, Shen Ge pulled her over and sat her on the stool. In a moment, play the swana here to draw the surrounding parasitized hosts over. They're sensitive to sound. This method might lure hosts from nearby buildings not yet under the parent's control. These hosts still contain anomalous energy. We must find a way to deal with them together. Otherwise, if other anomalies devour them, I estimate it won't be long before a Tier 4, or even higher, anomaly emerges. You lure, I'll kill. Fong Mingyue, hearing this, was startled. But there are so many. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just focus on playing the tune to set the mood, Shen Ge said confidently. Fong Mingyue didn't doubt his confidence for a second. If Shen Ge said so, she firmly believed he had a way to handle the hosts. Investigator Shen, rest assured, I will complete the task you've given me. Even if my throat goes dry, I won't stop. Fong Mingyue vowed. Shen Ge said, no need for that, no need. I just want to use the noise, a hymn, the music, to draw the surrounding hosts together for a clean sweep. After all, things like Molotovs are limited, too scattered, and it's just wasteful. Understood, Fong Mingyue said. Shen Ge patted her shoulder his eyes conveying encouragement for this important task. Fong Mingwen nodded vigorously, raised the suona, adjusted her breath, and began to play. Amplified by the row of speakers and megaphones, the pure sound of the suona playing the general's command instantly reverberated throughout the entire block. The parasitized hosts who had lost the parents' control due to distance and were wandering the streets aimlessly, along with others inside nearby buildings, were quickly drawn by the sound. Seeing his noise strategy working, Shen Ge jumped down from the back of the building, activated Invisible, and passed through the shop to another street. To deal with these tens of thousands of parasitized hosts, clearly only a major conflagration would do. Relying solely on the flamethrower on his anomalous arm guard would probably drain its energy long before making a dent. Ultimately, he had to count on Molotov cocktails. Hiding in a shop, Shen Ge had 4,273 system points and 42 lottery draws. He could only hope the system would be generous and provide plenty of Molotovs. Listening to the distant suona music, he didn't even need his own BGM. Pin draw commence. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations, host, on drawing weapon 134 minigun X1, ammunition X5000. Free attribute points 2%. Fragmentation grenade X3. Molotov cocktail X20. Drinking water X3 barrels. Instant noodles X2 boxes. Free attribute points 2%. Molotov cocktail X20. High explosive bomb X3. Free attribute points 2%. After 410 draws, Shen Ge had gained a total of 27% free attribute points, Molotov cocktails X180, and double-digit quantities of bombs, grenades, and other throwables. Several assault rifles, submachine guns, pistols, and a pile of ammunition. Even the minigun he'd once longed for. This time he got 3, plus 2 grenade launchers, 2 rocket launchers, and 1 mortar. The mortar was a new item. Though the model was somewhat old, with 5 shells provided, it still delighted Shen Ge. 273 system points left, 2 draws. Can I get a miracle single draw? System, give me some strength. You're totally being shown up by little 7 now, Shen Ge mused, initiating another draw. Draw. Prize drawing in progress. Congratulations, host, on drawing vehicle PLA Type 99A main battle tank X1. Boom. With a flash of white light and a deafening roar, a tank materialized inside the shop, bursting through the ceiling and walls. Holy crap. Shen Ge's feelings were complex, but now wasn't the time to dwell on the system's sudden surprise. The surprise had made too much noise, already attracting the attention of nearby parasitized hosts. Shen Ge immediately moved all the newly drawn items into the tank's cockpit, climbed in himself, and said, "Little 7, you're in charge of driving the tank and firing the cannon. Head toward Fong Mingyue's location." "As you command, Master." Little 7 immediately extended corrupted flesh tentacles to take control of the tank, started it up, and crashed through the shop onto the street. Shen Ge, meanwhile, climbed into the machine gun turret, first strafing the surrounding parasitized hosts with the tank's built-in machine gun, while simultaneously throwing Molotov cocktails. The heavy tank crushed everything in its path, grinding hosts and vehicles into paste. Combined with the cannon fire and explosions, more and more parasitized hosts converged on their position. Fong Mingyue, still playing the suona to attract hosts from afar, heard the commotion and looked over. Seeing Shen Ge commanding a tank, her shock was no less than if he'd arrived riding a rainbow. Yet, instead of wondering where he'd found these things, she thought, Investigator Shen truly is divine. He said he had a way to deal with these hosts, and he really does. Investigator Fong, jump on. Shen Ge fought his way to the front of the shop and called up to Fong Mingyue on the roof. After over a dozen-plus minutes of concert, every host that could be lured out was out. All that remained was a mowing operation, a great slaughter. Fong Mingyue leaped forward, jumping directly from the second-floor roof, landing precisely on the tank. There are plenty of weapons in the cockpit. Let's go all out, Shen Ge said. Yes. Fong Mingwei was thrilled. She always considered it an honor to fight alongside Shen Ge. She dove into the cockpit, grabbed a firearm, and joined the slaughter. Protected by their iron box, Shen Ge and Fong Mingwei could even retreat into the cockpit to snack and regain stamina when tired. There was virtually no danger. Thus, using the Type 99A tank as their stronghold and relying on copious throwables, shells, and firearms, they spent the next several hours clearing out most of the parasitized hosts in the block. The rest is up to you. Shen Ge patted Fong Mingyue's shoulder and recalled Little Seven. Several thousand hosts remained on the nearby streets, converging toward the tank. No more were emerging from Haiqing Park. With no minions in the way, Shen Ge intended to deal with the parent organism. After giving Fong Mingyue a few instructions, Shen Ge, clad in his full body armor, jumped from the tank, leaping several times as he charged toward the distant Haiqing Park. Fong Mingyue knew her current strength might only be a hindrance if she followed. Her task was to thoroughly eliminate these remaining hosts, allowing Investigator Shen to focus on the parent organism without any worries. Thinking this, she hoisted a rocket launcher, emerged from the cockpit, fired a shell into the distant crowd of hosts, and followed up with rifle fire. Meanwhile, once out of Fong Mingyue's sight, Shen Ge activated Invisible. Using the enhanced jumping power of his anomalous skin boots, he sped toward the central area of Haiqing Park. Unimpeded by hosts, his progress was swift. Upon seeing the large green anomalous parent organism on the grassland, he noticed it had grown nearly another meter, clearly having devoured many hosts and digested their anomalous energy. Shen Ge was grateful he'd realized this earlier, using the host's sound sensitivity to lure them away from the parent's control zone for elimination. Otherwise, with that massive numbers, the parent could have potentially grown into a Tier 4 or 5 behemoth just by feeding. Shen Ge charged toward the parent across the field of host corpses. Protected by invisibility, it hadn't detected him. He threw a Molotov cocktail at the parent, igniting it, then supplemented the flames with black fire from his anomalous arm guard. The subordinate anomalies crouched nearby, sensing the parent was under attack, immediately became alert, adopting aggressive postures and scanning their surroundings. Shen Ge then activated Silent. Invisible plus Silent, unseen, unheard. The worm conglomerates lost their target, emitting confused swallowing sounds. Suddenly, the parent's body shuddered, and the flames on it seemed to simply shed off. Shen Ge's eyes narrowed. He immediately realized the parent was composed of countless tentacles and worms. Even if set ablaze, the fire would burn from the outside in. By shedding the burning worms, it could protect its interior. Unfortunately, it had its plans, but Shen Ge had his workarounds. He threw another Molotov, again igniting the parent with his anomalous arm guard's flames. Just as it prepared to shed, no exit, anomalous domain. Shen Ge sealed the parent inside, no exit, trapping it for a good roasting. The shed worms couldn't save it. Instead, they acted like kindling beneath it. And since no exit had an opening above, oxygen deprivation wasn't an issue. However, to Shen Ge's surprise, the parent utilized this very oxygen gap. Its body began frothing with green bubbles, as if actively self-destructing some worms. Then, tentacles coated in green liquid surged out from within no exit, stabbing into the corpses of dead humans and animals nearby. Even animals that had been parasitized and killed before fully corrupting underwent rapid mutation upon being pierced by the parent's tentacles. Their backs, heads, similar corruptions to the parasitized hosts appeared. These animals, besides sight and hearing, retained their keen animal sense of smell. They quickly detected Shen Ge's invisible form and converged on him. TCH, seems I need an odorless trait for a perfect stealth combo, Shen Ge mused. Since he was discovered, he deactivated the trait effects. The surrounding Tier 1 anomalies immediately spotted him, emitting furious swallowing sounds as they pounced. Shen Ge leaped into the air. The anomalies crashed into each other below. Using his falling momentum, he landed crunch-crush stomping two heads, then swung his butcher's cleaver. The sharp cleaver severed the tentacles growing from the animals. Before they could counterattack, their bodies were hacked to pieces. Shen Ge continued, one hand spraying fire from his anomalous arm guard, the other wielding the cleaver. Protected by non-flammable, he could walk through fire unharmed. Several more anomalies tried to flank him from behind, launching a sneak attack, but before they could jump, they suddenly sank into the ground, buried alive. By the time they dug themselves out, Shen Ge had already rushed to the parent's side. His left hand sprayed black fire. His right aimed a freezing device, subjecting the parent to a trial of ice and fire. The black fire burning forced the parent to shed worms, but the moment they shed, the freezing device injured them. Shed again, burned again. While Shen Ge's primary goal was conserving his anomalous arm guard's energy to ensure he could still produce black fire, the alternating extreme heat and cold actually inflicted greater damage on the parent. After several rounds, the parent, originally 4 to 5 meters tall, was reduced to 2 or 3 meters. As the outer worm conglomerate completely shed, its true form was finally revealed. A large green worm covered in tentacles. "Brother, you are truly ugly." Shen Ge raised his cleaver and brought it down hard on the monster's head. Clang! The blow only left a mark. Wow, Ironhead skill, huh? Shen Ge swung his cleaver repeatedly, fending off the anomaly's grasping tentacles, while retracting his anomalous arm guard and switching to the black-bone dagger. Stab! The black-bone dagger, thrust into the mark left by the cleaver, sank deeper. Clearly, the combined anomalous energy had an armor-piercing effect. This parent was, after all, a Tier 3 anomaly, its body covered in incredibly agile tentacles. Even with his anomalous shield and armor, Shen Ge didn't dare be careless. Timing it right, Shen Ge stuck the unseeable anomalous eye onto the parent's back, then fought while retreating, engaging in hit-and-run tactics, occasionally sucking on an energy canister to replenish mental energy. Although the anomalous eye affected the parent's vision, its hearing was as sharp as the parasitized host's. Combined with its flexible tentacles flailing wildly, it formed a defensive barrier Shen Ge couldn't immediately breach. After some thought, Shen Ge conceived a bold plan. He directly reached out toward the parent. Collapse! The moment he deployed the invisible anomalous domain, Shen Ge raised his other hand, attempting for the first time to use the power of 2 anomalous domains simultaneously. No exit anomalous domain. He tried to use no exit's severing ability to bisect the parent organism the instant it fell. However, the 2 domains collided, and invisible proved superior, bursting through the anomalous space formed by no exit and rapidly burying half of the parent's body underground. Was it because invisible was strengthened once? Shen Ge had no time to ponder. This 1-second test had consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. He quickly sucked on an energy canister and retreated. The next second, the parent organism burrowed out of the ground, shedding more worms that instantly covered the area, crawling toward Shen Ge. Just as Shen Ge prepared to evade, the worms exploded like firecrackers with a series of pop-pop-pops. Green liquid splashed onto Shen Ge's feet, immediately bubbling and corroding like acid. The energy of his armor plummeted, indicating the terrifying corrosive power of this green foam, rivaling even the stomach acid of the anomalous stomach. Shen Ge quickly aimed the freezing device at his feet, spraying them. Once frozen, he peeled off the affected material. Meanwhile, another wave of anomalous worms surged toward him. Sucking on the energy canister, Shen Ge again employed no exit anomalous domain to block the exploding worms. Then, leveraging his anomalous skin boots, he leaped behind the parent organism and continued roasting the worms with black fire from his anomalous arm guard. Every time the parent was ignited, it shed worms. Combined with the worms released for attack, the parent was shrinking with each engagement. Originally over 5 meters tall, it was now less than 2 meters. Suddenly, the parent's head split open like a flower blossom, separating into 4 tentacles, while the inner head resembled the maw of a man-eating flower. Within the maw was a pale, terrifying, ghostly face. Just as Shen Ge felt this face looked familiar, it shot out from the man-eating flower's mouth, lunging at him. Shen Ge raised his hands, now sheathed in the anomalous gloves, and grabbed the elongated neck of the ghostly face. He exerted force, attempting to wrench it out from the parent's body. Unexpectedly, the parent's strength was greater. It instead pulled Shen Ge toward it. Perhaps the parent merely wanted to break free, but Shen Ge wore the anomalous gloves unyielding. As long as Shen Ge didn't let go, the ghostly face couldn't escape. During this tug-of-war, the anomalous worms on the ground crawled over, exploding in a series of pops. But the corrosive liquid was blocked by the no-exit domain. Then, Shen Ge remembered where he'd seen this face before. Wasn't this the face that extended from the anomalous taxi driver's mouth? The neck gripped by Shen Ge suddenly shot out sharp, needle-like spikes. They looked extremely piercing, but the armor neutralized the attack. Seeing this, Shen Ge drew his butcher's cleaver, shaving off the spikes like deboning, then chopped down on the neck. The blade sank an inch deep. Having experience dealing with a similar anomaly before, Shen Ge knew its weakness was being vulnerable to fire internally. He simply gave up resistance, allowing himself to be pulled toward the parent. Then, while holding onto the ghostly face with one hand, he shoved a messy assortment of items, Molotovs, grenades, shrapnel, into the man-eating flower's mouth. The parent's several tentacles opportunistically wrapped around various parts of Shen Ge's body, seemingly trying to tear him apart. Simultaneously, the ghostly face opened its bloody maw to bite his head. Shen Ge thrust his right arm into the ghostly face's mouth, materializing the anomalous shield inside it, filling the entire mouth. His left hand wielded the butcher's cleaver, hacking at the tentacles. But because he released the ghostly face, the parent immediately tried to retract its head, unknowingly playing right into Shen Ge's hands. The instant the ghostly face retracted into the man-eating flower, Shen Ge activated the flamethrower on his anomalous arm guard, channeling black fire into its mouth. Whoosh! The Molotov ignited, flames instantly shooting out from the man-eating flower's mouth. The parent tried to close it, but the grenade exploded first, the blast force blowing the closing tentacles apart again. The parent, having been drained of much of its energy by Shen Ge and now suffering internal devastation, was at its end. Shen Ge continued using the no-exit domain to block worm explosions, supplementing with black fire from his arm guard and his cleaver in a mobile battle. In less than 5 minutes, he completely killed the parent organism. Host's awe-inspiring might and peerless valor, single-handedly slaying a Tier 3 anomaly. Reward: System Points x 300, Random F-Grade Supplies x1. Sell Tier 3 Anomaly Corpse. Price: 1,500 System Points. Shen Ge had already accumulated several F-Grade supplies he hadn't retrieved. But with over a dozen energy canisters left, 2 mental apples, and plenty of other medicine, he wasn't in a hurry. He allocated the previously drawn 29% free attribute points to mental energy, ate a mental apple, and instantly restored his mental energy to full. Then, he dealt with the Tier 1 anomalies previously buried using Collapse, tossed a few Molotovs to ignite the piled-up corpses nearby, and walked out of the park. Killing the parent and clearing the surrounding Tier 1 anomalies netted him nearly 3,000 system points. At this rate, his mental energy would soon break through 600% in advance. Since treating the system shop as a supply store, his main goal was killing anomalies for points to draw free attribute points. Trade equipment was just a welcome surprise. As the saying goes, no hope, no disappointment. This made drawing much more comfortable. Drawing system points was profit. Drawing other weapons/equipment/supplies was break even. Drawing trade equipment meant the system was crying from loss. According to the system's explanation, raising his rating unlocked more functions and permissions. While Tier 1 and 2 didn't see huge functional changes besides the system shop, even just for that one trait strengthening point, striving to improve his rating was worth it. Investigator Shen. Fong Mingwei came running from afar, several guns still slung on her. All the external parasitized hosts are dealt with. Shen Ge asked. Fong Mingwei nodded. All dealt with. Investigator Shen, the parent organism, also dealt with. As expected of Investigator Shen, to solve a Tier-3 anomaly so easily. Truly, there's nothing you can't do. Fong Mingwei said excitedly. It wasn't actually that easy, Shen Ge said. I understand. Fong Mingwei glanced at Shen Ge, completely unharmed, not even a hair out of place, and immediately understood Investigator Shen was being modest. Shen Ge, you understand again? Investigator Shen, what do we do next? Fong Mingwei asked. Shen Ge said, with the parent dead, the anomalous space is dissolved. Naturally, we continue toward headquarters. But there are likely still parasitized hosts hiding in the surrounding buildings. I need you to return to the blockade line, report the situation, and have the military sent in for a carpet search to wipe out all parasitized hosts. Okay, I'll head to the blockade line immediately, then catch up with you at headquarters, Investigator Shen, Fong Mingwei said. From previous observations, even if the causing parasitic anomaly disappeared, the parasitized hosts wouldn't recover. Essentially, from a moment of parasitism, the parasite became an independent anomaly. Shen Ge could roughly guess the reason for this large-scale parasitism. The 12 branches released this parent organism into the park, where it parasitized many animals. These animals, infected with parasites, either corrupted or were catalyzed in a mutation by the 12 branches, spreading through the lockdown zone. Once contaminated with these parasites, one would gradually turn into the monster seen before. It's still unclear if ingestion is necessary for infection or if just contact is enough. The entering military must take protective measures. If this spreads within the ranks, it'll be a disaster. Also, capture some specimens for researchers to quickly find the cause of infection. This kind of large-scale parasitic event. As long as the 12 branches exist, it won't stop, Shen Ge instructed. Yes, I guarantee completion of the mission. Fong Mingwei stood straight and saluted Shen Ge, as if receiving a world-saving task from a superior. It's in your hands. Yes. Watching the highly motivated Fong Mingwei, Shen Ge added a few more words, emphasizing the severity of the parasitic event and his suspicions about the 12 branches and the parasitic anomalies. Then they parted ways. Shen Ge drove the tank toward headquarters, while Fong Mingwei returned to the blockade line. Fong Mingwei memorized every word Shen Ge said. Upon returning to the blockade line, she first contacted the temporary command post and reported the situation regarding the hundreds of thousands of parasitized hosts. Headquarters, upon hearing the terrifying casualty number, immediately took it seriously, coordinating with Fong Mingwei to dispatch protective gear and other equipment. Now that the overlapping anomalous space was broken, helicopters, drones, and other aircraft could enter the blocked area normally. No need to worry about losing contact mid-flight or crashing into invisible barriers. Thus, headquarters first sent aerial units for reconnaissance, then appointed Fong Mingwei as commander, also dispatching several anomaly investigators for support. They led soldiers in protective gear into the blocked area first. Subsequently, they arranged for combat vehicles, tanks, etc., to clear a path and proceed to the blocked area to support Fong Mingwei and others. However, the road conditions within the blocked area were too complex. Even without the overlapping anomalous space, clearing a path for combat vehicles and tanks wasn't easy. So, the main force of this cleansing operation was still infantry and drones. After Fong Mingwei's advance team entered the blocked area, they discovered the parasitic situation was far more severe than imagined. Animals from the park, infected with parasites, spread the parasites further while searching for life forms in the Haiqing district, leading to rapid proliferation. Human parasitism occurred not only from consuming infected animals, but also had a high chance for mere contact, e.g., parasites entering through wounds, nose, ears, etc. Even without wounds, parasites could bite their way in. Once inside a victim's body, unless Shen Ge was present to use his invisible anomalous domain ability to swiftly extract the parasite. It would burrow into the abdomen and hide among the internal organs within seconds. As the parasite began consuming the victim's organs, it would split, reproduce, and rapidly fuse with the victim, turning them into an anomaly. If not for Shen Ge's emphasis on protective measures, the military entering directly would likely have been parasitized and wiped out. Even if not as terrifying as virus spread in a biohazard scenario, coupled with low-tier anomalies spreading parasites, wiping out a regiment would be simple. While Fang Mingyue's team cleansed the parasitized hosts, the second wave of support anomaly investigators and troops from various branches arrived at the East District Temporary Command Post. Though the East District was only 3 streets away from Haicheng District, after Haicheng District was fully locked down under the pretext of a military exercise, pedestrians living normal lives could still be seen on the streets. Even though rumors related to anomalies were circulating online, not everyone had the means or ability to receive information promptly. Thus, there were even normally operating shops and pedestrians on the road. However, regional evacuation operations were quietly underway. The higher-ups intended to evacuate people to safe zones temporarily, as much as possible without alarming the citizens or disrupting normal life. This non-alarming approach wasn't difficult, as people in the Great Heavenly Dynasty would never dream of armed conflict occurring in Dying City. 27 hours until the International Anomaly Organization's entry. Screech. With a jarring screech of brakes, a line of black cars pulled over. A long-haired beauty in a brown trench coat and sunglasses got out of the first car, immediately drawing the attention of many passers-by. Pedestrians still present a kilometer outside the blocked area. Typical headquarters style. Information control and preventing panic always trumps citizen safety. Even at a time like this, they still want to suppress anomaly incidents. What a bunch of stubborn old fools, the sunglasses woman coldly. Headquarters, after all, public opinion always outweighs everything. If it weren't for that, Minister, you wouldn't have left headquarters back then, right? Said another fully armed soldier getting out of the car. It was Wang Han from Rong City Branch, known as the king of tactless remarks. Minister Deng, the temporary command post, is this way. A headquarters staff member ran over, pointing to a nearby 4-story building. If the staff hadn't identified it as the temporary command post, its upscale exterior decoration might have been mistaken for a high-end cafe. Anomaly investigators and elite soldiers from various branches arriving for support got out of their vehicles. Their expressions turned subtly complex upon seeing the luxurious temporary command post. Guided by staff, the group entered the temporary command post. The first floor was filled with fully armed soldiers on alert. Internal affairs staff were coordinating everywhere, collecting intel and feedback from within the blocked area. The second floor was the command center, divided into 10 sectors. Each command team was responsible for a sector, implementing point control. However, due to the previous overlapping anomalous space affecting the blocked area, 6 or 7 of the 10 sectors were inactive, leaving most people with little to do. Deng Yuqi stood before a half-open sliding door, her face darkening upon seeing this scene. Bang! She kicked the door open. Should I get each of you a cup of coffee and a cigar? If you have nothing to do, grab a warning sign and go stand guard at the blockade. Don't just sit here occupying space without contributing a fart. Hearing Deng Yuqi's scolding, some quickly and silently pushed their coffee cups to a corner, awkwardly operating instruments and computers, trying to receive information from the blocked area. Who's making a racket in the command center? No. A gray-haired man stood up, swearing toward the door. But he only got half the curse out before the second half choked in his throat. Old fool. If you're useless, sit down. Deng Yuqi had always disliked certain old-timers who were all talk and no action. Her dictionary at headquarters never included respecting elders. An elderly voice sounded in the room. Isn't this little 7? My, it's been years. You've changed so much. Deng Yuqi looked toward the voice. A white-haired man, at least in his 70s or 80s, sat there waving at her. Though advanced in age, he seemed very spirited. Even sitting in a back chair, he maintained an upright posture. Minister Fong? Deng Yuqi's expression stiffened, becoming respectful. She walked toward the old man while casting icy glances around the room. What a bunch of trash. Incapable of solving this anomaly incident, so they trouble Minister Fong. When the Anomaly General Staff was formed, wasn't it said Minister Fong was too advanced in age and needed rest? I'm embarrassed for you. Deng Yuqi spared headquarters no face, directly tearing off their fig leaf and ranting. Minister Fong was headquarters' first minister. As minister, he not only commanded operations, but also always fought on the front lines against anomalies. Deng Yuqi's operational style was greatly influenced by Minister Fong. Later, when headquarters expanded and formed the general staff, Minister Fong was nearly 70. Headquarters used his advanced age and a need for him to enjoy his retirement to persuade him to step down. Unexpectedly, during this dying anomaly disaster, they had brought Minister Fong back. Minister Fong waved his hand with a laugh. Now, little seven, you can't say that. It's my honor that this old man can still be of use to the country. Minister Fong, veterans of your generation should be enjoying your retirement peacefully. Having to call you back for every anomaly disaster only shows us younger generations are failing, disappointing you. Deng Yuqi semi-crouched beside Minister Fong's chair, sighing. Minister Fong patted Deng Yuqi's hand, saying earnestly, "Little seven, you're excellent in every way, except this habit of taking everything upon yourself is not good. Try sharing the burden. Don't crush yourself. You're still young. Leave charging into battle to us old folks. As long as we haven't fallen, it's not your turn yet, understand?" Minister Fong. When Deng Yuqi joined the Special Response Department, it was under Minister Fong's leadership. Back then, not to mention anomaly disasters, even people affected by anomaly incidents were few. Of course, the frequency of anomaly events was one aspect, but another was Minister Fong's decisive and swift actions. Frankly, Deng Yuqi couldn't bring herself to let these retired old heroes pick up weapons again and stand in front of the younger generation. Then, the person in charge from headquarters and the general staff came out. Along with the arriving support personnel, they entered the conference room to brief everyone on the current situation in the blocked area. After Investigator Fong brought back intel on the parasitized hosts, we've formed 3 teams. Aerial units leading the way, infantry cleansing, mobile units providing rear support. Combat vehicles and tanks have also entered the blocked area. Currently, the anomaly situation in Sectors 1 to 3 is under control. Sectors 4 to 10 still have overlapping anomalous spaces present. Signals are jammed. We temporarily cannot receive information from inside. However, we've dispatched communications units in Sector 3 to set up the latest anti-anomaly signal stations. Tested and improved after the last Yuzhou incident, they can ensure signal reception within ordinary anomalous spaces. Once the signal stations are successfully set up, we can deploy anomaly investigators to advance into Sector 4. Any intel on the 12 branches? Asked an anomaly investigator from Qianzhou branch who had come for support. Their branch had clashed with the 12 branches before and also suspected this anomaly disaster was related to them. Yes, we received a report of an explosion at a factory in the Jingshu Mountain area on West 5th Ring Road. Investigators found a destroyed site resembling a teleportation device, along with 3 blown-up corpses. The identities of the deceased are still under investigation. 10 hours ago, after the first combat vehicle units entered the blocked area, we urgently dispatched vehicles and tanks from surrounding bases into the city. But the military vehicle storage factory reported that during inventory, they discovered a missing Type riot control vehicle and a Type 99, a main battle tank. Reviewing surveillance showed no exit footage. Preliminary suspicion points to the 12 branches. 5 hours ago, Investigator Fong's cleansing team was attacked by a mercenary squad. The leader wore a black hoodie with a hood, matching the characteristics of 12 branches members. Investigator Fong's team ultimately repelled this squad. 2 hours ago, soldiers in Sector 3 heard a huge noise from Sector 4. Visual inspection suggests the West Circle Hospital Complex building collapsed. It's unclear if it was related to an explosion. After the overlapping, anomalous spaces in the first 3 sectors were resolved, communications restored. Headquarters dispatched numerous drones into the blocked area, gathering a great deal of intelligence. Just as this intelligence officer was briefing everyone on the collected intel related to the 12 branches, a soldier entered the conference room. Report. Latest news. The anomalous space in Sector 4 has been broken. The headquarters official was overjoyed. Excellent. We've successfully reclaimed another sector. Do we know who did it? Defense team Captain Zhang Wei from Sector 2 blockade line said the intel came from an investigator surnamed Shen, apparently from Rong City branch, the soldier said. This statement made everyone's eyes instantly swivel toward Deng Yuqi. Ahem, Minister Deng, your member has performed a great service this time, the official said awkwardly, offering congratulations while inwardly cursing that it had to be the she-devil's subordinate. Sure enough, the next second, Deng Yuqi sneered with disdain. Save the flattery. Think more about how to solve this anomaly disaster. Every time something happens, headquarters is like a decoration, only asking other branches for help. Who's supposed to be the headquarters here anyway? Deng Yuqi's blunt, face-slapping words immediately changed the expressions of many officials. One said angrily, Minister Deng, during the previous Yuzhou incident, headquarters provided support to Rong City branch, elevating it to one of the top 3 branches nationally. Aren't you biting the hand that feeds you? Oh, what support did you provide? Deng Yuqi raised an eyebrow. That person said angrily, 3 pieces of anomalous energy equipment, anomalous stomach, anomalous leather shoes, anomalous leather armor. Isn't that headquarters support? Deng Yuqi said coldly. First, the 3 pieces of anomalous energy equipment you provided were support for the entire team. Second, I give you 3 pieces of anomalous energy equipment. Can you build a top 3 branch? Our branch's achievements today are due to my members' competence. Don't you dare try to take credit. And as for biting the hand that feeds, I'm nowhere near you old folks at headquarters. Bang! The old man at the head of the table slammed the table, roaring angrily. Silence. Do you know any other words besides those 2? Old man Deng, no one beats you at biting the hand that feeds. If you want to compare volume, find some like-minded people and howl a room together. This is a conference room. Check your personal emotions at the door. Besides, when you invited me here, didn't you have some mental preparation? Deng Yuqi seemed determined to infuriate people, making the old man glare furiously. This old man was headquarters' 3rd minister, also a decisive, tough character who preferred action over words. Generally, no one dared talk back to him. Deng Yuqi was clearly an exception, and she adopted an attitude of either fire me or get to the point, completely disregarding the old man. The soldiers are striving in the blocked area. Us old folks can't idle either, Minister Fong interjected, breaking the silence. Deng Yuqi echoed. Minister Fong is right. Since an anomaly investigator has already broken through Sector 4, our target should be reclaiming the remaining 6 sectors. How many anomaly investigators and elite soldiers are on standby? What about other units? A headquarters responsible person briefly outlined the currently mobilizable forces. After some discussion, it was decided to form assault teams primarily composed of anomaly investigators and elite soldiers for breakthroughs for various sectors, with other forces providing support. The headquarters minister said, Minister Deng Yuqi, what's the situation with your investigator Shen? Having broken Sector 4, he's presumably heading towards Sector 5. Sectors 5 and 6 are where headquarters is located, also the most severely affected areas. Can you brief us on Investigator Shen's situation? We need to arrange personnel to core. What does our Investigator Shen situation have to do with you? I'd thank you if you didn't send people to hinder him. And you want to arrange coordination? You have such good intentions? What? Taken a liking to our member? Want to poach him to headquarters? Then abandon him when he's no longer useful. Deng Yuqi said without any courtesy. How dare you speak like that? The headquarters minister roared. Deng Yuqi slapped the table and stood up. This old lady speaks exactly like this. If you're dissatisfied, hold it in, or else remove me from my post. Deng Yuqi's words left the conference room utterly silent. Both sides were formidable figures no one dared provoke. No one dared interrupt at this moment. Finally, Minister Fong stepped in as peacemaker. He ultimately joined Deng Yuqi's team, choosing to enter from the most dangerous Sector 7, striking straight at the heart of Sector 6, Headquarters Research Institute. After leaving the conference room, while Minister Fong went to prepare equipment, Wang Han and a few others stood with Feng Qingxiu. Wang Han couldn't help but ask quietly. At first, I thought the minister was being influenced by old Shen, speaking sarcastically and determined to infuriate people. But now it seems not that simple. Captain Feng, you came with the minister from headquarters. Do you know some inside story? Feng Qingxiu scolded. Stop inquiring about things you shouldn't. Exactly, you talk too much, Ma Chao chimed in. Wang Han muttered, as if you're not curious? They were curious, but didn't dare ask. Ma Chao was about to rant when he saw Deng Yuqi, standing ahead, turn around and say, I warn you, stay far away from these old folks at headquarters. During operations, if you hear any commands issued by them bypassing me, you can ignore them directly. I'll bear the consequences. These old guys have no other skills. Selling out teammates is their specialty. Except for Feng Qingxiu, Wang Han and the others were stunned. Deng Yuqi said seriously, What? Do as I say. Remember, during operations, if I'm not participating, ignore any commands those old folks issue midway. Execute the original mission. Understood. Everyone, surprised by Deng Yuqi's seriousness, immediately stood straight under her aura, responding respectfully and earnestly. Yes. Minister. Deng Yuqi nodded and went to the equipment room to find Minister Fong, leaving Wang Han and the others standing there bewildered. They exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Don't look at me. This matter. Actually, well, telling you isn't a big deal. It's not exactly a secret at headquarters anyway. During an operation years ago, an anomaly investigation team was trapped. Nearby investigators wanted to support, but higher-ups ordered them to prioritize the mission. The mission was completed, but the trap team was wiped out. Feng Qingxiu's side. Wang Han said weakly. From a military standpoint, seems prioritizing the mission seems not entirely unreasonable, right? Ma Chao rolled his eyes at Wang Han, really wanting to make complaints that his sense of self-preservation was quite high. Feng Qingxiu retorted, What if the sacrificed were your parents? And the person issuing the continue the mission order was your grandfather? And, according to post-operation analysis, 2 of the 3 teams preparing to support could have participated in the rescue without affecting the final mission outcome. Wang Han was immediately speechless. In fact, Feng Qingxiu only mentioned one instance where headquarters actions were barely justifiable. There were many other shady operations not fit for casual discussion. In headquarters' eyes, they were more like expendable pawns than grandiosely crowned with the hat of sacrificing the small for the greater good. However, Special Response Department soldiers were also human. Facing danger, they might sacrifice themselves without hesitation, but if it were their loved ones. In the equipment room, Minister Fong looked at the familiar, anomalous energy equipment before him, stroking a black-bladed Zamadeo, horse-chopping saber, sighing emotionally. Old friend, I didn't expect we'd fight side by side again. An equipment recorder nearby said, Minister Fong, these 2 are the only anomalous energy equipment we could recall. The rest are either with investigators currently fighting in the blocked area, or were left at the Headquarters Research Institute. The minister said, if you have any other requirements. No need, this is fine. Minister Fong picked up the Zamadeo and swung it. His somewhat stooped figure seemed to gain more spirit. Minister Fong, firearms side. The equipment recorder was about to arrange firearms for Minister Fong, but Minister Fong waved his hand. No need. I'm not accustomed to using guns against anomalies. A blade is enough. This is fine, this is fine. Little 7, let's set off. Yes, Minister Fong. Deng Yuqi, standing at the door, responded. She didn't step forward to carry the equipment for Minister Fong, as that would be an insult to the old hero. Headquarters assigned Deng Yuqi a riot control vehicle. When they got in, they noticed the pedestrians on the street were fewer than before. Many shops were closed, but there were many more soldiers patrolling. Deng Yuqi scoffed at headquarters' methods of evacuating to seal information, prevent panic from anomaly incidents. It was only because the situation in the blocked area was now controlled. If it weren't, and a few anomalies broke out, how many people on these streets would survive? Deng Yuqi even suspected the initial disaster severity in the blocked area wasn't this bad. It was his so-called gradual evacuation plan that escalated into an anomaly disaster. In the vehicle, Minister Fong didn't discuss the dying anomaly disaster with Deng Yuqi. Instead, he asked about her personal life, like if she had a significant other. Upon receiving Deng Yuqi's not yet answer, Minister Fong said earnestly with a sigh, "Little 7, that won't do. You're almost 30. You need to find someone soon. Don't put all your energy into work. People need to relax appropriately, understand?" Deng Yuqi, weren't you saying I was still young just now? Why does it sound like I'm already past my prime? Minister Fong's words made everyone in the vehicle's expressions turn strange. Haicheng District was severely affected. Headquarters was overrun and retreated to this temporary command post. The entire Special Response Department was in chaos. Was this really the time for this topic? Clearly, Minister Fong didn't care about that. He just wanted these young ones to relax and not be nervous before entering the battlefield. So he simply chatted about daily life, doing the urging marriage thing. After asking Deng Yuqi, he asked Feng Chengxiu, apparently knowing him too. Little Feng, you're much older than Little 7. You can't delay anymore. After this, I'll have the department help you find. Feng Chengxiu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Driving awkwardly, he nearly floored the accelerator. Just as he was about to explain, Wang Han cut in first. Hey, Minister Fong, no need to worry about our Captain Feng. He's very popular in our branch. There's especially this one anomaly investigator who matches him in every way. That young lady he really likes. Wang Han, seems the special training didn't teach you a lesson, huh? Feng Chengxiu barked. Wang Han immediately backed down. Sorry, Captain Feng. I'll shut up. Minister Fong laughed heartily. Is that so? Didn't expect you to be doing well, Little Feng. I'll visit your branch later and help you evaluate. Little Wang, since Little Feng is so popular in your branch, what about Little 7? Little 7 has excellent conditions. Why no significant other yet? Minister Fong, we're about to enter the blocked area. Is this really the time? Deng Yuqi said helplessly. Minister Fong laughed. Finding a partner is a major life event. What's inappropriate? Little Wang, speak boldly. With me here, Little 7 won't dare do anything to you. This cough. Our minister, well, cough. It's mainly that her conditions are too good. No one is worthy of her, haha. Oh, there are worthy ones, but unfortunately, they have girl fry. Wang Han was rambling when Deng Yuqi kicked his knee. He promptly shut up. Deng Yuqi said coldly. Captain Feng, Wang Han's jaw seemed quite good. Have him hold a 3-gene dumbbell in his mouth during training when we return. Yes, guarantee completion of the mission. Feng Chengxiu responded. Minister Fong, seeing Wang Han's pleading look, laughed heartily. Huh. Ah, youth is wonderful. Speaking of which, our little girl always speaks highly of your own city branch. Last time she returned, she mentioned several times wanting to go to your branch for training. Little 7, can you arrange that? Let her go learn something. Sure thing, leave it to me. Deng Yuqi agreed readily. Minister Fong said emotionally. Returning to headquarters this time and hearing you young people successfully holding up the Special Response Department comforts me. This world ultimately belongs to you young people and relies on you to protect it. Us old folks can't do much for you anymore. Minister Fong, don't say that. Yeah, Minister Fong, you're still old but vigorous. Your majestic presence holding that Zamadeo earlier was your undiminished from years past, Wang Han said. Minister Fong laughed loudly. Ha, you kids sure know how to talk. As if you saw me back then. Minister Fong, with undermining like that, we can't have a proper conversation. Speaking of which, I've heard about someone from your branch several times these past 2 days at the command center. That investigator Shen, right? The meeting just now said he single-handedly solved Sector 4's problem. Is he a newcomer in your branch? Minister Fong asked. Mentioning Shen Ge, Wang Han immediately launched into boast mode. From Shen Ge first joining the branch to single-handedly resolving the Yuzhou incident, with embellishments, sounding like a storyteller. I remember our little girl said the Yuzhou incident was solved by an elite team Little Seven formed. How did it become Investigator Shen's solo effort? Minister Fong asked, puzzled. Oops, slipped up. Wang Han immediately slapped his own mouth a few times upon hearing this. Fortunately, Deng Yuqi didn't react much, clearly not needing to hide things from Minister Fong like from headquarters. Wang Han breathed a sigh of relief. Minister Fong seemed very interested in Shen Ge and continued asking about him. Meanwhile, the all-powerful investigator Shen everyone was talking about was currently at the Yuanming District Caribbean sauna, getting a foot soak. Shen Ge soaked his feet, held a bowl of instant noodles, and was video calling Cheng Shengnan on his phone. You actually have a mood to get a foot soak. Cheng Shengnan's expression was somewhat subtly complex. Please, I'm washing away the grime trod upon in this world, scrubbing away the edges and misfortunes worn down by time. This is no ordinary foot soak. Quite smooth with words. Must have frequented foot soak places often. Cheng Shengnan said with a deadpan expression. Shen Ge laughed, slurping some noodles. Haha, just kidding. I just resolved Sector 4's blockade. The signal restored, so I'm reporting I'm safe. As for the foot wash, I accidentally got hit by the corrosive acid from a parasitic anomaly earlier. After using medicine, I saw hot water here, so took the opportunity to soak. Are your feet okay? Cheng Shengnan asked with concern. Shen Ge lifted his feet, giving a full-angle view with the phone. Perfectly fine, don't worry. I'm equipped with high-tech stuff, even recovery items. Not even a scar. Won't leave a mark. I read the reports. The situation there doesn't look good. Even the minister went for support. You must be careful, Cheng Shengnan urged. The minister came too. An elite team won. The minister said she was worried you were in action and didn't contact you. If I heard from you, I should tell you. She's also entering the blocked area. If you encounter any problems, you can contact her directly. Oh, right. She said to focus on your own mission. If higher-ups issue any commands during the mission, you can ignore them directly. She'll bear all consequences. Cheng Shengnan said. Shen Ge nodded upon hearing this. I understand. Be careful. I'll wait for you to return. Cheng Shengnan said. Shen Ge nodded, hung up, and put away the phone. After finishing the instant noodles, he geared up, left the Caribbean sauna, and headed for Sector 5. In the distance, the fifth ring overpass at the Sector 5 border had largely collapsed. Destroyed cars and charred frames were everywhere. Besides some charred corpses, there were many severed limbs and bloodstains on the ground around, as if a massacre had occurred here. The next second, the person who leaped off the overbridge dove into the massive, eerie black mist of the gigantic anomaly like a diver, vanishing without a trace. This couldn't help but make Shen Ge wonder. Although prolonged inhalation of this anomalous black mist was necessary to cause physical mutation in humans, it didn't rule out the existence of parasitic anomalies that could directly harm or parasitically mutate the human body. Moreover, according to Li Xiang's research report, the non-mutative premise was based on low-level anomalous energy. The higher the rating of the anomalous energy, the greater the probability and speed of it causing mutations in humans. This was why, even when facing low-level anomalies, the Special Response Division required protective suits. The relentless research into anomalous energy protective suits in Dianzhou was precisely aimed at dealing with anomalies rated level 2 and above. For this guy to dare dive directly into the anomalous black mist of a level 3 anomaly and swim in it Even without a system warning, Shen Ge guessed he was most likely one of the 12 branches. Now he had to go take a look. Shen Ge charged toward the moving gigantic anomaly. This behemoth, nearly 30 meters tall, was only at level 3 anomalous energy. If it were allowed to continue growing, wouldn't it become an island if released into the sea? With each step the gigantic anomaly took, the ground shook violently. Those shop-style buildings, 2 or 3 stories high, seemed as flimsy as paper in front of it. The closer Shen Ge got, the more it felt like he was watching a live-action monster from a tokusatsu film destroying a town. The thunderous sound of each step, the collapse of buildings, this immersive terror could only be felt by those near the gigantic anomaly. Could this thing's original form be an elephant? The thought flashed through Shen Ge's mind, but reality was clearly different. Anomalies were mutated from animals, and increased size was common after mutation. For example, anomalous rats could become larger than cats, and anomalous cats could grow to the size of leopards. With each subsequent evolution, their size could change further. But even the largest anomaly Shen Ge had previously encountered, no exit, achieved its enormous size only after merging with a building. For this anomaly to already be so massive at level 3 was far too unusual. Moreover, Shen Ge had reviewed the map of Haicheng District before entering the lockdown zone. Haicheng District didn't have a zoo, making it unlikely for an animal like an elephant to appear. What originally was no longer mattered. What was important was finding a way to claim those 1,500 system points and, in passing, take care of the 12 branches member. When Shen Ge was about 20 meters away from the gigantic anomaly, he snapped his fingers and chose to deploy the full functionality, full-body attachment-type combat armor. Although this would consume a significant amount of anomalous energy, climbing this behemoth required the anomalous glove, no release, which was essential. To defend against the level 3 anomaly's anomalous energy, the full-body attachment-type armor capable of blocking anomalous energy erosion was also indispensable. Add to that the anomalous leather boots for enhanced mobility, the anomalous shield for strength and defense. Engaging a member of the 12 branches of unknown depth in an unknown area, conserving anomalous energy would undoubtedly be gambling with his life. This was the first time Shen Ge had deployed the armor in its full functionality mode. Without needing to snap his fingers to change the armor's attachment form mid-process, he could access all the armor's functions at once, making it incredibly convenient to use. I really need to find a way to capture a few more high-level anomalies and have Li Xiang solve this energy charging issue sooner, Shen Ge thought to himself. Shen Ge felt the vibrations from the gigantic anomaly's steps, gauging the distance between them to avoid being squashed into a pancake the moment he entered the anomalous black mist. He took out the black bone dagger and gripped it tightly, took a deep breath, listened carefully for final adjustments, and then leaped with all his might, maximizing the jumping power of the anomalous leather boots as he plunged into the black mist. Thud! The next second, Shen Ge felt as if he had crashed into a thick, mist-shrouded city wall. The body hidden within the anomalous black mist was much closer than he had anticipated, and he collided with it completely unprepared. However, the full-body armor absorbed most of the impact, and Shen Ge was unharmed. Reacting quickly, he gripped the dagger with one hand and reached out with the other, trying to grab onto something hidden within the anomalous black mist, like the leg hair or fine fur of an elephant. The black bone dagger in his hand, held in a forward, thrusting position, pierced into the black mist in front of him. At that moment, Shen Ge realized that aside from the large cloud of black mist enveloping the gigantic anomaly, there was another layer of anomalous black mist covering its body surface. This was the most common defensive method of anomalies, so it wasn't surprising. However, his hand probing into the anomalous black mist found nothing to grab, as if touching something smooth, hard, and stone-like. Fortunately, the black bone dagger had exceptional armor-piercing capabilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to hang onto this leg. The anomalous leather boots had a maximum jumping height of 8 to 10 meters, meaning Shen Ge's current position was less than a third of the way up the gigantic anomaly's height. Climbing to its back was proving more troublesome than expected, and Shen Ge felt a headache coming on. Shen Ge tried having the anomalous stomach transform into a giant mouth to bite upward, but unfortunately, it couldn't bite through the anomaly's body, which was enveloped in anomalous black mist. If only I had 2 black bone daggers, Shen Ge thought, feeling somewhat helpless. He pulled out the dagger and jumped down from the anomaly's body. After landing, Shen Ge quickly ran and leaped forward, overtaking the gigantic anomaly and running into a nearby high-rise residential area. Based on the direction the gigantic anomaly was moving, he judged its general path and rushed toward a tall building facing the street. He ran all the way to the 16th floor, broke open a door, stood by the window to check the gigantic anomaly's position. The gigantic anomaly was still approaching. Shen Ge stood in the center of the living room, timed it perfectly, and leaped fiercely, jumping down from the 16th floor. At that impact speed and force, if he failed to land on the gigantic anomaly's back and hit the ground directly, even with the full body attachment armor, he would undoubtedly be severely injured or killed. Woohoo! Liftoff! Clearly, the person involved didn't think it was dangerous. Little 7. Prepare for landing. Received, Master. Shen Ge plunged into the black mist. The full body attachment armor underwent subtle changes, with rotten flesh rapidly stacking in front of him to prevent him from being shattered to pieces upon impact with the anomaly. Simultaneously, a rotten flesh tentacle extended forward. Master, 3 meters left. Little 7's extended rotten flesh tentacle touched the anomaly's back and immediately relayed the information to Shen Ge. Shen Ge timed it perfectly, landed, rolled to dissipate the force, flipped his hand, drew the black bone dagger, and stabbed it into the gigantic anomaly's back. He gripped the dagger with both hands, but still slid a considerable distance. The gigantic anomaly had a bloody gash sliced open by the black bone dagger, but the next second, it was covered and healed by the anomalous black mist. Its regeneration speed was likely even faster than that of the anomalous rats in the underground containment room. After stabilizing himself, Shen Ge attempted to stand up. The gigantic anomaly's massive body made for significant movement with each step, but standing on its back wasn't as difficult as imagined. Little 7, stay alert. With the system currently down and unable to rely on its warnings, the pitch-black anomalous black mist severely limited visibility. Relying solely on his own judgment was clearly unreliable. Receive, Master. Little 7 shifted some of the rotten flesh covering Shen Ge's left arm, forming several tentacles to probe the surroundings. Shen Ge still wore the anomalous bracer on his left arm, so even with some rotten flesh moved away, he wasn't completely defenseless. In the anomalous black mist where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, Shen Ge could only carefully move forward, relying on Little 7's tentacles to feel the way. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After advancing a distance, the originally smooth back gradually developed hard, stone-like pillars. With Little 7's warning, Shen Ge knew about these pillars in advance and even tested their hardness with the black bone dagger. They were much harder than the anomaly's back shell. Shen Ge held his breath, listening to every movement around him. Suddenly, amidst the enormous noise of the gigantic anomaly's steps, he faintly heard a ding, ding, ding sound coming from directly ahead. Shen Ge immediately instinctively activated intangibility plus silence. At that moment, a faint red glow appeared in the black mist ahead. Little 7, return, Shen Ge said. Little 7 immediately retracted its tentacles and covered Shen Ge's left arm. Shen Ge then slowly approached the red light. As he got closer, he saw a pillar somewhat similar to the ones he'd seen before, but this one was emitting an eerie red light. In front of it stood a lantern. Within the range illuminated by this leather lantern, the anomalous black mist was actually dispersed, revealing an area about 3 to 4 meters wide. A man wearing a black hoodie with the hood up was using a strange mechanical tool to tap and knock on the red glowing pillar. Shen Ge moved closer for a look. The unshaven half of the face visible under the hood revealed a middle-aged man. The character, Yo/Rooster, was embroidered on the hood. Well, another one I haven't seen before. Shen Ge circled you twice, observing him carefully. Under the influence of intangibility plus silence, the other party was completely unaware of him, still focused intently on tapping the red pillar. 2 minutes later, you tapped a small hole into the red pillar, then took an iron chain from his pocket, threaded it through the pillar, and made a loop. You pulled the chain fiercely. The ground suddenly shook violently. The gigantic anomaly let out a piercing roar and actually stopped moving. This thing can control the gigantic anomaly? Shen Ge moved closer to look, but couldn't see anything special about the iron chain. Then he saw you manipulating the chain like reins. The gigantic anomaly seemed to be struggling, its entire body shaking violently. Gulp, gulp. Each time the gigantic anomaly made a deafening swallowing sound, it was like a thunderclap striking right beside Shen Ge, nearly deafening him. You held onto the chain tightly, took out the instrument he had used to drill into the red pillar earlier, and began tapping the red pillar again, over and over. Ding! With each tap, the gigantic anomaly would let out an earth-shaking, swallowing sound. You would then pull the chain again, trying to control the gigantic anomaly. This stalemate lasted about 10 minutes. As the gigantic anomaly roared, cracking sounds came from within the surrounding black mist. A stone pillar beside Shen Ge suddenly shattered, transforming into a hard-shelled anomaly resembling a stone pillar, like a beetle, and began moving toward you. Shen Ge had just been wondering how a behemoth like the gigantic anomaly would respond if someone attacked it on its back. Now it had started spawning offspring. These newly born level 1 anomalies slowly converged on you, their hard-shelled arms extending octopus-like tentacles to ensnare him. You, with one hand gripping the chain tightly, used another hand to pull out a silver Colt Python revolver and fired at the pointed, armored head of one of the charging anomalies. Bang! The muzzle of the silver revolver erupted with an anomalous red light. Hitting the beetle anomaly's head, it exploded like a bomb, shattering the carapace to pieces. The revolver held 6 rounds. You used 6 shots to eliminate 6 anomalies. Even though these anomalies were just newly mutated cannon fodder, this firepower was far stronger than a typical assault rifle. TSK Tisk, that's a nice gun. Seeing the gun's terrifying power, Shen Ge had already mentally tagged it as his future property. However, although the revolver's power was impressive, its 6-round capacity was a major limitation. You wrapped the chain around his arm, holding it tightly. Simultaneously, 2 more arms emerged from his clothing. One picked up the red leather lantern at his feet, and the other began loading red bullets. Shen Ge moved close to you and carefully observed the bullets in his hand. Rather than bullets, they looked more like bullet-shaped bugs, squirming even as they were loaded into the gun. So, it's another method of using anomalies to fight anomalies. Shen Ge straightened up and took a step back to avoid being accidentally hit when you fired. After you finished off the beetle-like, hard-shelled anomalies, he saw him pull the chain with one hand while using the mechanical device to tap the red pillar with another. The gigantic anomaly was still trying to struggle, but as you pulled the chain repeatedly, its movements gradually subsided. Finally, it seemed to squat down with a boom. Even Shen Ge felt the sinking sensation. Then, the gigantic anomaly became completely still. You, using all 4 arms, pulled the chain. You could tell he was straining even his facial muscles. After several pulls, like someone breaking a horse, the gigantic anomaly let out deafening swallowing sounds and stood up again. At that moment, Shen Ge was surprised to see the surrounding anomalous black mist rapidly being absorbed by the red pillar, gradually revealing the anomaly's form. From its appearance, this anomaly somewhat resembled an elephant, or more precisely, a combination of an elephant and an octopus. Its body was covered in thick, elephant-like skin, with red spikes all around its head. Its trunk resembled an octopus tentacle, looking utterly disgusting. Shen Ge and were standing right on the back of the anomaly's neck. This upright red pillar was also slightly different from the other surrounding spikes. Since he was already working on this red pillar when Shen Ge found him, it was unclear whether he had hammered it into the elephant anomaly's body or pulled it out. Under Yu's control, the gigantic anomaly slowly turned around and began walking back in the direction it came from. Is he planning to use this gigantic anomaly to break through the blockade line? Shen Ge saw Yu's intention and naturally wouldn't let him continue. Yu was still focused on controlling the gigantic anomaly, completely unaware of the impending danger. Hey, what's the fare for hitchhiking on Anomaly? Shen Ge's slightly teasing voice sounded behind Yu, startling him so much he immediately drew his gun and fired backward. Bang! The shot missed. Shen Ge's figure appeared on the other side. He was now in a state where the armor had completely receded, holding no weapons, calmly staring at Yu. That gun has 6 bullets. You killed 5 anomalies earlier, and now you fired another shot. Friendly reminder, you're out of ammo. Shen Ge looked at Yu, pointing the gun at him, completely unruffled. Yu's red arm immediately reached into his pocket. The moment it went in, his expression changed dramatically. Looking for this? Shen Ge opened his hand, revealing a handful of red bullets. When did you take those? Yu asked in shock. Shen Ge smiled and pocketed the bullets. Just now. My flying dragon cloud-grasping hand is pretty good, don't you think? Impossible. Even while focused on controlling the gigantic anomaly, and even when surrounded by the newly hatched beetle anomalies earlier, Yu had been constantly aware of his surroundings. There was no way the other party could have stolen the bullets without him noticing. Grr. Shen Ge from the Rome City branch. Narrowed his eyes, clearly recognizing Shen Ge. Shen Ge smiled slightly. Want an autograph? Yu's eyes flashed with hesitation, but the next second, he reached into his other pocket. Then, his whole person was stunned. Looking for this? Shen Ge took out a white remote control about 3 fingers wide and waved it in front of Yu. Then, he pulled out the mechanical device Yu had used to tap the red pillar earlier. Oh, and this too. And a set of keys. A walkie-talkie. Hey, my flying dragon cloud-grasping hand is pretty good, right? Shen Ge displayed the items he'd pickpocket from Yu one by one like treasures, then tossed them into the blood leather backpack. He also took out Yu head. Oh, by the way, do you guys still want this thing? If not, I'll find a place to bury it. Carrying it around for so long, and you never came to take it back. So boring. Shen Ge complained. Yu's expression changed drastically, his gaze darkening. Clearly, Shen Ge's actions had shaken him mentally, making him realize why the organization had labeled Shen Ge as dangerous. This guy was unfathomably, ridiculously strong. Even during internal sparring within the 12 branches, no one could steal something from him without him noticing, let alone strip him clean of everything on his person. How'd he do it? Yu had no time to ponder how Shen Ge did it. Now the teleporter was in the other's hands, his equipment was in the other's hands. He couldn't run, and fighting might not be winnable either. But clearly, Yu didn't plan to just wait for death. He suddenly released the chain in his hand. The gigantic anomaly went berserk instantly. Its massive head swayed left and right, smashing the surrounding buildings to pieces. Shen Ge grabbed the chain Yu had released and tried to imitate his earlier method to tame the gigantic anomaly, but it struggled even more violently. Hey, isn't this a bad time to think about running? As soon as Shen Ge spoke, he suddenly reached out. Yu, who had been about to jump off the anomaly, felt his body sink. The next moment, half his body was buried within the gigantic anomaly's body. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. What is this? Yu was shocked. He couldn't figure out how Shen Ge possessed such a bizarre ability. Was it some kind of anomalous energy equipment? Hey, how do you operate this thing? Shen Ge asked, holding the chain. Do you think I would? Before Yu could finish, Shen Ge raised his hand. The anomalous stomach flew out and bit directly at one of Yu's hands, then quickly retracted, tearing the hand right off. What were you saying just now? The sound was too low. I couldn't hear clearly. Shen Ge shook his hand and tossed Yu's severed arm aside. You wish. Splat. With a spray of blood, Shen Ge manipulated the anomalous stomach to tear off Yu's second hand. I heard you have 6 hands. Hurry up and bring out the other 4 limbs, or I'll have to go for the head. Shen Ge said with a smile. I'd rather die then. Shen Ge reached out again. The anomalous stomach transformed into a giant mouth and bit toward Yu's head. This time, however, he didn't tear the head off like he did with the arms. Instead, he had the anomalous stomach secrete anomalous gastric acid, slowly digesting Yu's head. Yu, trapped within the anomalous stomach, let out heart-wrenching screams. As the sounds grew weaker, his head was gradually completely corroded by the anomalous stomach. Shen Ge retracted the anomalous stomach, with one hand holding the chain to prevent being thrown off by the wildly struggling gigantic anomaly. He walked up to Yu's body and kicked it with his foot. Hey, stop playing dead. I know you still have 2 heads left. If you want to keep dragging this out, I'll let you taste some more anomalous gastric acid. Yu's neck bulged with a red tumor, which popped open, slowly growing a completely different-looking young man's head. TSK. Even though it's not the first time I've seen this, it still feels amazing. Shen Ge sighed. Yu glared at Shen Ge angrily. What do you want? First, tell me how to stop this thing. Then we can slowly discuss what comes next. Shen Ge waved a chain in his hand and said, Grab the chain. There's a ring buckle in the middle. Put your hand through the ring, then pull the chain while tapping the red, anomalous crystal with a mechanical device. Yu said through gritted teeth. Shen Ge bent down, picked up one of Yu's severed arms, and had Little Seven use the rotten flesh to control this hand and put it through the pull ring on the chain. Borrowing your hand. You don't mind, do you? A mind. Yu was now furious but didn't dare speak. No wonder, had been defeated by this guy, and, had failed to retrieve remains from him. This guy was as dangerous as the files said. Shen Ge didn't know what Yu was thinking. Following Yu's method, he successfully controlled the gigantic anomaly, making it sit down. Tell me, where did you get this chain? It can actually control a level 3 anomaly. After gaining control of the gigantic anomaly, Shen Ge sat down casually and asked Yu, like they were old friends chatting. Yu replied, the beast-locking chain and the red anomalous crystal are single-use anomalous energy equipment. By driving the red anomalous crystal into the anomaly's body and using the beast-locking chain and the control hammer in your hand, you can restrain the anomaly. However, it can only follow simple commands. Moreover, over time, the anomalous energy within the red anomalous crystal will deplete, and the anomaly can break free from the beast-locking chain's restraint. I see. How long does it usually last? Shen Ge asked. Yu replied, at most 2 to 3 hours. Depending on the anomaly's rating, the higher the level of the restraint anomaly, the shorter the control time. Your organization's standards are quite high. You can actually develop such high-end anomalous energy equipment. What about this anomaly killing gun? Is it also your technology? Can it be mass-produced? Shen Ge asked again. Yu snorted coldly. Don't even think about it. Starting from most level 2 anomalies, the only way to deal with anomalies is to use things from the anomalies themselves. Simply put, only anomalous energy can harm anomalies. These bullets, the red anomalous crystal, they're all based on anomaly corpses. Where would we get so many high-level anomaly corpses to manufacture them? That's true. Headquarters must have spent a lot of money on this, right? Shen Ge asked casually with a smile. Yu said coldly, are you an idiot? Can anomalous energy equipment be developed just with money? The bullets fired by this gun are each made from the flesh of a level 3 anomaly. Do you think you could buy a level 3 anomaly's corpse with all the money in the world? What's there to fear? It's our Special Response Division headquarters, after all. Never mind a number of people, but there's definitely plenty of money. If 1 billion isn't enough, then 10 billion. Surely they can research it, right? Shen Ge said with a laugh. Yu frowned, looking at Shen Ge with confusion. What nonsense are you spouting? What does this have to do with your Special Response Division? Stop pretending. Even though we're on different lines, the underlying connection is at least the same. You don't expect me to whisper "Long live the 12 branches" in your ear for you to believe me, do you? Shen Ge said seriously. You sighed. Trying to fish for information is pointless. I believe has already told you. If you want to know about the organization, you must join it. I did join. Isn't it that no one has taken me to headquarters yet? Do you think I believe that? Their eyes met. You could see Shen Ge was trying to fish for information, and Shen Ge could see this guy had no intention of saying much about the 12 branches. How about this? Let's make a deal. You tell me how you can merge with anomalies and still live well, and I'll let you go. How about that? Shen Ge asked with a smile. You also smiled. Do you think I'm that stupid? Then we'll have to use some methods. Our ancestors left behind many inventions of wisdom, such as these torture techniques. Shen Ge took out the butcher knife and squatted in front of you. The smile on his face gave off a very dangerous feeling. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ge placed the butcher knife against Yu's nose. Jing University. Captain Feng, your driving skills have gotten worse. Can't you drive more steadily? Wang Han sat at the machine gun position, firing the machine gun at the parasitized individuals whose heads had sprouted man-eating flowers and tentacles along the way. It wasn't that Feng Qingxiu intentionally drove like this. It was just that the number of anomalies and parasitized individuals at Jing University was truly substantial. Avoiding the parasitized individuals' blockades while preventing charging into groups of anomalies required this swaying left and right movie-style driving technique. Seeing that they couldn't break through, Feng Qingxiu could only drive into a teaching building. The first-floor lobby of this teaching building still had many parasitized individuals roaming around. Deng Yuqi and the others got out first, while Wang Han continued to operate the machine gun, providing covering fire. Despite Feng Lao's advanced age, he wielded a horse-cutting sword with great skill. With a flash of the blade, the terrifying heads of the parasitized individuals were instantly severed. Deng Yuqi's combat ability was also quite good. Aside from a pair of black anomalous gloves, she wore a pair of black mechanical bracers on her arms, greatly enhancing her strength. One punch, and the parasitized individual's head shattered like a smashed watermelon. With Feng Lao, Deng Yuqi, and the elite soldiers of Team 1 working together, they quickly cleared the teaching building of all parasitized individuals. Then, hearing gunshots from below, calls suddenly came from upstairs. Is that the police? Are you here to rescue us? Over a dozen students ran down from upstairs, looking excitedly at Deng Yuqi and the others. We are a survivor search and rescue team. We will report your location to the command center, and soldiers will come to evacuate you later, Deng Yuqi said. Really? That's great, that's great. We're saved. Thank you. Thank you. We're saved. We're saved. These students were extremely excited. Previously, the lobby had been occupied by parasitized individuals, and they had hidden upstairs, not daring to make a sound. They had been starving for 2 days, not daring to venture down to find food. Hearing the gunshots now, their first thought was that the army and police had arrived. These people's arrival meant they could leave this terrible place. When Feng Qingxiu and the others learned these students hadn't eaten for 2 days, they shared some of their compressed biscuits and water with them. While Deng Yuqi was learning about the situation at Jing University from these students, faint gunshots came from afar. Feng Lao listened carefully and analyzed. Judging from the direction, the gunshots seemed to be coming from the area designated as the 5th sector. It sounds like they're heading toward us. Feng Qingxiu said, could it be like us? They tried to break into the 5th sector, but were blocked by the anomalies inside and had to enter through Jing University. Deng Yuqi's team had encountered an anomalous space blocking their attempt to break into the 5th sector from the 6th war zone. The streets that were piled high with abandoned vehicles. Deng Yuqi was worried that if they got out of the vehicle and entered the anomalous space, they might be teleported to different locations. Dividing their forces in such a situation was clearly disadvantageous, so she considered trying to detour through Jing University to reach the headquarters location. Very likely. Should I go provide support? Feng Lao asked. Feng Qingxiu quickly said, "Let us handle it." Ha ha ha. What? Started to worry about an old man already. Don't worry, this old man's body is still strong and sturdy. Without waiting for Feng Qingxiu to refuse, Feng Lao picked up his sword and walked out of the teaching building. I'll go with Feng Lao. You take the students upstairs, inform them of the situation here, and teach them some basic survival skills while they wait for rescue, Ding Yuqi instructed. Yes. Feng Qingxiu and the others took the students upstairs. Deng Yuqi and Feng Lao left the teaching building. Many parasitized individuals loitering nearby immediately noticed the movement and began converging on them. Deng Yuqi and Feng Lao fought their way from the teaching building entrance to the sports field. There, they saw a team of over 20 people orderly formed into a tactical squad advance formation, pushing forward. From their uniforms, equipment, and tactical formation, Feng Lao immediately recognized them as a team from headquarters. Hey, over here! Deng Yuqi took out a small flare gun and fired a signal flare toward the edge of the sports field. The team saw the signal flare and immediately began fighting their way toward Deng Yuqi and Feng Lao. The two also fought their way over to meet them. Most of the thousands upon thousands of parasitized individuals on the sports field were students from the university. With each swing of his sword, cutting down these young people in their university attire, their heads transformed into anomalies. Feng Lao felt as if he were cutting his own heart. These should have been the future of the nation, the pride of heaven, yet because of an anomalous disaster. Grandpa, a familiar call, snapped Feng Lao out of his anguish. Following the sound, he saw that the leader of the team was actually his granddaughter, Feng Mingwei. Mingwei, it's wonderful that you're safe. Not long ago, Feng Lao had received news that headquarters was in trouble and his granddaughter Feng Mingwei was missing. He had been extremely worried. Later, hearing that Feng Mingwei had been rescued from the lockdown zone, he disregarded his family's objections and resolutely accepted the headquarters assignment, all to swap places with Feng Mingwei. His old bones breaking was one thing, but Feng Mingwei was still young. She couldn't die in the lockdown zone. But shortly after arriving at the lockdown zone, he heard that Feng Mingwei had entered the lockdown zone again, and, after coming out, brought shocking news. A parasitic anomaly had appeared in the lockdown zone, parasitizing hundreds of thousands of civilians in Haiqing district in just over a week. Before Feng Lao could even speak to Feng Mingwei via walkie-talkie, she had entered the lockdown zone again with another search and rescue team. At that moment, Feng Lao finally understood that Feng Mingwei was no longer that stubborn little girl, but had grown into a true warrior. Feng Lao completely abandoned the idea of swapping Feng Mingwei out. Instead, like her, he once again picked up his sword to fight for the country and its people. Grandpa, Sister 7, why are you here? Feng Mingwei asked. Deng Yuqi explained their situation to Feng Mingwei and mentioned that besides them, several other search and rescue teams had also entered the lockdown zone. Feng Mingwei said excitedly, "That's great. With everyone's help, we can definitely resolve this major Jing City anomalous disaster." Ah, right, Sister 7, I also encountered Sister Jiai in the 4th War Zone. After discussing with her, she's trying to enter the 5th sector from the 7th sector, while I detoured through Jing University. Feng Lao heard this and said joyfully, "Xiao Lu is out too? That's great." Old Lu and the others thought she was trapped in the headquarters research institute. Deng Yuqi said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. As the saying goes, the wicked live 1,000 years. How could Lu Jiai die so easily?" Feng Lao laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha, Xiao Qi, what kind of thing is that to say? I remember you and Xiao Lu are cousins, right? Who's cousins with her?" Deng Yuqi clearly didn't want to acknowledge this relationship and directly change the subject. The commotion here is getting bigger. The surrounding parasitized individuals are being drawn over. Let's first retreat to another teaching building further away. If there are no survivors inside, we can clear out the gathered parasitized individuals, which will also draw fire away from the survivors in the other building. Good idea. Let's do that. Feng Mingwei agreed. Then, everyone followed Deng Yuqi's plan, clearing a path to another teaching building. It turned out this building also had dozens of students, even more than the previous one. Seeing this, Fang Mingyue asked Deng Yuqi and the soldiers to escort the students to the other teaching building where Feng Qingxiu and the others had already reinforced the doors and windows. She herself said she would go out and try to lure away the surrounding parasitized individuals. Mingyue, it's too dangerous for you to go. Let me handle it, Fang Lao said. Fang Mingyue said, Grandpa, let me do it. I'm familiar with this. These parasitized individuals are especially sensitive to sound. I have a way to lure them away. Saying this, Fang Mingyue had a soldier hand her a bag. Opening it, she revealed a large speaker that could be carried on the back. This is... Fang Lao and Deng Yuqi's expressions became very strange when they saw the suona in Fang Mingyue's hand and the large speaker on her back. Fang Mingyue said with full confidence, This is a method investigator Shen taught me. As long as I play the suona and amplify the sound through the speaker, I can attract the parasitized individuals. Shen Ge taught you this method? Are you sure it works? Deng Yuqi's expression was subtle. She suddenly had doubts about this method's reliability. Fang Mingyue nodded seriously. Of course. Investigator Shen is omnipotent. The methods he teaches are sure to work. Aren't you tired playing that? If you want to use sound to lure away the parasitized individuals, wouldn't it be better to just go to the school broadcast room? Deng Yuqi asked. Fang Mingyue said that works too. Sister 7, do you know where the broadcast room is? Deng Yuqi called over a student and asked, but the answer was that the broadcast room was at least 2 blocks away. She could only give up. Fang Mingyue, carrying the suona and the speaker, went outside the teaching building. As she walked toward the sports field, she began playing the suona. This time, it was still Chuang Jiangling, General's command. Hearing the music from outside, Deng Yuqi said with a subtle expression, Well, Fang Lao, I didn't know Mingyue was so multi-talented. Actually, I didn't know she could play the suona either. She plays quite well. In a few years, she might even be able to play a tune for my send-off. Fang Lao. For a moment, Deng Yuqi didn't know how to respond to that. After Fang Mingyue successfully lured the surrounding parasitized individuals to the sports field, Deng Yuqi had the soldiers escort the students from this building to the neighboring one. Meanwhile, she and Fang Lao searched the surrounding area, trying to gather all the students from the nearby buildings. After leading thousands of parasitized individuals to the large sports field with the music, Fang Mingyue used her anomalous leather arm guards and anomalous bone staff to climb over the fence and escape. Several hours passed. Through this method, they found quite a few surviving students. The teaching building now gathered several hundred students. The soldiers had emptied their emergency rations, and supplies were starting to run short. Just as Deng Yuqi and the others were discussing whether to go to a nearby convenience store to find food for the survivors or continue searching for survivors, the soldier on guard duty ran and panicked. Report. Several anomalies have come from the north, including one particularly large one. They've charged into the playground and are devouring the infected. One has already begun to mutate. Fang Mingyue had long since reported Shen Ge's suspicions to headquarters, so the soldiers were aware that if anomalies consumed large numbers of the infected, it would accelerate their mutation. This won't do. We can't let them keep feeding. If we end up breeding several high-level anomalies and they create a spatial overlap, forget about reaching the 5th war zone. We won't even be able to get out of here, Fang Mingyue said grimly. After a moment's thought, Deng Yuqi ordered, Captain Feng, your team stays here to protect the students. Everyone else, with me, we're going out to hunt these anomalies. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. As the group exited the teaching building, they found the situation on the playground far more chaotic than anticipated. The anomalies were devouring the infected at an alarming rate. One had already completed a 2nd-stage mutation, and there were signs of a distortion space beginning to form. The only thing they could do now was to prevent the anomalies from consuming any more. Attack! Attack! Deng Yuqi, Old Fang, and Fang Mingyue though not heavily equipped with anomaly energy gear, were highly capable fighters. Working together, dealing with a few first-stage anomalies wasn't overly difficult. The real challenge was the thousands of infected still swarming around them. As they fought desperately against the anomalies and the infected, a low, rumbling vibration began to grow audible, and the ground started to shake beneath their feet. Is it a high-level anomaly? A wave of dread swept through the group. This was terrible news. They hadn't even dealt with the smaller threats yet, and now a major one was arriving. How were they supposed to fight this? Stay focused. Deal with the enemies in front of you. Old Fong bellowed, his horse-cutting sword cleaving through the head of a first-stage anomaly hound before he split its body in two, saving a soldier nearby. The vibrations are getting stronger, Fong Mingwen noted. Something big is definitely heading our way. 7. You and Grandpa lead the team toward the teaching building in the other direction. I'll head the opposite way and try to draw the monsters on the playground away by making noise. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Deng Yuqi objected. It's the only way right now. Fong Mingwen insisted. After a brief pause, Deng Yuqi said gravely, Old Fong, take the soldiers and retreat to the eastern teaching building. We can't lead the monsters to the students. Mingwe, you try to lure them westward. I'll head to the broadcast room. All right, let's do it. Fong Mingwe agreed with a nod. The team immediately split up to execute Deng Yuqi's plan. But just as Fong Mingwe reached her designated spot, before she could even raise her suona to play, a burst of singing echoed from the distance. That set Saddleman, so mighty and strong, his galloping stallion swift as the storm. Across the boundless plains he freely does roam, his heart as vast as the earth, his spirit home. The tune was wildly off-key, so discordant that even the most tone-deaf would cringe. It was that exaggerated. It's Investigator Shen. That's Shen Ge's voice. Fong Mingwe exclaimed, her spirits lifting instantly at the sound. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Ge stood on the neck of the elephant anomaly, gripping the iron chain reins, steering the colossal creature with earth-shaking steps as it marched toward the sports field. With each step the elephant anomaly took, the ground trembled. The gathered parasitized instantly turned into pools of blood. Just like that, Shen Ge maneuvered the elephant anomaly back and forth across the field twice, instantly trampling the parasitized and other anomalies that Deng Yuqi and the others had gathered there into paste. Host assisted in killing a Tier 1 anomaly. Reward, 10 system points. Host assisted in killing a Tier 2 anomaly. Reward, 50 system points. Over a dozen system notifications chimed in a row. Unfortunately, the total points added up to a mere 3 to 500, less than what Shen Ge would get for personally taking down a single anomaly himself. While these anomalies posed no real threat to him, leaving meant the chains would be uncontrolled, and the Tier 3 anomaly would go completely berserk. Playing it safe, Shen Ge decided to hold out until the red anomaly crystal's energy was depleted. While others might arrive, riding clouds of radiant light, to save the day, Shen Ge, this show-off, rode in on a Tier 3 anomaly. The kicker? He held the reins with one hand and a megaphone with the other, singing off-key. For a moment, aside from Fong Mingwe, his die-hard fan, even the acquaintances who had come out of the teaching building to see what the noise was about found it hard to keep a straight face. Xiaoqi, who is that? Old man Fong couldn't help but ask. Deng Yuqi had originally been heading to the broadcast room, which was the same direction Old Man Fong and the others were evacuating. Now that Shen Ge had arrived to save the day, she naturally didn't need to go to the broadcast room anymore. Deng Yuqi wore an expression that clearly said, I really don't want to know him, as she replied. That is, Investigator Shen from our Rome City branch. So, this is the Investigator Shen who has saved Mingyue multiple times. He is indeed unique, Old Man Fong remarked, his tone filled with appreciation for Shen Ge. Seeing Old Man Fong's reaction, Deng Yuqi's expression turned strange. Just what kind of spell did Shen Ge have on the Fong family? Old Man Fong pondered. Investigator Shen can actually control a Tier 3 anomaly? Is this due to the latest anomaly energy equipment developed by your Rome City branch? Or a new technology? Deng Yuqi's expression froze, and she frowned slightly. This, old man Fong, you must have heard we have another talented researcher in our department. Director Li is highly capable. With the frequent anomaly incidents these past few months, the number in Rome City alone has surpassed several dozen times the total from the past few years. Research materials have become more plentiful. My days are quite busy, so the research in the department is handled by Investigator Shen and Director Li. Perhaps they've developed some new equipment. Deng Yuqi's words were impeccably delivered, attributing this miraculous ability to the Rome City Special Strategies Department researchers, as Old Man Fong had suggested. Her real aim, however, was to cover for Shen Ge. Shen Ge had too many secrets. Just the various related reports, and the transfer orders from above already filled an entire drawer in her desk. Delving too deep into some questions benefited no one. I see. But even with such technology, it wouldn't be possible without a daring and brave executor like Investigator Shen. It's a relief to us old folks to see a talent like Investigator Shen emerge in our Special Strategies Department, Old Man Fong said with emotion. Deng Yuqi laughed. Old Man Fong, please don't praise him. He can't handle praise at all. Who knows what kind of trouble he might stir up next? Is that so? Ming Yue's report mentioned that the parasitized are extremely sensitive to sound. Using noise to attract monsters was also Investigator Shen's idea. His method of controlling anomalies, disregarding phase to deliberately sing off-key and attract them. He doesn't sweat the small stuff. It's the mark of a true leader. Old Man Fong said earnestly. The corner of Deng Yuqi's eye twitched. Her expression turned peculiar again, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond to Old Man Fong. Let's just consider the possibility, however remote, that he isn't deliberately singing off-key, but is actually just tone-deaf. Before she could say anything, Shen Ge had another episode. All kinds of emptiness, cold, 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 blowing dreams in the wind. The heart of the past, fiery hot, has today turned to ice. In my memory, the pain returns. Just because emptiness toys with me again, you are like the north wind, blowing away my dreams. Let everything go with the wind. Shen Ge, clearly unaware that Deng Yuqi was complaining about his lack of musical skill behind his back, was still passionately singing off-key into the megaphone, luring the surrounding parasitized and anomalies over to be stomped flat. Deng Yuqi couldn't help but raise her hand to her forehead. Feng Qingxiu and the others, too embarrassed to keep watching, retreated back into the teaching building. Old Man Fong looked on with admiration, while Feng Mingyue, excited, rushed over to join the group. Noticing Deng Yuqi and the others in the distance, Shen Ge shouted through the megaphone, "Hey, Director, here to inspect the work in person. What if I just don't want to answer? Director, I got a gift for you." Shen Ge was too far away to notice the look of disdain on Deng Yuqi's face. But disdain aside, a gift was still a gift. Shen Ge controlled the elephant anomaly to walk towards Deng Yuqi's group. Then, donning his anomaly glove, he bent down, grabbed a lump of something, and threw it directly down from the back of the 30-meter-tall giant anomaly. Splat! The unidentified lump hit the ground, instantly becoming a bloody, mangled mess. Although Deng Yuqi didn't know what Shen Ge was up to now, she knew whatever he threw couldn't be ordinary. The group immediately moved toward where Shen Ge had thrown the object. To their surprise, it was a human pig. Limbs gone, eyes gouged out, nose and ears sliced off. But the blood-soaked black hoodie and the character "you" on the hood made this person's identity clear. Deng Yuqi reached out to check Yu's breathing and pressed on his throat. She was surprised to find that, despite his condition, he was still clinging to life. "This is Yu, a core member of the 12 branches. Secure him immediately," Deng Yuqi ordered the accompanying soldiers. Once they had Yu under control, Shen Ge had mostly cleared the parasitized and anomalies from sports field. Calculating the time, he could probably control the elephant anomaly for a few more dozen minutes at most. But he couldn't be sure the time Yu had given was accurate. After some thought, Shen Ge decided to deal with the elephant anomaly ahead of time. He used the megaphone to briefly explain the situation to Deng Yuqi and the others, asking them to prepare to assist. Hearing that the Tier 3 anomaly was about to go out of control, Deng Yuqi and the others quickly prepared for battle. 3 anomaly investigators stepped forward, while the remaining soldiers provided support from a distance. Seeing Deng Yuqi's team was ready, Shen Ge clad himself in the full body armor, pulled the red anomaly crystal from the elephant anomaly's nape, and stuffed a high-explosive bomb along with his remaining explosives into the bloody hole. The moment the red anomaly crystal was removed, the elephant anomaly let out its world-shaking swallowing sound, roaring as it threw its head back and struggled, trying to throw the unwanted rider off its back. Seizing the moment, Shen Ge, holding the red anomaly crystal in one hand, took out the black bone dagger with the other and stabbed it into the elephant anomaly's body. Using the dagger to cut through the anomaly's hide for resistance, he attempted to slide down from its back. Just then, the stone pillar tentacles on the elephant anomaly's back made cracking sounds, once again transforming into hard-shelled anomalies resembling stone pillars, like beetles, converging toward Shen Ge. Bang! 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 The supporting soldiers in the distance immediately opened fire on the small anomalies on the elephant anomaly's back, trying to draw them away from Shen Ge. Shen Ge had no time to deal with them either. He picked his moment and jumped into the greenery belt, rolling to dissipate the force. Clutching the red anomaly crystal, he ran towards Deng Yuqi's position. Deng Yuqi, Fong Mingyue, and Old Man Fong had already moved forward to meet him. Old Man Fong, despite being in his 70s, led the charge beneath the elephant anomaly, wielding a Zamadeo, horse-chopping saber. This Zamadeo was crafted from the tooth and bone of a Tier 2 anomaly, fused with various Earth's hardest materials and processed multiple times by the headquarters tech department. It was exceptionally sharp. One slash cut through the anomaly energy black mist enveloping the outer skin. Another slash left a deep gash, spurting black blood. Old Man Fong sidestepped the spraying black blood, his blade striking the same spot repeatedly, trying to sever the elephant anomaly's Achilles tendon. Meanwhile, with support from the distant soldiers, more and more beetle anomalies jumped down from the elephant anomaly's back, attempting to charge at them. Deng Yuqi and Fong Mingyue guarded their path, clearly not letting them break through. A sweep of Fong Mingyue's anomaly bone staff transformed it into a bone cage, trapping 2 beetle anomalies. Deng Yuqi was more direct, punch after punch, each aimed at the head. Baji Bung, 8 extreme shattering, was inherently a fierce and violent technique. Paired with the strength-enhancing mechanical arm guard, its power was astounding. This mechanical arm guard was the latest combat equipment developed by the Rome City Tech Department researchers. Driven by anomaly energy and made with a special steel skeleton, it could enhance the user's strength beyond human limits to a certain degree. After handing the red anomaly crystal to a soldier for safekeeping, Shen Ge returned to the battlefield. He first used the anomaly eye's unseeable ability to blind the elephant anomaly, then went to cooperate with Old Man Fong. One chopped, the other applied black anomaly fire to the wounds. After crippling the elephant anomaly's powerful hind legs, applying the dual debuffs of crippled plus blinded, those beetle anomalies no longer posed a threat. Host, majestic and mighty, divinely brave and peerless, collaborated with teammates to kill a Tier 3 anomaly. Reward: 100 system points. Random F-grade supply X1. Sell Tier 3 Anomaly Corpse. Price: 1,500 system points. No. Shen Ge retracted the full body armor and walked over to greet Deng Yuqi, his tone teasing. Director, were you worried I'd bite the dust and came specifically to support me? Nothing much worth celebrating has happened at the department lately, so I thought I'd come see if you'd kicked the bucket. If you had, we could throw you a grand funeral, since you're one of ours, Deng Yuqi said with a sardonic smile. If it's a grand affair, please seat me at the kids' table. I'll definitely put your photo on that table. Shen Ge raised an eyebrow. Not bad, Director. Your wit's improving. Where? It's just the effect of bad company, Deng Yuqi laughed. Despite the banter, they didn't neglect business. They arranged for elite soldiers to detect the anomaly, confirm its death, seal it with a special device, and then call for backup. Speaking of which, Director, you came personally. What about Rome City? Shen Ge asked. Deng Yuqi replied, you have a good eye? Those two newcomers are capable. In the week you've been gone, they jointly handled 2 Tier-1 Anomaly incidents. With Section Chief Chun and Lin Yin keeping an eye on things, the branch should be fine. Besides, inspired by your home's setup, I prepared a little gift for anyone visiting the place where Su's remains are stored. I almost hope they show up early. You've become corrupted, Shen Ge said with a look of disdain. Deng Yuqi scolded expressionlessly. Piss off. As they talked, they returned with Fong Mingyue and Old Man Fong to the teaching building where Feng Qingxiu and the others were. Looking at the human pig on the ground and the red anomaly crystal, Deng Yuqi asked, care to explain? What's the situation? Shen Ge briefly explained how Yo controlled the elephant anomaly and how he played the oriole, catching the cicada. He continued, this red anomaly crystal control set is made from the remains of a Tier-3 anomaly. According to them, a control set made from materials of a certain tier can briefly control an anomaly of that tier. But the higher the anomaly's tier, the lower the chance of control and the shorter the control duration. I took Su's remains from the Rome City branch. They did consider retrieving them, but they didn't send a numbered core member, just some co-level agents. I killed the one they sent when he made a move. I rigged his body with explosives. When he returned, he not only blew up a transfer point, but also killed 2 co-level members, disrupting their plans. Unfortunately, there were 2 transfer points. Besides the one I blew up, another was set up in Sehu Wetland Park. Besides the red anomaly crystal control set, I also found a pistol on him that fires anomaly bullets capable of instantly killing Tier-1 anomalies, and a teleporter. I originally considered using this teleporter to check out Sehu Wetland Park directly, but I was worried that after losing contact with you, they might be on alert. Teleporting right into a trap would be a huge loss. Plus, I needed to control the elephant anomaly, so I shelved that idea for now. Anyone want to give it a try? Deng Yuqi rolled her eyes at Shen Ge, about to tease, when she noticed Fong Mingyue picking up the red anomaly bullet Shen Ge had placed on the table, her expression grave. Wait, Investigator Shen, you said this anomaly killing gun was taken from you? Fong Mingyue asked. Shen Ge nodded. Yes. You're going to say you've seen similar anomaly energy equipment or perhaps blueprints at the Headquarters Research Institute, right? Fong Mingyue looked at Shen Ge in surprise, her expression seeming to say, as expected of Investigator Shen, you even know what I'm thinking. Shen Ge shrugged helplessly and looked at Deng Yuqi. Director, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? Bad news first, Deng Yuqi said, rarely seeing Shen Ge so serious. A sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Shen Ge said, before this year, the frequency of anomaly incidents wasn't high. Anomaly corpses became rare research materials. So, not just our country, but developed nations aware of anomalies secretly established research institutes related to them. The 12 branches used this as an entry point, planting a large number of spies into these institutes in various countries. Some even infiltrated the upper echelons. The good news is you know who the spies are? Deng Yuqi asked hopefully. Shen Ge shook his head. No. The good news is that certain numbered members of the 12 branches have risen to high levels in the political circles of other countries. In some small countries, they might even call the shots. Unfortunately, they use single-point contact. Many don't know each other's identities. Our country is slightly better off. While the Special Strategies Department has been infiltrated, it seems it's not the command structure, but the Research Institute. So, they got their hands on some technology from the headquarters, incidentally caused some lab accidents, and secretly transferred some anomaly materials and anomaly energy equipment. This anomaly killing gun is one piece from that batch of equipment stolen during the chaos. Deng Yuqi's expression turned subtly complex. This counts as good news? It doesn't? I always thought headquarters was pretty useless. I thought they were completely infiltrated. Turns out it's only a small part, Shen Ge stated bluntly. Ding Yuchi bro, there are two capital city anomaly investigators here. One is a founding elder of the headquarters. If you won't do it for the monk's sake, do it for the Buddha's. At least save some face for them. Fang Mingwei stood up straight, giving Shen Ge a respectful salute. She said seriously, Investigator Shen's criticism is justified. Over the years, headquarters, being in a constant state of standby, became complacent, obsolete, and foolish, causing the combat effectiveness of various departments to be exposed when facing tough battles. I will firmly remember Investigator Shen's teachings, starting with myself, fundamentally changing the headquarters. I will definitely not let Investigator Shen down. Deng Yuchi, down what? He's obviously just mouthing off and taking a dig at the headquarters. There's no deeper meaning. Before Deng Yuchi could make complaints, Old Man Fang also nodded, saying seriously, Xiao Shun's words are indeed thought-provoking. Headquarters inaction over the years is indeed a significant problem. Anomalies are existences modern science cannot explain. Their emergence should have been taken seriously. Headquarters stagnation all these years is itself a form of negligence. After we return, we old bones will definitely conduct a thorough overhaul. Then, Shen Ge's gaze shifted between Old Man Fang and Deng Yuchi, finally settling on Old Man Fang. He asked with a serious expression, Old Man Fang, there's something I'd like to ask. Xiao Shun, speak freely. Old Man Fang replied equally seriously. Shen Ge asked, when was the headquarters established? Old Man Fang was taken aback. He thought Shen Ge's question would involve some secret, never expecting it to be so simple. The headquarters was established 10 years ago, when the first anomaly incident occurred in the capital. Shen Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at Deng Yuchi. Director, I remember you told me before that the first anomaly incident in the capital was 10 years ago. 6 years ago, the first incident occurred in Rong City. The Rong City branch was established the following year. The year after that, you were transferred to Rong City as director. Up until this year, a total of 4 incidents occurred. And starting this year, the rate of deterioration is faster than you imagined, right? Deng Yuchi nodded. Correct. Previously, an anomaly incident occurred on average only once a year. In recent years, a total of 19 incidents have occurred nationwide. The frequency of anomalies is increasing faster and faster. And that's just our country. The situation in other countries is worse. Shen Ge said gravely. According to this year's research reports from various departments on anomalies, the birth of anomalies stems from abuse and death. But this is only the anomalization of animals. The anomaly energy that causes this anomalization does not originate from within the animals themselves. What do you mean? Old Man Fang asked urgently. In recent years, with the high occurrence of anomaly incidents, the Special Strategies Department had been trying to solve the root cause of anomalization, but had made no progress. Not just China, but other countries had also conducted plenty of research on the anomalization of animals, even resorting to various abuses and cruel killings. But unfortunately, abused and killed animals didn't necessarily anomalize. Severely abused animals weren't necessarily more likely to anomalize than those killed normally. Sometimes, an animal killed directly with a knife or gun would anomalize immediately, while those tortured beyond recognition showed no reaction. Whether anomaly energy initially exists within animals is unknown. Where anomaly energy comes from is also untraceable. Actually, before the anomaly incident 10 years ago, before the headquarters was established, there already existed a research organization in our country focused on anomalies. The leader of the 12 branches was a researcher from that organization. But according to you, the leader wasn't high-ranking in that organization back then and didn't have access to all its information. According to the leader, there were no anomaly incidents in the world at that time. The first anomaly was discovered inside a person's body. Initially, they thought it was a tumor, but research revealed it wasn't that simple. Through researching this first anomaly, they discovered the existence of anomaly energy. Tracing the anomaly energy deep underground, they found another anomaly, a strange creature, one never before seen in human cognition, possessing endless anomaly energy. They called it the anomaly progenitor, or perhaps the anomaly king. Later, during research, a researcher's mistake caused the anomaly king to die. The research team proceeded to dissect and study it. But from that moment on, anomaly incidents began appearing worldwide. To deal with them, the Institute accelerated its research, leading to a major accident. The Institute's secret was exposed. Other countries discovered this secret and demanded our country open up the research. Our country, upholding the principle of combating world crises together, partially opened the research to the 5 permanent UN members. But someone attempted to steal the Anomaly King's corpse. The new research institute was attacked, and the Anomaly King's corpse went missing. According to that leader's account to the 12 branches, anomaly energy was originally buried deep in the Earth's core. That Anomaly King was the cork blocking this surge of anomalous energy, constantly absorbing the anomaly energy welling up from below. Now, humans have recklessly pulled out the cork, and anomaly energy has gone completely out of control. And anomaly energy can only be absorbed by non-human creatures. It seems more like a punishment from Earth towards humanity for recklessly damaging the environment. Currently, the country with the highest anomaly incident rate and most severe anomaly disasters is Japan. What happened there over a decade ago, I believe everyone is very clear about. As for whether there's a connection there, I wouldn't know. After listening to Shen Ge, everyone's expressions turned grim. Deng Yuqi glanced at the human pig locked in a cage not far away. Did he tell you all this? Deng Yuqi asked. Shen Ge nodded. How much is true and how much is false is for you to verify later, Director. I went through a lot of trouble to get him to talk. Deng Yuqi looked at the mechanical device paired with the red anomaly crystal on the table, still stained with blood. She immediately understood that Shen Ge's get him to talk was very much on the physical level. Although the methods were somewhat cruel, these people wouldn't hesitate to create an anomaly disaster in the capital to achieve their goals. They deserved worse than death. Dealing with extraordinary people naturally required extraordinary means. Old Man Fong pondered. Back then, higher-ups sent people to find us and asked us to establish the Special Strategies Department to deal with anomalies. This happened after the first anomaly incident. But thinking back now, it seemed the higher-ups were prepared. Some research materials were quite detailed. It's possible there were other research institutes before the Special Strategies Department was established. Perhaps this research organization still exists, Fong Minghua said. Deng Yuqi nodded in agreement. Very likely. After all, we haven't seen any research reports on the Anomaly King so far. Maybe this research organization still exists, just gone from public to covert, secretly researching the Anomaly King's corpse. She paused, then continued. But that's for later. It involves too many things and won't be simple to investigate. The most important thing now is to resolve the capital's anomaly disaster first. We can investigate the rest slowly later. By the way, Shen Ge, you said the 12 branches' goal wasn't to seize Suez remains. Then what was it? Shen Ge said, the hidden research reports from headquarters. What they want isn't the reports themselves, but the humanoid anomaly corpse found in the deep sea. They believe it might be the corpse of the Anomaly King. Obtaining this corpse would allow a breakthrough in merging humans with anomalies. Because the ability to fuse with anomalies they use now was brought out by the leader from that research organization back then. They've already sent people to the headquarters research institute. Yo's mission was to control the Tier-3 Anomaly to prevent headquarters investigators from entering, causing as much trouble as possible. Old Man Fong frowned. But I've been at headquarters for so many years and never heard about any humanoid anomaly corpse found in the sea. Perhaps it was discovered in the 2 years since you retired, Grandpa, Fong Minghua said. Deng Yuqi said, wait, that's not right. As far as I know, the The human experimentation project initiated by headquarters back then found its method through research on this type of humanoid anomaly corpse. Old man Fong, back then you... So that's it. No wonder during that disaster outbreak, Old man Fong was conveniently on a mission to another country's anomaly research department. It seems someone was conducting secret research behind your back as director. Old man Fong, do you remember the situation back then? Old man Fong said gravely, back then, headquarters developed a new type of anomaly energy detection device and sent me to communicate with the U.S. side about it. The trip was for 3 days. Shortly after I left, I heard there was an experimental accident at the Research Institute, an anomaly outbreak. I only knew it was related to some human experimentation project, but that was the first I'd heard of it. I took responsibility and stepped down from the director position. Deng Yuqi narrowed her eyes. It seems if we follow this lead, we might be able to unearth the 12 branches' hidden pieces ahead of time. Old man Fong said, regardless, now that we know the 12 branches' goal, we can't let them succeed in stealing the humanoid anomaly corpse. Old man Fong, don't worry. That corpse isn't stored at the headquarters. The headquarters only has the experimental plan from back then that briefly mentions it. However, we do need to hurry to the headquarters, Deng Yuqi said. Then, Deng Yuqi suggested that she and Feng Qingxiu's team take Yo to the command post. The elite soldiers brought by Feng Mingyue would be responsible for evacuating survivors. Shen Ge, Feng Mingyue, and Old Man Fong would go to the headquarters to stop the 12 branches plan. But Shen Ge immediately vetoed this proposal. Shen Ge's idea was that he could use his anomaly leather boots for rapid movement, going to the headquarters first to contain the 12 branches. Old Man Fong and Feng Mingyue would go to other battle zones to gather anomaly investigators and advance toward the headquarters. Deng Yuqi saw that Shen Ge wanted to operate alone. Following his lead, she persuaded the worried Old Man Fong and Feng Mingyue, agreeing to proceed with Shen Ge's plan of splitting up. After Deng Yuqi and the others left, Shen Ge, who was heading to the 5th battle zone, turned back, creating noise mimicking survivors in the teaching building to lure away the soldiers left to guard the elephant anomaly's corpse. Then, using unseen, he approached. Sell Tier-3 Anomaly corpse? Price, 1,500 system points. Yes. As Shen Ge confirmed, the system unceremoniously took the Tier-3 Anomaly's corpse. Although 1,500 points wasn't much compared to Shen Ge's current point acquisition ability, he wasn't sure if there were still 12 branches operatives in the lockdown zone. He'd rather completely destroy the anomaly corpse than leave it for the 12 branches. Of course, with the system's cell function, he didn't have to destroy the corpse and waste it. With the elephant anomaly dealt with, Shen Ge continued toward the 5th battle zone. Not long after entering, he discovered this area also had an overlapping anomaly space. According to his portable anomaly space detector, the complexity far exceeded the quadruple anomaly space in Haiqing District, reaching 8 layers. With 20 hours remaining before foreign anomaly organizations were scheduled to enter, Shen Ge arrived at the headquarters location. Ahead, a dense fog lingered. Affected by the overlapping anomaly space, the headquarters complex building looked decades abandoned. The surrounding environment resembled a post-apocalyptic scene, making anyone walking in the fog feel an eerie, chilling dread. As Shen Ge stepped into the seemingly on the verge of collapse complex building, the system, quiet for a day, suddenly sprang to life. Warning: host is about to enter the activity range of a Tier 6 Anomaly trait. 4 heads, 8 arms. This area is covered by an anomaly domain. Entering with the host's current strength will certainly result in life hanging by a thread, beyond help, doomed, in peril, facing certain death, 10 out of 10 deaths. Please value your life and immediately leave the special grade contaminated zone. 4 heads, 8 arms? Seriously? Would Tier 7 be 5 heads, 10 arms? System, you're so good at naming things. Tier 10 would be the 1,000-armed Guanyin, right? Wait, this 2 heads for arms was the 12 branches Kai. 3 heads, 6 arms was their numbered core members. This 4 heads, 8 arms. Could it be that leader who knows so many secrets? With Shen Ge's mindset of since I'm already here, I might as well go in and take a look. It didn't matter if it was a 4-headed, 8-armed creature inside. Even if it were a 1,000-armed Guanyin, he would still have gone in for a stroll. Although the system only warned of a Tier 6 anomalous entity, 4-headed, 8-armed, there's probably more than just one high-tier anomaly here. Shen Ge scanned the area with his anomalous space detector. There were 8 layers of overlapping anomalous spaces here, but after multiple encounters with the core members of the 12 branches, he had never seen them possess abilities related to anomalous spaces. Could it be that this 4-headed, 8-armed is also trapped in the overlapping anomalous spaces? Shen Ge wondered. If the leader was trapped, would the 12 branches trump card, teleportation, still work? This time, however, Shen Ge wasn't worried about the enemy escaping. If they could teleport, he had a teleporter of his own. With his formless plus silent abilities activated, he could follow the leader through the teleportation and potentially wipe out the entire 12 branches in one go. Ever since the 12 branches had intruded into his home, Shen Ge had been determined to eliminate them entirely. He never left potential threats unchecked. Holding the detector in one hand and a flashlight in the other, Shen Ge stepped into the hall. The first-floor office of the headquarters was much more spacious than the Rong City branch. To the left was a counter resembling a police station's front desk, and to the right was a guidance reception area. Most of the space was empty, and judging by the deserted desks at the counter, this area was largely for show. After all, the likelihood of anyone reporting an anomalous event in person was close to zero. Sweeping his flashlight across the room, Shen Ge saw disfigured corpses scattered everywhere, overturned tables and chairs, shattered counters and windows, and bodies stuck in window frames. Moving past the guidance reception area, he entered a spacious office zone. The Rong City branch had a similar area, primarily responsible for monitoring the city through the Tianwang surveillance system. Once an anomalous event was detected, it would be reported to the operations department. However, Rong City's monitoring area had only a dozen or so stations, relying mostly on the Tianwang system's early warning function for defense. The headquarters was different. As the most important city in the nation, Daijing required more than just the Tianwang system for security. It was equipped with hundreds of manual seats for both manual and AI double-checking. While the outer hall showed signs of chaos during the evacuation, the office area was eerily tidy, as if it had been completely unaffected when the headquarters was overrun. At that moment, many of the hundreds of seats were still occupied by people in uniform work clothes. Their white shirts were stained with blood, and from the back of their necks down to their waists, there was a vertical bloody gash. Shen Ge shone his flashlight on the corpse closest to him, frowned, and sensed something was off. He walked toward the body. Putting away the anomalous space detector, he attached strange gloves and tried to lift the body slumped over the desk. With a light tug, the shoulders sank inward, and he easily pulled the body upright. The weight is wrong. Shen Ge immediately realized something was off. It felt less like a corpse and more like a hollow shell. Well, Pudu Tsihang, is it? Shen Ge checked several other bodies and found that all the staff had been reduced to empty shells. The entire office area was filled with a nauseating stench of decay, making anyone want to vomit. The internal organs, bones, and flesh of these bodies had been completely devoured, leaving only the skin. Based on the dried bloodstains, they had been dead for a long time. Could the anomaly this time be a centipede demon? Given the situation on the first floor, the likelihood of survivors at the headquarters was very low. After all, he had been in the blocked area for quite some time, and there were few survivors in the open areas, let alone at the epicenter of this anomalous disaster. Just as Shen Ge was about to leave, he heard a faint sound, as if it were coming from the hollow shell in front of him. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge placed the flashlight on a nearby table, pressed the shell onto the desk, and pried open the bloody gash on its back. With a rustling sound, dozens of black beetles each about 3 fingers wide, crawled out of the body, 20 to 30 of them. Shen Ge tossed the shell aside to prevent the beetles from crawling onto him and grabbed one of them. Little 7, what is this? The black watch on Shen Ge's left wrist extended 2 carrion tentacles, wrapped around the black beetle, and after a scan, replied, Master, this is a type of carnivorous beetle from the Southeast Asian jungles. Its scientific name is black shell beetle, but in our country, it's also known as tongchong. Rumors say the process of raising tongchong is extremely complex and cruel. Insect eggs are fed to pregnant women, and as the pregnancy progresses, the eggs decay and directly consume the fetus. The larvae suck dry the body's fluids and organs, causing the host to rapidly lose moisture, becoming desiccated and hard like tree bark or stone. The larvae then slowly grow into black beetles inside the body. Decades ago, tong technique, poison, and black magic were known as the 3 major dark arts of Yunnan. To make this dark art seem more terrifying, locals spread rumors that tongchong were formed from the resentment of pregnant women. The more tragic the death of the mother and child, the greater the resentment, and the more powerful the tongchong. In reality, these black beetles are simply parasitic organisms. The larvae feed on flesh and blood, parasitizing animals and humans. Any creature with flesh and blood can be used to cultivate tongchong. After little 7 finished, it crushed the black beetle and dropped it to the ground. While little 7 was explaining, Shen Ge checked a few more bodies. Some contained not only black beetles, but also black maggot-like worms. The anomalous energy of the black beetles was close to 1, while the black worms showed no detectable energy. Shen Ge couldn't help but recall the previous parasitic anomaly and marveled at the 12 branches' fondness for insects. One type turned people into anomalies, while the other directly devoured them. At that moment, it seems that I smelled the breath of life on Shen Ge. The tongchong hidden within the hollow shells began to crawl out. A large swarm of larvae and beetles emerged from the bodies, covering the entire office area in a densely packed area. A sweep of the flashlight revealed a tingling scalp scene. Shen Ge raised his hand, and the strange armor released a large burst of anomalous black fire, burning the black beetles with a crackling sound like firecrackers. Boom! With a strange noise, the floor in the center of the office area bulged upward, and a large-sized crypt lord emerged from underground. Warning! A Tier 2 parasitic anomaly has appeared in this area. Host, prepare for combat. I knew there'd be a big one. Shen Ge ignored the system's warning, accustomed to the system only alerting him when anomalies were right in his face. Thud! Thud! The anomalous beetle, resembling a crypt lord, sensed Shen Ge's life breath and immediately turned around, crashing through rows of desks as it charged toward him. Shen Ge jumped up with the help of his strange leather boots, landing on the crypt leaderess back. Surprisingly, the forceful stomp with the momentum of his fall didn't stop the anomalous beetle. Shen Ge quickly lowered his body, dodging the black spikes thrust by the anomalous beetle, and reached out to grab one, using the unrelenting trait of the strange gloves to hold on tightly. The anomalous beetle retracted its spike, nearly pulling Shen Ge off balance. Just as he steadied himself, another spike thrust toward him. Shen Ge raised his hand and clang. The spike struck the condensed ghost shield. Little 7, the butcher knife. As soon as Shen Ge spoke, Little 7 used its carrion tentacles to draw the butcher knife from Shen Ge's back and handed it to him. Swish! A flash of blade light later, the right spike was severed, spraying black liquid that was blocked by the strange shield. Holding onto the other spike, Shen Ge turned on the anomalous beetle's back, plunged the butcher knife into its carapace, and sliced downward. The carapace split open under the butcher knife, and like squeezing a soft persimmon, a large cluster of black worms gushed out from the wound. Whoosh! A sweep of anomalous black fire later, the office area, originally filled with the stench of decay, was now filled with the aroma of roasted insects. While slicing open the carapace with the butcher knife and burning the worms with the strange armor, Shen Ge quickly killed the anomalous beetle by leveraging the complex layout of the office area. Host, with your wit and bravery, you kill the level 2 monster single-handedly with great dignity. Reward: 100 system points, random F-grade supply X1. Sell Tier 2 Anomalous Corpse. Price: 500 system points. Yes. Shen Ge had already accumulated 10 F-grade supplies along the way without claiming them. His system points, plus the third-level weird 1,500, now totaled 6023. After some thought, Shen Ge decided to try his luck with a draw. His anomalous energy cans were long depleted, and he only had one mental apple left. It was necessary to claim all 10 F-grade supplies. Claim rewards. Rewards being drawn. Draw successful. The 10 F-grade supplies included 3 mental apples, 2 bottles of internal injury recovery pills, 6 pills total, 3 band-aids, and 2 hemostatic bandages. Next was the draw. Shen Ge was aiming for free attribute points since his mental strength had already reached 436%, only 164% away from the 600% needed to advance to Tier 3. Drawing free attribute points wouldn't be a loss. Drawing explosives, Molotov cocktails, or other throwables would also be useful. If he were lucky enough to draw trade equipment, the system would be crying. 10 draws. Ding, 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 ding. After the first 10 draws, Shen Ge only got 6% free attribute points, 2 instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, 1 box of smiling milk, 1 Glock 19 pistol, and 1 Uzi submachine gun. The second 10 draws, 7% free attribute points, 1 instant noodle, 1 box of funeral cola, 1 box of Black Bull energy drink, 1 14 Malawian Quatches sniper rifle. The third 10 draws. After 50 draws, Shen Ge looked at the mountain of instant noodles beside him and felt an urge to curse. This system, even if it were an anomaly, must have been made from the Babelian bones of anomalies. When he was hungry and wanted instant noodles, he got weapons and equipment. Now that he wanted free attribute points, he got the minimum pity rewards. If only Shen Ge knew where the system was hidden in his body, he would definitely dig it out and whipping the corpse 3,000 times. Last 10 draws. System, can you please be more useful? I used to suspect you were the Anomaly King, but now it seems I overestimated you. You'd be lucky to be a Tier 3 Anomaly. Shen Ge complained helplessly. 10 draws. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations, host. You drew free attribute points, 2%. Congratulations, host. You drew the weapon, Type 95 Assault Rifle X1. Magazines X5. Free attribute points, 2%. Free attribute points, 2%. Free attribute points, 2%. After 5 draws, he got 4 free attribute points and 1 assault rifle. Shen Ge's mood finally improved. Looking further down, his spirits lifted entirely. PF-98 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher X1. Rockets X3. Gatling gun X1, bullets X5000. Free attribute points, 2%. Instant noodles X2 boxes. Congratulations, host. You drew the trade equipment, anomalous energy magazine, trait, infinite. With a flash of white light, besides instant noodles and weapons, a palm-sized piece of black pork belly appeared before Shen Ge. Picking up the pork belly, Shen Ge examined it. It somewhat resembled the black carrion of his anomalous energy armor, but the pork belly was a solid piece, unlike the armor, which more like minced meat. Anomalous energy magazine, trait. Infinite can be used as a magazine attached to pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles, or sniper rifles to generate anomalous energy bullets. Pistol and submachine gun bullets consume 0.5% anomalous energy per shot. Assault rifles consume 1% per shot. Sniper rifles consume 5% per shot. Current anomalous energy, 100% per 100%, recovers 1% per second. Shen Ge picked up the Type 95 assault rifle, ejected the magazine, and tried to attach the anomalous energy magazine to the gun. The moment the pork belly touched the interface, It slowly morphed into the shape of a magazine and fitted snugly. Shen Ge aimed the gun at the wall ahead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A black anomalous energy bullet shot out, easily piercing through the wall and disappearing into the darkness. Shen Ge held down the trigger, firing at the ground not far away until he depleted his anomalous energy. The ground wasn't riddled with bullet holes, but was instead blown into a large crater. Most miraculously, the edges of the crater were covered in black, anomalous energy, continuously corroding the ground. The power is greater than the original rifle, with better penetration, and most importantly, it has the erosive effect of anomalous energy. It's a shame I sold the Crypt Lord's corpse, otherwise I could have. Shen Ge felt a twinge of regret, but then remembered the pangolin skin in his blood leather backpack. He took it out, threw it on the ground, and shot at it with the gun. The anomalous rat skin, which even the black bone dagger struggled to pierce, was easily punctured with a single shot. Tisk tisk, interesting. With this anomalous energy magazine, Shen Ge would only need to carry one gun on missions from now on. Wait, Shen Ge suddenly thought of the revolver he had confiscated from. He removed the anomalous energy magazine from the Type 95, took out the revolver, and wondered whether to remove the cylinder or simply press the carrion into it. As he fiddled with the pork belly, the carrion spread over the entire gun. The specially made silver revolver instantly turned into a black carrion revolver. Bang! 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 Shen Ge fired 3 shots at the desk ahead. The anomalous energy from the magazine dropped from 67% to 30%. 10% anomalous energy per shot? What surprised Shen Ge wasn't just the energy consumption, but also the fact that the black bullets fired from the anomaly-slaying revolver acted like armor-piercing rounds, disappearing into the darkness without a trace, leaving only 3 black bullet holes in the desk and wall. I need to find an anomaly to test this gun properly. Shen Ge put away the anomaly-slaying revolver, slung a Type 95 assault rifle over his shoulder, and packed some throwables and Molotov cocktails. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the 3 PF-98 120mm anti-tank rockets. It would be a waste to leave the rockets and the pile of explosives and Molotov cocktails behind. After a moment's thought, Shen Ge decided to use them to set a trap in the outer hall. While Shen Ge was busy at the headquarters, the other 8 war zones, with the efforts of the headquarters and branch support, had managed to control the spread of anomalous events. Except for the 5th war zone, which still had overlapping anomalous spaces, the anomalous disaster crisis in the other war zones had essentially been resolved. However, the headquarters wasn't letting its guard down. It maintained a first-level alert status, blockade of Haicheng District. Elite soldiers cooperate with helicopters and drones, continued their search, while tank and armored units advanced in a carpet-like manner, assisting various departments in eliminating anomalies. With the headquarters compromised and the underground containment area unavailable, anomalous corpses had to be gathered in open areas, guarded by some anomaly investigators and elite soldiers. With 10 hours left until the International Anomaly Organization's arrival, the headquarters established a second blockade in the 5th war zone. While troops searched the other 8 war zones for hidden anomalies and parasite, it was announced that the anomalous disaster in Daijing had been temporarily resolved, cutting off any chance of external aid. 2 hours after lifting the outer blocked area, a joint team led by Deng Yuqi encountered 2 small squads of mercenaries outside the 5th war zone. After putting up a fierce resistance, the 2 mercenary squads were surrounded by Daijing's forces and chose to retreat into the overlapping anomalous spaces of the 5th war zone. Following the Yuzhou incident, the Special Response Department was well aware of the complexity and terror of overlapping anomalous spaces. Thus, they didn't rashly send anomaly investigators in. Instead, they held an emergency meeting and formed a team led by Deng Yuqi, Elder Fong, Lu Jiai, and other elite anomaly investigators. They distributed anomalous energy equipment among themselves, and the 7 of them entered the 5th war zone. Due to the unpredictable nature of anomalous space entrances and exits, the 7 anomaly investigators were inevitably separated upon entry. However, They were all familiar with the 5th War Zone's terrain, and each of them moved closer to the headquarters. Shortly after the 7-person team entered the 5th War Zone, the open area temporarily storing anomalous corpses was attacked by the 12 Branches Engraving Squad. The headquarters had anticipated that the 12 Branches might cause trouble and had already set a trap. Choosing an open area made it easier for helicopters, drones, and tank units to cooperate in surrounding and eliminating the 12 Branches members. With the cooperation of Daijing's anomaly investigators, they successfully killed the 12 Branches members and captured 3 alive. At the same time, Shen Ge, inside the headquarters building in the 5th War Zone, entered the underground research facility through the safe evacuation passage around midnight. Congratulations, host. You've survived another day in a world overrun by anomalies. Reward: 1% freely distributable attribute points, 10 system points. April 15th, 2028. After the combined efforts of the combat squad and the AI detection team, the location of the formless entity was finally confirmed. The head of the Special Response Department ordered all personnel to assist your elite combat squad in carrying out the siege. However, the formless strength far exceeded expectations, nearly wiping out the entire army in an instant. Even with anomalous energy equipment for protection, the elite combat squad suffered over half casualties facing countless formless tentacles. Luo Chengwang sacrificed himself, covering your advance. With your teammates' cooperation, you successfully entered the bombed-out ruins of Tom's supermarket and located the formless entity using the no-escape domain. That's it. Again? Just as Shen Ge was about to make complaints the system for being a cliffhanger, hiss, the hatch to the underground experimental area ahead opened. The white floor was stained red with blood. A black anomalous dog, nearly 3 meters long and as bulky as a bear, was voraciously devouring corpses on the ground. Shen Ge whistled. The black anomalous dog immediately noticed him, let out a growl accompanied by a chilling swallowing sound, and charged. Shen Ge calmly took out the anomaly-slaying revolver, aimed at the dog's front leg, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A black anomalous energy bullet shot out. The bullet struck the front leg, splat, creating a bloody hole. The bullet didn't stop there. It continued forward, piercing through the dog's hind leg, then through a second metal hatch in the distance, disappearing from view. The penetration was terrifyingly powerful. Speaking of penetration, it's strong, but it seems hard to test its limits this way. Shen Ge sighed, then aimed a revolver at the dog's head. Bang! One shot pierced through the head, through the body, and into the wall before vanishing. However, anomalies felt no pain. Mere penetration wasn't enough to kill it. In other words, compared to penetrating bullets, explosive bullets would likely be more effective. I wonder if Li Xiang can modify a gun to fire explosive rounds using this anomalous energy magazine. Shen Ge put away the anomaly-slaying revolver. He raised his hand, using the weird stomach to morph into a massive mouth that bit down on the anomalous dog's head. Sidestepping, he raised the butcher knife and slashed down several times, severing the Tier-2 anomalous dog's head. After selling the dog's corpse, Shen Ge headed deeper into the experimental area. At that moment, he faintly heard gunshots coming from deep within the experimental area. Without hesitation, Shen Ge activated his formless trait, plus today's survival bonus of 1% free attribute. Along with the free attributes from the 60 draws, Shen Ge's mental strength had broken through the 503% mark, only 97% away from advancing to Tier 3. This time, after obtaining the trait enhancement points for advancing to Tier 3, Shen Ge planned to consider silent and immobile, attempting to create another anomalous domain. Warning! 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 A Tier 6 anomaly, trait 4-headed, 8-armed, has appeared ahead. This area is covered by an anomalous domain. Proceeding further will certain death. Host, cherish your life and evacuate immediately. Boom! Before Shen Ge could react, the wall in front of the experimental area collapsed. A massive red anomaly, half its body crushed under the fallen wall, was revealed. On the other side of the wall stood a man with 4 different faces, a topless, and 8 blood-red arms.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.